feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious, begin to recognize. I know you're cheated, but get up and revive. Intoxicated, get ahead of time. And even you, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. Don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. Yeah, I was fine. I feel like I'm in a dream.
Never seen nothing like this.
I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Got the heart of a winner. work till I make it. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's weighing. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm not chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I'll live all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back.
哎，同学们，上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
罚是多少件？
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
啊，一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速。
艾奇，出题，英雄太熟了。
Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列 W，
瑞纳达，
郭拉夫，
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了。9分。
来啊！然后你们选手生涯最大，应该是最大，年资最大，阿志吧，阿志，也是我。OK。
该局今天不是9点吗？那为什么这边当是他的？
他昨天最后一把不是吗？他昨天就是最后一把，
因为你改昵称去了。
目前 PCS 队伍里面我最熟的应该是 BYG 吧，
因为跟他们选手其实比较常相处，还有他们教练团都认识很久，在那边待了2年，然后队员也都很好相处，很白痴，包括领队也是。
你点我的账号，
干嘛要改什么？
编辑，飞猪，有密码哦。
跟哪队比较熟的话，跟 DCG 的比较熟吧。
那 BYG 呢？
不认识。没有了。
按张文丽认识。
好了 ，BYG 飞猪就好了。好，恭喜张文丽。好了，可以滚了。
还有珍珠。
帮他珍珠啊，怕他被盗账号啊，小心一点。
目前应该是跟 DCG 比较熟吧。我在会场遇到他们，基本上都会聊天，但有一个特别的，曹哥会这样，曹哥跟我会这样，
平常都会在那个 DC 跟他们聊天啊啦，关系也比较好。我就是个白痴啊，每天都呛来呛去啊，骂来骂去啊。
哦，看你的肚子。
但酒桶很难，我觉得我的比较强。第一，人也差。
他排位的时候就会在 DC 开直播啊，然后我们就互相检讨对方的操作啊。
来到第3场的一个比赛，也就是 IMB 要来出战 PSG 了。没错。那这2支战队在今年其实都是一个就全新的改动。
我们来这边，我们这边随时会打起来的。
好，要看他，要看这个，我会给1。他跳走了，他应该会看 D。猪先看啊。
他嫖。
啊，慢慢打掉，有了。
将其推回来，右边挖口再抓到了 Mission， 直接给了一套枪，蓝色视频扫过去，将一技能躲一下，随着有机会一个 Q 技能过墙飞爱冲的军要杀字也跟着往前拖到了 艾特被留住，加了个技能起来，所以加一个闪现爆电，往右边要拉扯，他的位置很不错，右边的乌迪没有办法跟着队友吗？一直等于只能看着自己的队友去4打5，挖口也进不了了，在左边终于抓了一波机会想往前挖，但队友已经全部倒光了，不等于挖口拿后极刃的一个减 CD 效果，让他可以再次的一技能过墙，但这波团战已经完全没得打了。
10秒，要不要用命手？要用命手。
飞爱这边不小只能想办法清线，但 Q 技能往后的同时就没有机会了。我们准备恭喜的是 IMB Impunity Esports 击败了 PSG， 拿下了属于他们的第4场胜利。
OK， 这才不错。
那又怎样？那我们发育啊，
也可以啊。
我们发育不会输，
是不会输的。
你说对啊，我们这都是打传输的啊。
书转过来，就是其实今天输了，但我觉得今天输的很有意义。那我必须说，我觉得你们今天的沟通其实非常好，真的，就是包括你开车去就抓下路那一波，我都觉得这个沟通是很好。那我们需要改进什么？前面的节奏，因为对面其实就很简单的一关嘛，就是一直抱在一起。相对来说，我觉得我们队伍是比其他队伍聪明很多的。
反正明天放1天假，就大家就好好休息，因为接下来可能大家得花比较多的时间在新版本上面的东西，我们可能会需要你们多去给我们提供一些新版本你们一些想法，或者说训练赛上面你们有没有什么想试的一些英雄这样子，然后我们去准备下一周比赛 ，OK 吧各位？然后反正我们就继续加油这样子。说完
OK， 然后再来一个点是，这一周明天会放假。那明天之后会有一个新成员会加入我们，就是俊佳。你们这边可能有几个人都跟他熟，甚至是同一批的。
突然听到俊佳来了，有点吓到，会想说，为什么突然有这个人，怎么会跑过来？
俊佳要来啊，开始听到就觉得真假，他要来，因为他其实在 LPL 打很久嘛。所以他要来，其实还蛮意外的。
就想说，怎么会突然来这里，来这边虐菜啊？
我不想要你牛肉干，你就这样子背着个配备包的有送嘞，马上就拿来了。
欢迎。
其实俊佳的话，其实跟他算很熟了，就是从最早他可能还没满17岁的时候开始到现在。那他比较内向一点，但那个内向已经很久远，对我来说。
特意出去了吗？
对啊，特意出去啊，先放假，他应该晚上回来。
你没有跟他很熟的话，他其实是不太会说话，他就是很明显的比较内向那一种。
不行啊，你以前都会拖的，
这个太
以前就直接拖了。
他那个上面有人扣夹子。
之前跟俊佳是在校队的时候认识的，因为我跟他是之前是一起打校队的。
干嘛？
不然你遇到朋友你会干嘛？
原本如果没有这2颗镜头，可能
你当我不存在
的。
他其实之前分数就很高了，就是那种很进攻性的打野。然后他这个人的话，其实平常算是蛮好相处的，就是会笨笨的，会做一些很奇怪的事情。
可以是不是？
是。你是俊佳，你打完就牌啊？
各位在线上收看直播的召唤师们，欢迎来到 PCS 第3周的赛程，我是主播 JR，
我是陈明老三。
灭团啦！
谁灭团？
第二期灭团。不要这么快啦！
这个赛特 ，Oh my god！
不要这么快啦
！Oh my god！ 这么强啊！好强！给过，这个我给过。
直接越了吧，兄弟，隔墙。
张震岳，
阿岳。
老郑，拜托，
推个塔吧，兄弟，你们有茂凯跟眼圈。
已经用了3、4次了。
冷笑话的部分，我现在基本上全队基本上都会。
太大了。
会。不，他不是双龙会，他是3龙会。
百老汇。
百中会。
同学会。
我觉得那个是一个团队，就是一个气氛吧。
因为在这个圈子也打得比较久了，然后他其实个性就是很明显的老油条，然后他现在特别爱讲一些冷笑话接梗。
园区刚都到家走出来了，还没遇到人，要翻谁？还在自己家园区。
不要这么快。
好的，各位观众，欢迎回到今天的最后一场比赛。紧接着要迎来的，我觉得是最符合今天最后一场比赛的对决。
好久成瓮底啊！
对，该来的还是要来了。由 PSG 要来对上的是 CFO。哇，那这两队的话，当然也都是前段班的一个劲旅，然后在战绩上面也非常的接近。那今天我们当然有一位神秘的嘉宾，这个神秘的选手要登场了。他才刚宣布了没多久之后，马上就是披挂上阵，
对，顶上来打。
等一下就可以好好的来看一下能打出什么的效果。
他们的鳄鱼跟阿卡丽会去找位置，你一定要去把他们找出来的，不要让他们天机来。然后包括一样，中骑士也去做清楚吧。
没上来要打，我可以往前啊，我会往前啊。要去抢龙，要去抢龙。
all in 吃龙，金明又在大绕背了。这条小龙会是降落谁家谁的小龙？1400滴，但俊家先交出闪现上墙，最后是奶哥拿下小龙。有人已经举白旗了，因为 Rest 是大局挺进，不被顶出来之后，他是直接转了一个自己的 Q 技能手杀，落在的是奶哥的身上。现在 CFO 准备要开始撤退吗？因为有一个空杀防壁，还是直接推到了顺。接着的话还有一个电磁炮，但并没有造成缓速，挖口直接来到了面前，对着猪就是一阵的开电，最后是拿下了人头，就本来跟着倒地。这一处有办法存活吗？现在俊家是直接叫做分身过墙，盯上是 Rest 猴子盯上鳄鱼，虽然说回了一口血，最后的话让 Rest 还是要倒在挖口的 Double Q 之下还要杀，结果最后是一技能来到了墙壁的后方。追们来在上方快进斩杀线了，想要推人没有推到，追们来是有机会可以下去的，可以下去吗？但至少要被卡住了。最后的话1000滴还是有猴子拿下了8楼，在后方有一个大绕背，接着的话是局面的进场，但瞬间遭到了秒杀。这里 Rest 可以力挽狂澜吗？一个两个就是拿下了一个 Double Q CFO， 所有人挺进，来到了挖口的身前，挖口是叫做闪现上墙，但接着的话又是直接叫做召唤师技能回来。现在的话是拿到了一个 Double Q，Rest 的话只剩自己跟孤苦伶仃，还能造成GG吗？最终没有办法，但一技能的竭力看起来是撞到了墙壁。先限制住了对方的猪女，不过猪女还是想顶丢，但是有一个酒桶帮忙接了，同一时间8楼已经没了。那这一波的团战 PSG 准备要来大局挺进了 ，Rest 顶在正前方，但完全顶不住，有一个惊涛骇浪也只能造成小小的撤退。挖口闪现开团，开2个，再一个连冠军的爆发。
看卡利，卡利，
你干嘛？
一波吧，一波了，去一波吧。
当中还是要恭喜 PSG， 他们在34分半赢下了这场与 CFO 的对决。
They still think we're gonna go to the just big set, yeah.
Yes. You can fake it. Fake.
Yeah, we can fake it. We can pick Fiora, and then we change into Gnar and then set.
What?
Change into
Gnar and finally set.
No. And then.
Delay. Jesus Christ.
Your friend is so small, man.
What? We can pick one right here. Oh, really?
Holy.
You're not a professional actor, man.
Oh, professional. You pick you Fiora, and then you change to Chuck, and then you change to Gnar, then you pick Set. Wow. We are so good.
We want to force to fight this one or not?
Yes, we need to fight this one, maybe.
Then you guys find the position, and I will hide. Okay? And we shot one more way. Wait a little back.
Yes.
Can you eat?
Wait.
They're
Position, you guys.
There's nothing.
Well, HP.
Hold on.
Okay.
Vision. Slowly.
Yes. Walk on.
Jax.
Can we look?
Yeah, can we look?
I have no
Jax.
Yes. Continuous. Nice.
How?
It's fine. Give it. Come back, mate.
Wait, I'm regaining my HP.
Can we look, Jax?
We can look,
No, I
Jax.
show. Don't have.
Just walk on.
Yes.
Just hit front.
I die.
Better flash car.
Hey, this over here, fine. You need to focus.
I control. This room to roll
Look,
word.
you still have the vision.
Yeah.
I'll TP too.
I should have just flashed.
Yeah.
No fast, AD.
Yes, chill.
Nag-reset ako.
Nice, Wayfan. Look about this. Nice, Wayfan.
Yes, I can kill.
Yes, chase. Take the dragon. A lot. Hey, we can go Baron. Yes, we can go Baron. Yes. Hey. It's so TP.
I'm TP.
Yes, can we look white?
Yeah, rise. Close the
Chill. Yes, he don't have time.
Leon, I kill Leon.
Help me.
What are you here? Can we look?
Rise.
Why that?
Yes, I can kill Jax.
Yes. Take a Jax and go dragon. What?
Push mid.
Bam, you flash star?
Yes.
You shouldn't. They will try again. Angel, take the time.
Yes.
You don't need to. You can't show.
Come here.
Yes.
I can
Angel to slow. You want to slow that? Yes, nice. Yeah, hold it, man.
Nice. It's okay.
Yes. What the? So fun.
Ramping ako.
Sorry.
Angel ulti.
Wait, Angel to come. Chill.
Rise.
Leona can look too.
Rise.
Yes. I cancel him. Yes, chase. Yes.
They're all dead.
Okay, low AD, low flash. Low flash. Yes, follow flash too.
It's okay, they're all dead.
Nice. Yes. Just go together. Yes. Yes, and.
Hit the tower, please.
Can we kill?
Yes, low. Nice.
Perhaps look to turn on this Baron as essentially, I want to say a 5v4? Maybe even a 5v3 with Kina being so low. He's extremely low. But BYG, I mean, they have the higher health bars and they have the poke. Solo kill very, very low. About to get taken out, does burn the pool.
Yeah, now certainly Frank Esports cannot take this one despite numbers advantages. Their HP bars basically match what would have been a 3v3, you'd say. In jumps the Kai, finds a double, and the smash goes across and gets another one. I mean, it's just a little bit too clean so far. The poke, the damage, the all-in Fred, and the team fight team is getting out team 4.
Yeah, I think really Frank Esports, they took too long to make anything happen there. If you don't either instantly do the Baron.
Nature would have been in a lot of trouble. Would have got one shot, quite honestly, from all those pebbles on the floor. But the low cooldown of this Chain of Corruption means that Shun has it up again, and he might look to try and threaten it again. He needs to find himself in a position where he can actually look to try and do that. Driver in trouble as he jumps on through, gets knocked up by the Wild Growth, gets knocked away. Also, look how low they are. Shun across the wall in trouble, jumps on in with the Prowler's Claw, but can't kill Atlan. Atlan's doing it all. It's a lifesteal focus there, who goes gold and buys time. Precious time for these cooldowns. Dashes in to execute Karma.
and is now sitting on a triple. Make it a quadra kill. Dragon had started up a health exchanging. They definitely want to contest. It's getting very, very low. Marco on a blast cone, jumps in extended range, lightning crash pop. Flash from Minji! He says it's time to shine. There's a hijack petrifying gaze. And you're stunned and CC'd for far too long. Now the Viego on the flank, the Dragon. Getting quite excited for this one. There's no chance to contest the Baron. It's gone. Yubel still isolated from his team. In goes the ultimate. There's the shot back onto free. And surely PSG have got this one. They're fighting into such a strong impunity. They have every buff in the game, but Yubel dies again. Wako trying to do it all. He doesn't have a flash, but he's got the damage. But now 4 members across the wall. He's dashed into them. Sitting on a double cleanse, life stealing. It's only Driver. He's on a triple kill. He wants the quadra, and he's gonna find it with the ace. We've seen in this game. Flash is down, Ashol commits, Cascada in trouble, where does he go? Gale forced to safety out of that cannon barrage. Nesty has to attend to the mid lane. The Dragon is now just spawned, but Impunity have found a weakness in their armor. Hunter is the focus. You remove the jungler, you win the game. It feels that simple. Explosive cast on his head of Cyclone for disengaged potential. It's not enough so far. Cascada fighting for his life as the laser goes out, but damage just is not enough. And that Dragon has been engaged. It has low health bars on the side of DCG. I'm liking Impunity's position. It's up to Nesty to try to salvage something off the back end, but I think he's a massive double kill with a kick. Hunter in the backline right now with a 2-man shove against the wall, trying to keep them interested. He's found nature, but he'll die for it. And yes, the Elder will reset, but Driver, my God, what a beautiful performance right there.
哎，同学们，上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
法师破瓦剑，
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速，
艾奇，英雄太熟了。
Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列达
瑞纳达。
欧拉夫
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了，9分。这边看吗？好，来啊！拿走。
你们选手生涯最大，那是最长，年资最长，阿志跟阿志嘛，阿志，也是我，阿志。
那这里就是 FAK 吃霸王的好机会，不过又是1-2一炮，这打下去 FAK 可能吃霸王的梦想是有点小断。后面的位置利凯已经包抄了过来，凯文已经看到对面上路的情况下，选择先行的撤退 ，FAK 全拉掉。但后面16抓到一个落单的 SOKIO， 不得已 SOKIO 交出自己的血值往上继续的走，5个人，怎么被4个人逼到了上方的位置呢？鬼队想追，但上面已经爆进，开始连砍 double kill 给到了利凯，利凯3个人再跳回来，他拿下的第3颗头2是给到了空月。 这边 BYG 一个贾克斯，犹如天上降魔神，还在转。这个贾克斯真牛，真牛啊！
东山能开，
哇，这个没按
9被逼闪，踢下来 ，Rest 觉得要打起来了，直接踢下来。
这里要盖墙抓吗？那后面有个贾克斯，
这波是一个看开的好机会吗 ？Driver 直接在后排了，然后所以你们所有人武器都是开了起来的一名冠军。但是这边 Rest 开在最前面，救急电话给到的是 Driver， 往前再继续做输出 ，A 的持续在旁边已经看开3个人了，这是一个 AD 瞄准3个人在点，吉米人也要倒吗？没有。哦，还有倒的同时，逼出了 A 的惊人有办法吗？奶哥再闪现过来收下对方的 AD， 奶哥也要倒 Triple Kill 给到 A 人。 再瞄准第4个夸大的 A 人，
他们战队的人就直接正面也跟你要来开互抢一下，冰龙老师丢出拉拉冰远将对手给留住，来看一下远古的生化飞龙能拿吗？没有拿到，后面的位置杰力被秒了，泰德倒地的同时，布斯也在尝试的输出。 不
过阿兹的位置，要看一下狂笑猛禽怎么释放。W 技能先晕住2人，挖口伤害很高，接的话雷士继续给压力往前一拼到东山，回了一个狂笑猛禽 ，W 技再晕2个，直接2个机会全部晕住。东山交了一个狂笑猛禽，不过 U 宝也开出了一个惊人。现在看一下阿杰的位置，不过挖口来到后排，先垫掉了法洛斯，接的话还能够创造奇迹吗？不过自己的前排好像快要顶不住，靠着屋顶一个人的保护打出对勾，换掉了一个 double Q， 接着还是上出还是继续，这是一个 triple Q， 这最会是一个夸张就要让 PSG 全部闪光，
被电烂。
来到中路线，再次有 MP 抢下了线权的机会，一个兵线正面的命中是水精灵，因为在用自己的 Q 技能。反而是被抓到一波机会，不过还有91对网是可以成功拉开这个血量，也可以靠着远古巨龙跟自己的出装继续的回血，
很痛哦。
来继续的追击，进去被1分为2，前面的哈娜被留住，有个船长的统击要来，他点了要走，但是被滚动球给炸缓，不得已无极风暴转了要走，被炸到一下，这里是能走，但这状态好像也比较难打了，远程的 poke 消耗持续，
没准太怕了，交了一个不好的闪现。
雀巢正在绕背，已经在后面准备过来了，
炸乔炸，
不过 driver 也想抓机会，一个桶子准备把娜给炸到吗？后面位置的船长的伤害直接是炸了后排，瞬间倒2个人，进去只能3打5，那是拖了后面，直接把爱情给换掉，不过自己也是倒下。
The sweetest thing, yeah. I live on the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back, Are you ready? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. I try to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready for more? Oh, are you ready for more?
Yeah. It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Then she wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my station, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town.
Hello and welcome to the PCS Spring Split. We're now in week 5, day 2. We're getting pretty close to the playoffs, and it is brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I will be your host for tonight's Shock, and I'm joined once again on the broadcast by my good friend Vestian.
Yeah, hello. Good to be back here again tonight. We've got some exciting games today. I will say the first 3 looking a bit one-sided, but we do see, obviously, in the first one, Hellpigs have been known to upset some people, so we have to look forward to that. What do you think about the games?
I think that, yeah, okay, so the games today, there are a few one-sided ones, we will be honest, but I think they're still potentially important for seeding, right? Like, there's a few of them that perhaps could determine, especially the later 2 games, could determine some of those playoff spots. And I think it's definitely starting to get to the point where if you're not a team that's already in playoffs, like, you've really got to win most of the games from here on out in order to cement yourself in there. And within those playoff spots, the top 6, they remain relatively close, right? There's only a few wins separating those top teams, you know, from each other. So it's really down to crunch time. And and I think as well, a bit of a form check, right? You're expecting these top teams to come out the gates and kind of, take down what are, the weaker teams in the competition. But, even if those weaker teams can do some damage here, show some good games, I'd still be excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And particularly in that 7th and 6th spot, you're looking for those teams to really pull through today, to be able to contest for those bottom seeds of this playoffs, right? You don't want to be knocked out. So Hellpigs, huge game up there for them tonight, as well as, I believe, J-Team as well, having to pull through against Beyond. And that's a really huge one too, right? Because Beyond is on the 6th, tied 5th, 6th, and J-Team, I believe, are 7th at the moment, or maybe they are 8th. I can't exactly remember, but yeah, I think those two really got to pull through today and show what they're worth and get their placing in this finals.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one thing that's different about this PCS split is that it's 6 PCS teams and 2 LCO teams, as opposed to before. PCS playoffs was always the top 8, so it's definitely some of those teams that could kind of scale up into late game, if you will, kind of be weak at the start of the split, sneak into the playoffs and kind of make a late game comeback. If you manage to miss out the playoffs this time, it is unfortunately the real nail in the coffin there. So you've got to make sure you get into those playoff spots. And I think as well, it's a real nice advantage if you can start just a bit higher in the bracket, because bottom 2 I believe begin in the losers bracket, from what I remember, which is it's tough, right? It becomes single elimination, you lose 1 best of 5 and you're out, and then obviously the top 2 just have a bye and the rest of them just kind of fit in the middle, right? Double elimination. So it's going to be a really interesting playoffs bracket. But let's take a look here at the previous results from yesterday. It was Blue side winning every single game of the day. CFO beating Hellpigs. Impunity take down Doish team. Taipei J team cleaning up Sem 9. PSG Talent versus Beyond Gaming was long, but still controlled. PSG pick up the win. And finally, Frank Esports versus DCG is one that went the way of Frank Esports. And I have to say, it was a pretty big draft gap. I feel like DCG really didn't play to what they want to do in draft. And it was surprising, right? This is a team that very close to playoffs, kind of needs to cement their identity. And also interesting, Frank Esports, I don't even know what my read is on them. They've lost to Hellpigs twice, which is one of the weaker teams. Then they come out, they beat Deep Cross. They've had good games against other top teams. So Frank Esports might even be the biggest question mark in the competition for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And with their game tonight against Impunity, you really are looking for them. I think they are currently tied for 3rd. So a big one coming up in that one to sort of dictate who will get that sole positioning of 3rd, as we do see the table right now. And yes, it is those 2 teams here tied 3rd. So Frank going to have to really pull it out again today. I feel like Impunity have been just getting better and better as each week comes through. Particularly sort of Driver has really been showing his ability. As well as yesterday we saw, I believe, Atlan go crazy on the Draven.
Yeah, and I think interesting things on this standings here is that kind of Frank Esports and Impunity tied, which again they play. We'll see which one comes out on top. But also DCG and Megabank Beyond Gaming, because both of them kind of have games today that you would expect them to be favored in. We have DCG up against Sem 9 and BYG taking on J Team. So both games where you'd expect those teams to win, right? At the same time, if one of you falls behind there, you're quickly slipping towards the very bottom of those playoffs. And something else is that the fact that the teams have managed to stay so close for so long, potentially at the end of the split, could be looking towards some tiebreakers, especially given that there's only 2 round robins, right? So there can be teams with 1-to-1 head-to-head. So it will be really interesting. But let's take a look at today's matches. Up first, PSG Talent, very, very strong, taking on a somewhat struggling Hellpigs. Doish team, kind of, yeah, they're going to get rolled by CFO. Deep Cross Gaming up against Sem 9, and now our games 4 and 5, pretty interesting. Frank Esports versus Impunity for that 3rd place tied match, and Taipei J Team up against Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. I feel like that last game as well, despite it not being perhaps as impactful in the standings, J Team, if they want to get into playoffs, they really need to win this game. And same thing with Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. If they want to sneak in and not just be the very last seed, they're going to need this win as well. Yeah, well, if J Team do pull ahead here and do beat Beyond Gaming, then that just puts them one win away from being equal, and that has potentially huge implications as this 2nd round robin does sort of finish up. But I do think tonight, game 4, probably match of the night. I think any game with Impunity when Vestian's on the desk is game of the night. Big fan of the team, and for good reason, right? I think their mid-top very fun to watch. But let's talk about this first match that's coming up. So one thing I want to see is Aurelion Sol. I think, yesterday was Hubbard, was never locked in. Since then, has again been played in NA, got played in LCK once as well. I do think it's more of a counter pick, so it is a hard champ to just come in, pick straight away. But I would be expecting to see it at least at some point. Taking a look at PSG's roster though, RG, Junjia, Yubao, Wako, and Woody, a team that has been well, dominant to say the least, right? They've been very commanding in all of their wins, and I think they're on, what, a 7-game win streak, something like that?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, and I think currently they look like the favorites to win the whole thing.
Yeah, and as an LCO sort of team, you've got to be looking at them and sort of trying to find weaknesses at this stage, right? Like, we saw yesterday an attempt at banning out some of Wacko's champions, didn't sort of work out, as we saw Ubel really get them across the line on that Azir. It just seems like a very all-rounded team that any one of that team can carry, so hugely worrying sort of for any team facing them.
I think you're right. When I'm thinking of PSG, obviously people kind of gravitate towards the likes of Junjia and Wako just because of their carry performances. But we've definitely seen every member on the team carry, and it's not like one of those times where it's like, okay, we've seen them carry once, so in theory they're a carry threat. Like, no, I've seen Ubal carry lots of games. RJ as well has had some great games. So it's a team that across the roster is just... probably you're thinking top 1 or perhaps top 2 in their role. They're going to be very hard to beat. But looking at Hellpigs, Taco and Taco in that top jungle, Hong2 mid, Tide and IC8. So it's on the side of Hellpigs, right? They've shown occasionally some good stuff. They have 2-0'd Frank Esports, and I feel like when they kind of play to what they're good at, they do quite well. Like, I think if you put Hong2 on the scaling majors, it's often looked good. Tide as well has had great teamfight performances. I feel like they've often fell flat when they go for the big early game, right? We've seen stuff like them from like the Draven Heimerdinger, we've seen the Darius top, and it hasn't really worked out, I feel like.
Yeah, and moreover, we also saw the Lee Sin yesterday, right? And that sort of didn't work out so well because Karma ended up with all of their kills, all of their gold going onto that support, so... they did find some success there. Maybe if the gold was placed elsewhere, it would have been better, but yeah, maybe something more sort of traditional. Hong2 has looked good on his sort of control majors. He's had some Kassadin games, not to really get any success, but yeah, I think the control majors are a nice level game, not so much the early game for them.
Yeah, I think definitely want to try play to scale, and I think PSG, they're a team that it's really tough to crack, right? They scale well, they also have a good early game, and these two ADCs are both a pretty big part of their team. Looking at the stats, Wako just first across the board in terms of KDA, death percentage, damage per minute, as well as forward percentage. So he's a man that, you know, is not afraid to get aggressive, put out the most damage while still managing a 12.8 KDA. I think really speaks to him. Tide, I feel like doesn't have the best stats, but honestly, I feel like has played very well. Like, I feel like in Hellpigs wins, Tide is normally a very big part of that. So we'll probably see him like try and come up big this game, but up against Wako, it's a difficult task.
Yeah, and some of those stats, like the DPM, is sort of because of their early game focus, they've done a lot. Obviously, as the AD carry starts to ramp up as the game continues, so you don't get as much of an impact on that damage graph. But yeah, he is definitely a formidable AD carry, and Wako won't have the easiest lane here. As we do head into Champ Select, we see PSG first off ban the Ashe, and followed by Hellpigs banning Annie.
Interesting. So Ashe ban, I think, makes a lot of sense. Oh, the Cassante actually very early. So something we saw a lot yesterday was Cassante used as a counter pick. We saw Cassante versus Jax, Cassante versus Fiora, and the Cassantes look very, very good. Caitlyn ban against Wako, so perhaps respecting that strong lane. One thing that's been really interesting about this patch is Elise and Maokai kind of still being around, but not quite as strong.
Yeah, not so much the Maokai. I don't think we saw any Maokai yesterday, but definitely saw an Elise ban. And you have to think here, third ban, Zeri or Lulu?
Silas is the ban. Interesting.
So will they go for the first pick Zeri here? We have seen an amazing performance out of Wako. I believe the highest kill game in the PCS so far was him on the Zeri. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like giving over Zeri with so many like strong bot lane options banned, right? Like the Caitlyn and the Ashe, both things that could potentially punish the Zeri, have been banned away. So you just set PSG, the best Zeri team, up for the freest Zeri first pick. I'm really curious, do Hellpigs have something against this? Because it seems like a big mistake.
Yeah, you have to think they must have something planned against this because we haven't seen PSG ever sort of fault on this Zeri. I mean, one of their games against Impunity, the Zeri pretty much took over the game and won it for them. So it is concerning that they'll give over this Zeri for free. You have to hope there's a plan. Lulu being picked is obviously one of them, probably the best enchanter to be paired with the Zeri.
Interesting. Okay, so they've definitely got something against it, right? Like if you're not banning Zeri and you're banning Silas, you're 100% giving it over. Taking away the Lulu, what will you pair with it? But you probably don't even need to take your ADC now if you don't want to. Perhaps a priority jungler. Both Wukong and Vi remain available, and the Sejuani is banned away. So getting your choice of priority jungler. Ooh, actually could see the Maokai come back. It will be locked in. So this is the first Maokai we've seen since the patch.
Yeah, and it wasn't Junjia last time, but it was PSG picking the Maokai against Hellpigs in their last matchup, as we do see Lee Sin locked in. Quite interesting, right? We saw Lee Sin yesterday. It wasn't very effective. And Ryze, you have to think, the Ryze is an amazing pick. Yubao has looked absolutely fantastic on that, and they have... You got to feel like they've got a lot of comfort. Maybe not Junjia, but a lot of comfort on the side of PSG, as Sivir is also locked in alongside the Lulu.
Yeah, very interesting stuff so far. So Ryze Lee Sin, one of the strongest mid-jungle combos. You can just point and click CC with the Ryze. Lee will bring all the damage. It's a timeless classic, really, and they'll have to look to kind of pressure the early game a lot. On the other side, Hellpigs, they lock in the Sivir Lulus to have, honestly, very strong teamfight scaling. Not what we normally see out of Hellpigs, but honestly, I kind of like it. What would the bans be now? Banning out supports. Heimerdinger is a curious choice. I feel like, kind of respecting the lane bully potential, but I'd be sort of surprised to see it paired with the Zeri.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I did suspect they'll target the sort of supports here, taking away Zeri's best, support pick in Lulu. But the Heimerdinger I do find curious. Not a traditional sort of lane match you see there. Zeri tends to like those enchanters. As Tristana is banned.
Yeah, so there's definitely probably an AD mid coming out of Hellpigs here, given that you have the Maokai. AD mids, though, against Ryze, there actually aren't too many options. Ryze is very good against most AD mids, can itemize armor very early in the game, as well as just being very tanky. So we'll have to see what they go for. Perhaps they do just play AP mid jungle. And the last ban here should be a second support ban, but which one?
Possibly the Karma?
Ooh, okay.
Or Alistair.
Interesting, okay. Now, PSG, okay, so I think you probably just ban another AD mid. Perhaps the Jace, it's something we've seen pick quite a lot. At the same time, I feel like poke into Zeri is sort of a bait, although without the Lulu is perhaps just a little bit weaker.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see. This wasn't sort of the champion select I would have expected coming into these two teams facing up against each other. Azir banned.
Okay, so respecting the fact that Azir can just come through, they can just play that AP mid jungle, have like that Maokai frontline. I think here you probably do take your mid and leave top for last pick, unless you have a priority top that you need to grab, but I think counter pick top has looked better. Although Jack still remains a decent blind. Okay, Nara could be the option too. Interesting. So Nara's locked in. That's really strange to me because it's kind of saying that you either don't have a counter to Nara or you feel like just Nara has to be taken away. Because otherwise, you have to feel you could just pick your mid there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do feel like against the Nara, you can just pretty happily pick the Jax, right? Like later on, the Jax will win out in that side lane. Nara, possibly better team fighting potential. But it is interesting. Top counterpick has looked traditionally better in the PCS.
The Jax is locked in, and I think Jax hasn't had the best showing this week so far, but it's been a champ that has performed time and time again, and we have to think now that it's got a fairly good matchup, it probably will. Karma is the hover. I like it. I think having some push bot to help kind of facilitate the Ryze Lee Sin is definitely useful. You can try and set up for some sort of dives or just early bot side pressure. And for me, eyes on Hong 2. What is your last pick here after seeing all 5 champs? Something like the Cassio is always an option. The Rakan is actually locked in, so gives him some engage.
Yeah, just some engage probably allows for that Jax to be more of a threat as well in these team fights with obviously the CC Rakan brings. I wouldn't expect to see Yasuo, although it is an AD mid laner as you touched on earlier.
Ooh, okay, so actually playing the Veigar. So Veigar did get buffs. It was range buffs on the Q and W, which definitely makes the lane a little bit easier. And I think, admittedly, Veigar is pretty good in this game, right? There's a lot of short range, and the Veigar cage gets a lot of value. But for the rest of Hellpigs, you have to kind of accept the fact that Veigar will not have priority early, right? Yubao will kind of have run of the map for at least a lot of this early game. You've kind of got to buy time for your Sivir and your Veigar to scale. Also think Veigar plus Maokai, not the best combo, right? Both kind of AP champs that want to itemize items that aren't void stuff, right? You really want the demonic Leandries as the Maokai. You really want, say, the Roa or the Ludens Rabadons as the Veigar. So any kind of MR that comes through delays those spikes pretty significantly. But I'm curious. I think Hellpigs have a very strong teamfight composition if they can get there.
Yeah, and I have to feel like possibly they're thinking of objective control as the name of the game here. With the Maokai ult Veigar cage, you have a lot of zone control there. Really makes it a lot harder for that Zeri, although she can sort of fly over walls and do crazy things. Without the likes of the Lulu, it makes it a lot harder for her.
I do like what Hellpigs have tried to do here. I think whatever you do up against PSG is going to be difficult, right? That's just the nature of versing a good team. And I think saying, okay, maybe if we can get through the early game, PSG don't, you know, press down as hard as they normally do, perhaps we can scale up and actually fight. And I think it's decent for them. At the same time, I feel like it's really hard to bet against Wako Zeri, right? Like, he has shown time and time again that he's just super strong on the champ. So yeah, I mean, for me, early game, eyes on the mid jungle from PSG. Ryze, Lee Sin, they will have, again, free reign over the mid lane because of this Veigar. Will they be able to get enough done early game to kind of make sure they don't get outscaled? We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, as we load onto the Rift here, we'll like to see how these sort of level 1s are panning out. Are they just going to guard the jungle, get some vision down, maybe some shenanigans? We do have Lee Sin, so he's quite a volatile early game jungler. Mirko not the strongest at level 1 or level 2. I'll have to see.
And it is game 1 of the day, PSG up against Hellpigs. You want to say, oh no, the game has been bored. I was going to say that, like, Hellpigs, they have a decent record. Like 5-8 is far from the worst in the league. But obviously, yeah, PSG coming to this very strong. Something I did notice there before the pause was that Veigar has actually started corrupting potion. So going for the extra kind of sustain, it's always interesting on Veigar because you can afford to not start AP items because you get so much AP from elsewhere, right? But normally Veigars do up for the tier, especially in a matchup versus Ryze where he's mostly just pushing the wave as opposed to trading on you. So perhaps feels that, you know, instead Yuba will just, you know, rather than pushing the wave, actually just trade on the Veigar. So a lot of respect coming out from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it keeps him at a higher health overall in the sort of lane, especially early game, to try and thwart off that Lee Sin gank. As you touched on, it's quite easy to set up with the Ryze. But yeah, interesting choice. I wonder what the pause is for. It looks like it was PSG.
Yeah. I also didn't see what Veigar's rune was. Did you see?
No, I didn't.
Because there's a lot of
catch
different
it.
ones. There's like the first strike, the spellbook.
Even Predator sometimes.
Yeah, there's some different things you can go. I feel like probably went for the first strike. Spellbook could maybe be good though, just to swap to cleanse against like the Ryze Lee Sin, but we'll have to see. Will be interesting. I just think first strike, maybe if you're fully committing to the scaling identity, you might as well all in on it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And where do you think sort of the focus of this game is going to be for each team?
I think that either it's like PSG are going to set up ganks on mid or they're just going to push mid and move bot. I feel like that's definitely PSG's play. On the side of Hellpigs, I think you're really just looking to match and counter, right? Like you want to slow down the game. Wherever you see the Ryze Lee Sin go, you just want to make sure that you kind of have people in the area to kind of dissuade that. You could look to trade, but the problem is there just isn't enough CC in the side lanes, right? Like if you gank for the Gnar, very difficult until 6, right? And then if you're ganking for the Sivir Lulu, all you're really doing is playing for a chunk. So it's quite difficult. I feel like instead you're just looking to slow down the game as much as possible. Just play for, you know, counter ganks, play to kind of neutralize objectives when you can. But yeah, they're going to have their work cut out for them in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they do sort of survive that early game, you have to feel like a champion like Ryze is going to struggle to get any sort of effectiveness of those sort of mid to late game team fights against the likes of Gnar, Maokai, and Veigar. Very short range on the Ryze, not so mobile. He probably has phase rush. I didn't quite see, but most likely has phase rush. So gets a bit of sort of mobility from that. But you've got so much zoning coming out of those champs. So if they are able to survive this early game, especially over the Lee Sin, he falls off a lot harder than Maokai does. Although we haven't seen Maokai in the current patch. Yeah, you have to think it's just that the name of the early game here is just survive and try and not let Wacko sort of get out of control.
For sure. I think that, yeah, like you're saying, the Ryze playing into champs like the Veigar, the Maokai, the Sivir Lulu later in the game is very, very difficult. But there's always the Wako scaling win condition, right? That's the kind of thing you have to be scared about. Although, doesn't have the Lulu with him, right? Was taken away. And I think it's really interesting by Hellpigs. It's kind of like, you know, if you give over the Zeri, perhaps it's risky against them. At the same time, if you leave it up, you kind of force them in a direction that you know they're going to go, right? You have to feel like if the Zeri is left up, they will just take it. And that kind of allows you to actually plan your draft around that ahead of time. Kind of like just knowing what they're going to come out with. And they've got a very interesting plan against it. We'll have to see whether or not it actually works, but potentially could be something that other teams look to try in future.
Yeah, but you have to feel like it's a huge risk to think you've got a plan against the Zeri there. Wacko has just been absolutely phenomenal on that pick. One thing I do want to sort of touch on, we haven't talked about it yet, is the top lane. Do you think anything interesting could happen up there? I feel like it's probably just going to be sort of wet noodle fighting until they're joining these team fights.
Yeah, I think it is just going to be kind of an isolated 1v1 where not too much will happen. I guess there is potential for ganks on the Gnar. at least in the early game, right? There is that Lee Sin with the Jax kind of gank combination. At the same time, like Nara's a pretty safe champ, right? So you're probably not expecting too much there. I think that matchup gets really interesting though. I think it can really, I feel like when Nara gets ahead, it makes the team fight hard. When Jax gets ahead, it makes both the side lane and the team fight hard. So I think if you can snowball the Jax here, Arja will, really be able to take over the game. But it is always difficult to get that snowball started up against Nara.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm still not sure what the pause is for, but it does look like possibly Junjia, maybe a problem with headset as we're seeing on screen, but hopefully we get back into game soon and get the show on the road.
That would be nice. Headset issue perhaps is solved. Oh, we got some pointing at the screen. If only we could see.
yeah. But no, it is interesting. I feel like, how do you feel the draft went? Who do you prefer? Is it more of a like one team early game, maybe PSG, and one team late game, or do you think they probably just the ability of PSG, their players, their work as a team? Do you think that's just going to carry them along across the line regardless?
I think that it is more of a stylistic thing. Like I don't think one comp is necessarily way better than the other. It's just like, again, one team comp has kind of early game win conditions. The side of Hellpig's more scaling. I think typically when there is a team that has more early game options, that's normally better, right? As long as they use them well, PSG should be able to snowball this game enough. The Hellpig should find it difficult. I really feel though, like the scaling drafts tend to fare better on stage, right, than they do in scrims, because they kind of, they just allow a bit more safety, right, a bit more forgiveness, and can potentially punish the enemy for not taking them out. I still think PSG come out kind of on top because we've seen time and time again, they know what to do in the early game, especially Jinjia and Yubao in the mid jungle, right, they know how to snowball their leads, so I have faith in them. But I think Hellpigs, if they did this against a weaker team, I'd actually probably favor them.
Yeah, no, I have to tend to agree. And as I said earlier, sort of that power of the team fight, the control around the objectives, I think is a massive thing if they're able to sort of hold on for that early game. I mean, Civ are fantastic at stalling out games too. And honestly, Veigar's sort of wave clear is nothing sort of short of incredible later on as well with his AP he gains. But maybe there's an angle if the game starts going later, Ryze goes into one of those side lanes. The 1-3-1 potential for PSG is also something to consider.
Yeah, I think the 1-3-1 could be the play. There isn't a ton of engage, but we are heading back into the game. It is the spellbook on the Veigar and also Ghost picked up by Tide. Cleanse on Wako Zeri, so really respecting the Veigar cage. And I actually think in a lot of ways, that's a big win, right? Like not having Ghost on the Zeri, I think makes playing out those team fights so much easier.
Yeah, as we see just sort of each team looking at each other. Hellpigs did get a ward onto that Raptor camp there. Not much else happening. Maokai looking like he's going to be starting top side while Lee Sin starting red side. Do you think there's any sort of opportunity for like level 2 ganks here?
No, I don't think there'll be any. If there is a level 2 gank, it'll probably be mid, but I think with this ward being placed very early on, there's probably nothing that will happen. I think most likely we'll just see some very standard clears. It'll be real interesting though to see if there is any kind of protection from Taco or if he is just going to look to put these camps on cooldown, because obviously solo starting does put you a little bit behind in terms of tempo. At the same time, nothing's going to happen super early in the game, so it does have a bit of time to just kind of clear all these camps and get into the position that he needs to be.
As we are looking at mid lane here, just sort of pushing out each wave. Yubao, interesting, starting with that E on Ryze. I think traditionally it's usually a W start on that champion.
W is better if you want to go for the trades. E is better for priority, but I think you get priority versus Veigar anyway, so it is kind of an interesting choice, but I have to see what he does with it. Most likely has the EW, and he could set up for some kind of gank, but Hong 2 very far back, so nothing's happened. Tide actually lost a lot of HP in bot lane. I think most of them pretty punished. Yeah, I guess would he W'd on him at level 1 or something?
Yeah, almost certainly. And Zeri with that sort of passive auto attack and the ability to hit freely if there's no minions in the way, probably chunked out Tide. We do see him lose Ghost, but still has that flash, still has heal there on the Lulu, so shouldn't be too problematic for now. Woody also did use Ignite there as top laners are both getting pretty low, and Junji is looking here. We could be looking at a dive.
Yeah, Taco, he's heavy trading on a side that his jungler's pathing away from, and Yuba has priority. I'm not sure why Taco is traded so heavily. In this situation, you need to make sure you stay as high HP as you can, and Yubao is using that mid prior to come up. I think Taco is dead unless Hong 2 commits a TP.
Yeah, we do see the TP come out of Hong 2. That is a huge win for PSG, however, and they are still shaping up like they're going to look for it. We get the stun on. There's the first blood to Jax. Yubel tanking it out. Very good for his team. There you go. Well done with the sort of execution of that.
Yeah, really well done there. I think the fact that Hong2 committed the TP and Taco still dies is really kind of... It's a big punishment, right? That's what should happen from this mid lane prio. I have to feel like that's mainly Taco's fault, though. I just don't get why you'd be so heavy trading, knowing that you're getting pathed away from, and the enemy mid has prio. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, possibly a lapse of judgment. And importantly to note, not a single summoner was used for that dive other than the teleport now from Yubel to get back to lane. But we do see Gnar in the mid lane now as Veigar is heading there. So I guess he's just was clearing out a wave that was perhaps at tower at the time.
Yubel is going to be able to pick this up, and Junjie, I mean, he doesn't manage to get the kill, right? But you have to feel like his lanes are already in such a good spot. The sheen on Arja already to only the boots of Taco. The top lane is already in a very tough position, and Yubel will continue to get priority.
Yeah, and while the kill there on Junjie would perhaps mean there's more power over the rest of the game, you have to be very scared as a Gnar against the Jax that's already got a sheen to just the Doran's shield. As we see Junjie coming around, Counter-Strike doesn't land. Both flashes committed out of the top laners.
Flash is traded, but I think this is still really good for PSG. The wave remains frozen, and RJ probably even in the 1v1 can zone him off, let alone the jungler being there.
Yeah, you can't walk up here as this Gnar. You're just going to fall further and further behind. So an amazing start, and honestly, PSG using their early game we talked about to their advantage.
They are one of the best teams at using that early game Rise priority. It is kind of curious from Taco that he decided to path bot.
Taco is getting really low, and it's just a solo kill up in the top lane.
It is really hard, I think, for Taco on the Gnar to recover from this position. It really just stems from those early game trades. You just can't afford to make a mistake that big, because now is going to have such a hard time coming back into the game, and it feels also like Maokai can't really cover you, right? You're just so far behind that you lose the 2v2 so hard, you almost can't even enter the top river.
Yeah, as the wave is still also on Ozzy's side, as Taco is coming in. I don't think there's much to be done here. Ozzy does stay in lane. He has the teleport too, so if he does get chunked out, he can still teleport to lane. So Taco in a terrible position here. Lee Sin and Rakan both on the top side, possibly heading up. We might see a 3v2.
Yeah, they're going to try to do what they can to crash this wave, but with PSG members in the area...
Blast Cone used, Leap Strike on in, the Counter Strike does land onto Taco, as we see Taco going in, and he's going to fall.
From bad to worse here for Hellpigs. They still have not managed to really bail Taco out of this wave, and RJ once again picks up the kill on the Jax. Still has the TP, can actually just base and TP to this frozen wave, and both Tacos now starting to fall really far behind. I can't stress enough how big an issue it was. The Taco on the Gnar took those trades in the early game. Basically, the whole game has exploded from it. There's no trade on the other side of the map either, so they're trying to do what they can to salvage it, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and you have to sort of wonder who in this game is ever now going to be able to lane against the Jax. I know it's only sort of 6 minutes in, but he has currently still got his sheen. He's up in items, and we see the Realm Warp used by Yubel. Taco will be rune prisoned, hit again, and just a 4th kill onto the Jax top.
Yeah, I think Taco, there's honestly not much you can do at this point. I feel like after your first death, you're going to have a very, very hard time recovering it. And now 3 deaths in at such an item deficit, as well as your mid not having any priority, it's very difficult to recover. And this is always, I want to say partially the kind of result you're going to have when you play Veigar against Rise. But I think been neutralized a lot better from the side of Hellpigs. But ultimately, you know, against a team like PSG, they really know how to pressure, and so those small windows the Hellpigs give over to them are really exploited to the max.
Yeah, and also this, we've seen it a couple of times. It is quite often banned, but Yubel on this Rise, is just, he always gets so much done for his team. I mean, the usage of Realm Warp almost as soon as he was level 6 there, securing a 4th kill for Azzy is just massive. Like, it's just fantastic usage of that champion.
Bot side as well. Seems to be pretty even at the moment. Wako is going to pick up a plate, but I think you have to feel, even if you fell behind at this point, it wouldn't really matter given the strength of your top side. And while Hellpigs still have a lot of good scaling, I feel like Taco on the Gnar is pretty much out of the game, so it's pretty much always going to be a 4v5.
As Resonating Strike lands, does get the cripple, and just jumps away, but massive trade there onto Hong2. You have to feel like they're going to go down to this dragon and it won't be able to be contested. No mana here on Sivir as well.
Yeah, very nice chunk. But the bot lane is getting pretty low. Yuba, after another wave, could maybe look a bot. Looks like the dragon will be started up instead by Jinjia.
Is on a ward, so the bot lane do know he's there, as well as the top side. Both Tacos here top. is going to just settle for the Rift Herald, but also will be on a ward. So both junglers' positions known.
And there's a nice ward here just to confirm when the Rift Herald is started. I think if you're PSG, you have two options. You could try contest this Herald with your like all the strength on your top side, or you could look for some sort of trade. Looks like Yubao is going to try. This is a bit greedy without your jungler here. Can they 2v3 it?
Yeah, we do have a massive Jax, although doesn't quite have that Mythic finished, is way ahead in items, but it will just be the Rift Herald going down. Taco loses half his health. Rune Prison landed. Counter-Strike also landed. Taco does have Flash. Oh my god, fantastic knock up there by Woody.
Wow, I mean, absolute disaster for Hellpix. The Herald was stolen by Yubao's Rise Q of all things. Does so little damage without the E on it, and you can see in his cam. Very happy about that one. And Hellpix, you're just... Yeah, you've got a great scaling comp, but you're falling so far behind in the early game that it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and it doesn't even feel like the sort of wave clear you get from Sivir to prolong a game, I don't think it's ever going to get to that point, because it's sort of a 3-item mark, right? And it doesn't seem like this game's going to last that sort of long. We have a 4-0 Jax here, Rakan picking up the second kill, unfortunately. Rift Herald getting stolen by a Rise Q. Things are just going from bad to worse.
So let's take a look at this replay. It's perhaps greedy for PSG to fight this in the 2v3, but Yubao is so strong and so is Arja that they know that they don't have the burst to ever take out Yubao or Arja. And here, just the Rise Q snipe does manage to pick up the Herald. Taco, you have to feel very bad about that one. And not only... Oh my god, you can see the reaction there. He's really not happy about that. A dive comes out.
Yeah, dive, 3-man dive, dragon kick, and it's over. Just as we get back, another death for that Nah.
And I think this could even be the top tower going down. Depends where Yubao wants to use his Herald. Will he perhaps save it for mid? I would. Looks like he's going to go back mid. Yeah, so saves the Herald. Probably know that this top tower is going to die anyway, and might actually want to keep Taco under that tower for longer. Right, you can continue to deny in the lane and perhaps can look for more dives. Opening up mid lane would be really good as well.
Yeah, well, opening up that top side would just allow sort of Taco to possibly have the opportunity to sort of freeze the wave in its turret, and that, you know, I don't think that Jax is quite strong enough yet to start diving that one. As we do look down bot, just a bit of farming going on. Not much really coming out of this bot lane, but I don't think that's much of the focus anymore.
Hong2, he does have the heal, but doesn't actually have a cleanse. So a flash EW from Yubao with Junji in the area could kill him. Junji, though, playing around bot.
Yeah, and Taco also in the area, but perhaps just looking to invade here or head up towards mid. We do see him heading out towards mid, so you have to be extremely scared here as Hong2.
Yeah, he does have Taco in the wings. Now, I want to see, will Yubao just Herald mid, or is he going to try user priority and go bot instead? I think getting Golden Owako could certainly be nice. Same time, could try and make another play on top, although, again, a little risky, given that Jinji is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are heading up here. We do see the follow by Hong2 and Taco.
He's just running laps.
Yeah, he really is. Now, I think he's really looking to get rid of this Rift Herald. It is timing out soon. It's hard to find an optimal place to put it as the current sort of wave states.
Yeah, I think probably just putting it towards mid is the best. I think trying to open that up before Sivir gets in that lane and really can start holding it forever.
So, interesting there, as he does see Taco in the wings, but feels like he is strong enough to 1v2, and I kind of have to favor his odds, honestly. Does have that Divine Sunderer.
He's got full build, basically, with the Divine Sunderer completed. Jinji, he's looking mid. There is always the flash EW from Yubao.
Yeah, Yubao's not looking for it yet, just insta-cleared a minion wave, however. And still not putting down the Herald.
Looks like they're going to try 4-man bot with it. They sync up as the mid jungle, get priority over mid, now looking towards bot, and it's Tide, who's forced to walk away from this tower with Taco in that top lane. And I think this should actually be bot tower falling.
Yeah, you'd have to think, absolutely, it is going to go down. No one there to defend it, but well played by Tide to leave and not give over another unnecessary kill.
Yeah, Tide, he does what he can, but despite the fact that Hong2 and Tide have such great scaling, the game is really getting away from them, right? You kind of... Some gold deficits are kind of un-outscalable, and while this one isn't particularly... You know, it's not too oppressive, right? 5k at this time is certainly good. It's not game-ending, but you have to feel it's more that like Taco on the Gnar is out of the game, right? Hong 2, he still has to wait for this rower to stack all the way up. It just feels like you're not going to get time to actually scale to the items you need before PSG just end this game.
As he looking like he might have done a bit of bush gaming and takes almost all of Taco's HP bar by just leaping on him.
Perhaps can look for the 1v2 as well. Taco on Maokai is nearby.
Yeah, does have that flash, does have Grandmaster's Might.
Really look for something. I'd be kind of surprised. I guess maybe when members show here, Taco might go for something. They're bringing up 4 members. I mean, they're going to try.
Yeah, in the meantime, they will lose Dragon, so it's really just on Azzy to not die and give over that shutdown while this is happening. 3 members are up there. Good recall.
Oh, Taco actually used his ult, and he's just gone. They waited far too long. And now the Dragon is traded over for nothing.
Yeah, and with Rift Herald spawning in 50 minutes as well, you have to feel like Junjia is going to head up to that top side and secure that one as well. And this game's quickly getting out of hand.
I think Helpigs are kind of lost in what to do from this situation. I think while it is hard to recover on this Gnar, you've stabilized the game enough that you should just be able to keep farming. But the problem is there are no good trades coming out for these Dragons, right? Plays are being baited across the map, and Helpigs, they're not finding a way to answer. And so it's just steadily falling further and further behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this mid tower still remains, and it's going to be very hard for PSG to break it without another Herald. It is spawning in just 10 more seconds, so you have to feel they will try and pick that up and use it mid. They also have quite a lot of side lane priority, so perhaps could bring the side lanes mid in order to help break it as well.
And this top sort of 1v1, obviously in bottom now, is you have to feel it's going to be hugely problematic, right? Like, very shortly, I feel like Azzy's just going to be able to hit that tower even with the Gnar around. Almost needing 2, maybe 3 people to answer this Jax.
Jax can just leap forward at any point. Taco might be dead.
Yeah,
wow.
Just solo kills him.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, as we said before. Once you fall this bar behind to even do anything about it. Herald will also be picked up here by Junjia. I think will most likely go mid, although he's actually looking towards top. Hong 2, I think you might have to leave this tower.
Yeah, we see Realm Warp coming in as Rakan also there. Hong 2 does have a little bit of... He is clearing the minion wave, but the Herald getting placed down now, you have to feel like he's in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, I think they could even just wait for the Herald to hit.
Yeah, Junjia just goes in, and it's Hong 2's just dead, but he did tank that for a surprising amount of time, honestly.
He is very tanky, but the gold lead, it's pretty substantial now at only 15 minutes. And PSG, they could be setting a speedrun record here. I feel like the first time these two teams faced, it was a PSG win, but it was much longer than this.
Yeah, it was 36 minutes or something along those lines. So yeah, just definitely not what we expected. And as you said before, I like the idea out of the comp. I think just that level 2 sort of top lane really just sort of ruined it for them.
It does feel bad to kind of, harp on one mistake, but it just goes to show how critical it was, right? Like, I feel like that's honestly sort of unforgivable. It's almost like a basic top lane thing in competitive, not to trade when your jungler's pathing away from you, especially when they have like an early diving mid jungle, right? You have to feel that if they prepared enough to think about like giving the Zeri and what they're going to play into it, that they also know what happens when PSG gets Rise, right? And failing to play around that Taco on the Gnar has kind of, he's put the game into such a disastrous spot.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you caught that graphic there, but it did show that Taco on the Gnar actually has less gold than Woody on Rakan. So that is just really, really dire there.
It's tragic. And Wako, has the cleanse, so it's never at any kind of risk of being caged.
Gunji is hanging around the sides, potentially looking for a dive. I don't feel like it's a very good idea with the Lulu, Maokai, and Veigar here. Perhaps just poking away, trying to get them to fall back from this tower and let Wako sort of get some hits on.
It is going to take a few more waves, I think, to break this. Even with the side lane prior, it's just quite difficult to take out this tower up against the Sivir. Obviously, he has a lot of... Wow, does that really not get seen by the tower? It's kind of a nice ward spot there from Woody.
Yeah, absolutely. And with sort of this mid lane tower up, it is actually making it a lot harder for Azzy to have impact on these side lanes, right? It's a lot harder to sync up these waves to allow a bit of split pressure, maybe force 2 people to meet him. And so, yeah, getting this tower down, you have to feel like maybe the Rift Herald mid would have been better to allow this Jax for some more sort of potential in the side lane, as we see Junji losing, a bit of a trade to Taco.
Yubao's pushing, yeah, both side lanes actually from PSG, pushing very far up, knowing that, you know, Yubao has the Realm Warp, can just leave at any moment, and I think RJ could probably 1v3 at this point.
Yeah, and I don't like... I feel like Yubao can win this. Maybe he's thinking his team will get there first. Just Realm walking away. So good job playing it safe, not losing that shutdown, and maintaining some pressure on the lanes.
The Rise ult is committed though, which makes it hard to continue to push here. And I think this mid tower will actually continue to remain. Dragon's in only 30 more seconds though. It's not the earliest soul we've seen. I think that will go the way of CFO, but you know, still 3 dragons. If we can pick that up around 19 minutes here is, you know, very good timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the faster ones, but as you say, CFO picking it up off spawn most of the time. Not going to compete with that.
And the one kind of lifeline the Hellpigs have in this game is that they can just continue to wave clear under this mid tower, but I think the moment Baron spawns, PSG can start to look at that and kind of bring them out of their cage. Tied as well, with members recalling, actually might not be able to keep this up. I feel like desyncing the recalls might have actually been better, just so you have numbers here to defend this.
Yeah, Woody is looking, but will be spotted out here by Taco.
Looks like it's going to stay alive, but takes a lot of damage, and it's, I feel like, not long now until that tower eventually falls, and once it does, the map is going to be open so much.
We see 4 people heading up towards Azzy here, but he will just blast Cone out.
He's doing his best to try and take away a little bit extra, and these are the kind of camps that perhaps could be taken away if the mid tower will down, but without that extra priority, cannot get it quite yet. I think from PSG here, you want to either bring people to the side lane or start at the Baron. Oh, it's actually the TP.
Yeah, teleport committed. We see Junjie going in and Woody. Wildgrove keeping IC8 safe and probably just saying, no, we don't want to be dove here, but mid tower is going down, very importantly. Sort of allows the map to be now open, strangle Hellpigs even a little bit more.
Getting that mid tower, like you said, is a big win. Opens up both sides of the jungle here. Also allows you to push your mid priority a little bit deeper and give you more time to start up something like the Baron. I think if PSG want to play it slow, all they need to do is wait 4 more minutes for the Dragon. Already find themselves with a pretty insurmountable gold lead, and the Dragon Soul will just kind of catapult that even further, just in terms of the power they have over Hellpigs.
Yeah, and I do feel like PSG could even try and look for that sort of solo queue classic, right? You just seen, as we do see a game pause, but as I was going to say, you could sort of send that Jax down bot, and if they commit too many people, start up that Baron. Obviously, Jax being so far ahead in this game probably is going to draw at least 2 people to his lane.
Could get a flashback of, I think it was in like week 3 or week 4, we had, what was it, Driver's Jax? Oh, maybe someone else's Jax with like a 1v5 and he picked up a kill. It was insane. I can't actually remember who it was now, but I remember seeing it was one of the best Jax plays of the split for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are back into a pause.
And I feel like, what do you do from the side of Hellpigs? I mean, like, you've still got the wave clear. I feel like your scaling at this point is almost gone, right? Like, I feel like the problem is when you fall this far behind of scaling, there's definitely like a tipping point, right? Where you're like within that gold lead. We've kind of talked about like 3-4K of being like, okay, we can give up some dragons, but we'll be able to contest the next one. We won't be so far behind in our spikes that we can't just win any fights at all. And it looks like we return to us and then the game. Let's see. So where are we? I think we're just where we left off. Doesn't look like we were unpaused for that long. Taco, I mean, he's getting towards the Leandries. I think Maokai, even from behind, does deal quite a bit of damage and also has pretty good objective control with the sapling. So that maybe helps him stall out this game a little longer. But coming up pretty close here on 10,000 gold, actually 9,000 right now, and only 3 more minutes on this dragon. Can you complete your 2-item spikes here as Hellpigs before? I'm not sure. If you can get the Sivir Navori, as well as like the Veigar, I guess he's building a tier instead of a Rabadon's.
Yeah, you're right, but do you think it's enough? Like, even if you have those 2 items on Sivir, ultimately, in a fight, she's probably going to be hitting Jax, so not going to be getting a whole lot done in those fights, as we do see Baron, started up here by PSG, just the 2-man of Junjie, and as he's starting it up, it will be seen by the Scrying Orb.
Yubao is also pressuring bot lane at the same time, so PSG at any point, they can walk away from this and just let Yubao keep going. They can actually tank this a very long time.
Yeah, we see 5 people sort of being committed up to this Baron, so Yubao just going to be taking that inhibitor tower very shortly.
The inhib tower is going to get picked up here by Yubao, so definitely a win on the side of PSG, and that's something that being this far ahead just allows you to do, right? You can start out the Baron, tank it for ages, and draw those 5 members that are needed to contest that while pushing the side lane. So getting a little bit extra there. And one thing I really like about PSG is that they still continue to put the pressure on even when the objectives are down. A lot of the other teams, they kind of, they get their big wins around the Dragons and the Barons, and then they kind of just go back to farming for another 5 minutes. Everyone does whatever, and then they have that other big fight. But PSG, they realize, okay, there is still a game to be played in between these Dragons, and they've been doing a good job of just actually breaking towers into a comp with a lot of wave clear, even without Baron, which is actually pretty difficult.
Yeah, and I want to point out something to you here, is that not a single dragon, nor tower, nor kill has gone towards Hellpigs, as well as that Rift Hero being stolen by RiseQ, so we could be looking at our first perfect game.
It could be, and I think that you're right. It might be the first one of the split. Don't believe there's been one so far. It's crazy to think that the RiseQ on the Herald could be the difference between the perfect game and not. I think PSG, their comp, it certainly lends itself to not dying anymore, right? It's definitely very hard, especially all the tank stats coming in on the solo laners here, as well as the BT completed by Wako.
Yeah, Baron started up. Will be seen by the Sapling. How many people are they willing to commit? We still see Taco down at that bot lane, and he does have teleport as Woody lands a 3-man knock-up. He is stuck there in the cage. We've got Yubao on the back line. Massive damage onto IC8. Taco comes in with the Gnar roll. Yubao going to knock... as he lands a massive 4-man stun. Low health bars everywhere on this map, actually. But you have to like that for Hellpigs.
Yeah, Hellpigs, they're actually so close to just ruining the perfect game there. I think there was a Civic Q that went wide. Perhaps a little bit of the damage from the Veigar as well. But that's pretty impressive, right? Down like almost 10,000 gold here and actually get pretty close to winning a fight. And you think if they win that, do they get themselves immediately back in the game? Probably not, but they would buy themselves so much more time to scale up. And it's not like PSG scale badly, but certainly don't scale quite as well as Hellpigs.
And how often do you see Hex Flash on Rise?
Never. I've never seen that in my life, actually. Pretty interesting. I wonder if it was a misclick, actually. Okay, so Dragon here spawning in 3 seconds. Now, the one problem that Hellpigs have is they just committed a lot of cooldowns. Flashes down on all 5 members. Actually flashed down on 9 members in this game. And it looks like Dragon will be picked up by PSG. So I have the Dragon Soul at only 24 minutes. And now we'll probably just look to go back to the Baron after pushing in some of these waves.
And how do you contest anything anymore at this point, right? You come anywhere close to them, you get hit by one ability, you're slowed. And it just feels like immediately off any sort of slow, Woody can engage, look for an engage. And I mean, unless they fight like they did last fight and somehow come out with the win, it's looking extremely over.
It's funny to me as well that we kind of gave Wako the Zera and he's only gone 0-0-0. Obviously, he hasn't really needed to do anything in this game because his top side has been so aggressive. But he still finds himself almost 3 items. So can be the carry threat if the team needs him to be, but is currently just kind of relaxing.
Yeah, sitting back, letting the boys take care of it.
Baron is started up.
Woody and Wako, kind of an interesting choice on which champions are zoning here, but it'll be those two.
Yeah, helping. Okay, they commit the ult.
Here we go. We see the Shirelli is used as well as the Maokai ult. Rise ult committed. Rise ult gone solo in there. That looks like this is going to be a dead Yubao. No perfect game. Baron does go over. Jack's now in the middle of the team, but knocked away by Gnar. Good ult.
I think, can they get out? I think they're out.
They are out.
I'm not sure what Yubao was thinking. I kind of would have liked to see a replay. I'm not sure if he tried to ult someone back into the flank and he just ended up taking it kind of by accident, but it's actually a pretty big death just in terms of delaying the game. Because now, one of the split pushes does not have Baron. At the same time, PSG should be ahead enough that they can look to end off this Baron. Actually, the Force of Nature completed here by the Rise, showing, right, if you play that AP mid jungle, you can really suffer for it. So let's look at the initial engage. I feel like PSG, they get exactly what they want, right? The Maokai ult is used, the Shirelians as well, and no one goes down from it. I think Wako, I think Yubao actually maybe didn't mean to take that, right? Just ults in and gets immediately caged. And then after that, I mean, it doesn't really matter that he's dead because the rest of the members are just so strong.
Yeah, it was on the very cusp of that realm walk. It's one of those abilities, right? It's kind of hard to see exactly where you are in.
It also tries to send you if you click into it, even if you're out of it.
Oh, well,
it's like a little bit forgiving. Well, it's meant to be. It wasn't quite forgiving there for Yubao. Now, with this Baron, can they look to end the game, right? Like, they're very ahead. They have some engage tools. At the same time, Hellpigs, extremely good wave clear. Obviously, clearing into Baron is a little difficult.
Yeah, and we see Jax sort of working his way up towards that inhib tower top as Hong2 looks to match. I don't feel like Veigar's wave clear is very good against the Baron minions, although he does have the cage to sort of delay the minions from getting there. As we see Sivir, still an amazing champ. Junjie just going for the solo Q onto Taco. Does jump away. Nice dodge of the Gnar. Is slowed up. Looks like he will be going down here, but in the meantime, we are losing objectives around the map.
Junjie ends up going down, and actually no more towers broken off that, although the top tower went down at some point. So I think PSG's Baron might actually not turn into too much here. Perhaps they can still siege mid.
Yeah, it looks like mid will go down now, which it has to be said, like obviously clearing waves as Sivir is pretty much the job, and she's one of the best sort of Baron minion clearers there are.
And it looks like this game will actually go to the Elder Dragon, right? PSG, they kind of uncharacteristically fumbled their Baron a little bit, didn't manage to kind of clean it up. The thing with PSG though is sometimes they kind of make small mistakes like this, but it's never enough that really gives the enemy team something to kind of, you know, latch onto and actually come back into, right? They make small mistakes, it makes the game take a little bit longer, but you're never really doubting that PSG are still in full control.
Yeah, they have made a couple of mistakes, but still with that 10k gold lead, looking to sort of get control over this bottom side of the map, maybe before the Elder Dragon spawns. Taco does jump away and use the teleport. Can Rakan cancel it?
Ooh.
Oh, very, very close with that quickness there.
The TP was used, and the Rakan ult will be back up in time for this Elder. I think on this side with PSG here, you're definitely strong enough that you can just look to grab all this vision here. Now, Tide, he did manage to get the shutdown on Jinjia, so has a lot of items for himself. At the same time, you know, Wako very scaled in his own right. So both these ADCs going to start putting up some monstrous performances. And I think until the Void is completed by Hong2, actually going to find a lot of difficulty in this fight. And this is one problem as well with going the Seraph second, is that now your Rabadons is delayed until 4th item, which is, you know, a bigger spike on Veigar than perhaps any other champ in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, with that sort of AP you get from your Q passive and whatnot. As we are looking for something maybe perhaps top lane, looking to try and get this open inhib.
Yeah, I think this inhib could be picked up. At the same time, PSG, I mean, all you really need to do is play for this Elder and pick up the win. So it's really, you know, how much do you want to flex your muscles on Hellpigs? Perhaps just want to make sure they pick up the guaranteed win, continue that win streak. It's only a minute away. It's not long until the fireworks start. Also worth noting is that Baron's only a little bit after, just another 50 seconds or so. So whoever gets this Elder will most likely pick up the Baron at some point as well. You have to feel like it's going to be PSG.
Yeah, absolutely. They have entire sort of control over this Hellpigs jungle. There's not really any vision gained almost anywhere. We do see a couple of trinkets, maybe a pink ward here and there, but it's going to be so hard to just walk into this team at the Elder Dragon, which is spawning in 20 seconds.
PSG, they might even be able to find an engage before. You know, maybe don't even have it come down to the objective at all. Woody takes a little bit of damage on the side. Can actually die pretty easily, right? He's definitely the squishiest member.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think he's pretty much the member that gets a fight started too. So him going down will sort of delay any chance of a win from a fight, but PSG kind of looks strong enough here to win a 4v5 at the Elder Dragon if it came down to that, but we will see Yubao ulting in here with Junjie to take down this Elder. Taco is getting sort of an inner route to this through the jungle.
Yeah, Hellpigs, they want to fight. I'm not even sure they can, though.
Yeah, Maokai ult used. Wako positioned very aggressively, which why we see him, you know, highest of all forward percentages of AD carries.
And the Dragon, I mean, it does end up resetting. Now, the thing is, if you pay attention to the waves, they're much better here for PSG. So Hellpigs, they have to make something happen in the short term before Arja just takes their base.
Yeah, Realm Warp was used to go to Dragon, so we can't see anything clever with that. But we do see a recall here from Hong2 as Jax is going towards the mid tower to get his tower after the top inhib. And Hellpig's just backing off.
Yeah, I think PSG playing this really smart.
Wako just immediately kills off the electrocute, and IC8 good wild growth onto Junjia. Junjia might be dead here to Tide, but Wako almost untouched in this fight. Azi coming in, landing a massive kill, looking for the Quadra. Can we see the pentakill here? It'll be the first one of the PCS.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, there we go. First pentakill of the PCS, and we're finally finding out why you don't give Wacko Zeri.
It's so funny, right? He's 0-0-0 for the entire game and then randomly picks up a pentakill at the end of it. Perhaps that's why PSG were kind of slowing down this game. They just wanted to farm a little bit of KDA for Wacko, and it is looking like PSG, after 32 minutes, will pick up this win over Hellpigs.
Yeah, fantastically well played as we do see the last Nexus tower go down, followed by the Nexus. Fantastically well played. Well, there were faults at the end, but we ultimately see the Nexus go down in favour of PSG, and they continue their win streak.
Perhaps they want a bit more.
Bit of shenanigans.
Yeah, does go down. I feel like it wasn't the most hyped penta we've seen, right? Like, it was a game that was pretty completely over, but it's a penta nonetheless. And Wacko, he farms those. I wonder what his KDA is now, because, you know, went 5-0-0 that game. He's definitely pumping the numbers up. And PSG, right, I think they made a few mistakes closing out the game, but as we say before, they never make big enough mistakes to really like afford a way back in for Hellpigs. It was pretty close at one point where, you know, around the Baron, they were very low in the health bars despite, you know, fighting from, you know, a 9k gold lead. But the health bar is just not quite low enough. And something I have to really question from Hellpigs, there's two main things for me. I think first, Taco on the Gnar, trading so heavily in the early game, allowing that kind of dive to come through from PSG. You know, I think perhaps the dive can be difficult to avoid because, again, you've got the Vega into the Rise, but there's no chance you avoid it at all if you're so low on health. So I'm not sure why it's so heavily traded. And I also think the itemization from Vega was really questionable. Almost always you see the Rabadon second on the Vega, and you just buy the tier but don't actually upgrade it because the Rabadons give so much AP with your passive, right? Vega, with just those two items, is already hitting numbers like 600 AP. If instead you buy the Seraph second and then forced to buy the Void third because you've got double AP mid jungle, why are you playing Vega, right? You're not making use out of the APs. So I think really questionable decisions from Hellpigs, particularly in that mid and top, and something they're definitely going to have to think about next time.
Yeah, absolutely. The Vega didn't have a whole lot of impact on this game. We did see some very close team fights there. Perhaps maybe some of his cage getting that sort of so low, but not the hugest amount of Vega impact. Maybe you're right, it was mainly down to the itemization. But ultimately, as you started off with, I think the biggest problem they had that game was the level 2 sort of wrong trading by Gnar, followed by a fantastic roam by Yubel to see the opportunity, as well as Junjia, secure that kill onto Rise and just snowball out of control.
Now, I wonder if as well there could have been something done in the jungle. I'm thinking, you know, maybe if you start on the other side of the map, you can actually path up as Taco and the Maokai. Perhaps the worrying thing is you don't want to end up pathing up and then be forced off your red buff, right? Because that's the reality of playing against the Rise as Vegas. You're not going to have any priority and you really don't want to contest. So perhaps felt like he had to start top. But again, the fact that Taco on the Gnar doesn't like accept reality, right? Doesn't adapt to that situation. It put them behind, and it sucks to lose the game, not completely off one mistake, but just have it put into such a horrible situation that it just makes the rest of the game almost very difficult to look at. Because I actually think their plan, we kind of talked about it, was pretty decent. Obviously, Wacko, he picks up the pentakill, but it was kind of after the game was already decided, right? Like, for a lot of that, it actually didn't have much to do with Wacko. It was 0-0 for a lot of it, and it was actually Arj on the Jax just picking up kill time and time again. For MVP, I'm not too sure, but let's take a look at a replay here. So this was the one at the very end where Wacko picked up his penta. Actually did so much damage on Taco at the start, right? I mean, look at that. Where does the damage even come from? I guess the 3 items there, he just does that much. And pretty much just like slowly, I want to say last hits everyone, right? I don't think anyone really posed a big threat to him. And nice enough from the rest of PSG to give him over that kill. Could have been Arja just come through here and yoinking it, but decides not to.
Yeah, we even see him sort of in the middle there, missing a few Qs as well, but still ultimately having the damage to win out there. And as we see, we do see the damage graph. Despite sort of having a quiet game up until the end, he does do the most damage, and it's by a fairly significant amount too.
It'll be really interesting, I think, to see where MVP goes, because I think when someone gets a pentakill, they're almost like guaranteed to get the MVP. But honestly, I'd probably give the MVP to either Yubao or Junjia, or maybe even Arja, right? It feels like that top side is the ones that put that game in that 9k gold lead, right? So we're going to see how much ADC bias is there on the PCS broadcast.
Yeah, I almost feel like Yubel. I feel like his first round morph in particular was very impressive to see that timing. It was a very small timing, just as the minion wave was hitting, teleports in and grabs that kill again for Azi. So I would like to see Yubel get it, but as you said, might be a bit of ADC bias.
Yeah, I think the top side, it really is like a 3-man job, right? It's the Rise, Lee Sin moving as that mid-jungle duo. It's Arjun managing to set up the trades very early on to facilitate that, right? So it's really, do you spread the MVP amongst these 3 players? Oh, okay, so yeah, nice. No ADC bias here. Arja picks up the MVP, and I think well-deserved, right? I think especially those first few trades that he got, I'm not sure if it was Taco's Nah misplaying or just Arja finds a good angle, but it did, put the game in a really good spot. 4k gold lead, 24% of his team's damage, as well as 77% KP.
Yeah, fantastically paid by him, and he did get that lead. He never lost it at any stage of the game, so that is very good to do. You didn't give over that shutdown, which could potentially lead to some problems going in later, as we identified. Strong late game comp there by Halpigs. So he did play well. I just feel like his team facilitated that very well as well. So as we know, PSG are a very good all-rounded team. We kind of saw each stage of the game get carried by each different sort of member, and so ultimately it could have gone anywhere, but I'm happy with it going there.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough, and I think it does feel a little bad for Wako not to pick it up, given that he got a pentakill, but I think it was deserved, right? Like, there was definitely more on the top side. And Wako, I wonder actually how he feels about the penta, because obviously it's always hype, but you much prefer if it's one of those, like, big playoff games or a game that's very close. Like, actually, that game where he got 14 kills, I was very surprised he didn't pick up a penta in that game, right? Because that was actually a Wako 1v9 performance, pretty much. So, yeah, gotta feel good about the penta. At the same time, perhaps not the way you wanted it.
Yeah, no, absolutely there. And I think, I didn't actually catch it, but I think by the end of the game there, he might have had 5 kill participation.
Yeah, 5-0-0.
All 5 of them were the penta. So quite interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before in like the 10 years I've watched League of Legends. So very interesting to see. But that will do it for game number 1 here tonight. Following up this, after the break, we do have Duish Team versus Flying Oyster. So yeah, see you after the break.
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded, but get up in the vibe. Intoxicated, get ahead of time. And even you, it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 5 Day 2, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. If you're just joining us, PSG took out Hellpigs in a pretty one-sided affair, and Wako actually picked up the first pentakill of the split on Zeri.
Yeah, quite an interesting pentakill though. He had absolutely zero kill participation before that. Does pick up the pentakill, did do the most damage in his team, so I guess deserved. But ultimately we saw the top side of PSG really take over the map from like level 3.
They certainly did. And now we've got Doish team taking on CFO. And the last time these two teams played against each other, it was a stomp. CFO, they win in, I think, 24 minutes. And it was something like 22 kills to 6. It was like, you know, very fast, very high action, and hopefully we get to see something like that again. Now, last time Doish team played this matchup, I believe they actually picked the Lee Sin. They went for the Ryze Lee Sin, which is actually what we saw in the PSG game earlier. I think WSL's looked a lot better on the AP junglers, right? Stuff like the Nidalee and the Elise has kind of worked out better for them. So we'll see. Will they go for something like that again? On the other side of things, CFO, I think they're perhaps, well, I think PSG are a bit stronger than CFO. I think CFO are probably the best team at ending games early. They consistently, you know, stack up all the dragons. They play extremely aggressively when they do find that lead. So we're going to see how fast can CFO do it this time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, right? We have seen CFO kind of excelling recently. I have caught a loss not too long ago, but I have really picked it up again coming into the second sort of part of the season. And yeah, I'm interested to see, where do you think the focus of both of these teams are going to be? I'd like to feel like Doish team tend to focus on the bottom lane, as we do see the Doish team come up here. We have Lucane, WSL, Zhao2, Pepero, and Inho.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? I feel like a lot of my questions around this team will be what happens with the mid jungle, because I think WSL, you know, preferring the AP junglers does make picking for Zhao2 a little bit more predictable, right? Like, he kind of wants one of these AD mids, and there aren't a ton of them in the meta, although Zhao2's kind of shown that he's willing to play some of the weirder champions. But yeah, for who to target up against CFO, I'm not sure. I mean, people have kind of said in the past, like perhaps Jimmian is the weak link of CFO, but certainly hasn't looked at recently, right? I think he had like a 4-0 Talia performance, a 7-1 Victor performance or something like that. So he's been doing very well recently. I'm honestly not too sure who they're going to look to target. I mean, CFO have kind of been, like you said, they had a loss recently against Impunity, but since then have kind of been firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jimmian does tend to pick sort of these safer champions, right? Like the Talia, like the Victor, have a lot of just wave clear. They're mainly to facilitate sort of the team around them. As we do see CFO coming up on our screens now, we do have Rest, Gemini, Jimmian, Shun, and Slaytrue. And with this team, especially yesterday, we saw Jimmian really get control over that early game against Elisa as Vi, and Rest taking over the game kind of from there on the Cassante, I believe.
Yeah, Rest is someone who I feel like is just always doing well, right? Like, even if he's getting ganked 20 times, he manages to have impact on the map. If you let him alone in the lane, he's just going to pick up those isolated solo kills. And I think that's such a big and kind of powerful thing to have on your team, right? It just guarantees the top goes well. And while top isn't the most important in this meta, it can be, if your top laner is the one consistently getting ahead, it makes accessing stuff like the Rift Herald easier. It just makes team fighting like that a bit easier with having that frontline tank. So it's really nice, I think, if your top laner can perform well in the meta. Something I want to bring up as well is that we still haven't seen Aurelion Sol yet. This could maybe be a game for it, because I think Zhao2 has shown that he's fairly weak in lane and also plays champions that are quite abusable, and perhaps Jimmian could be the one to punish it with the scaling counterpick.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aurelion Sol does kind of feel like a champion that Jimmian would be able to play, as we do see the matchup here between those mid laners as we're talking about them come up. They are both very low in kill percentages, participation here for mid laners. Jimmian going very well in this sort of KDA aspect and the FWD?
Forward percentage.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think the KP being so low for Jimmian is kind of interesting, because I feel like he actually has a lot of good games, but I think also in the games where he's done bad, he's been almost invisible, right? That was definitely something earlier in the split that people kind of pointed out. Forward percentage is still high though, likes to be aggressive. And looking at the champ pools, I mean, pretty different, right? You've definitely got scaling mages plus Akali here for Jimmian. Has also added the Talia recently. Whereas on Zhao2's side, prefers to play early game champions, but honestly hasn't seen a lot of success. Would perhaps like to see him play something different, because we've never really seen him just, you know, be able to really take over a game the way a Yubao or someone like that might be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting. I think, yeah, this mid lane is probably sort of going to be the most volatile. I guess it depends on the champion picks. We would like to see that Aurelion Sol. But also, will we finally get to see Shun's Draven? I mean, it's been consistently either picked against him or picked, you know, banned against him. As we do go into draft, Doish team banning that Azir and Heimerdinger, and Flying Waster banning the Karthus.
Yeah, respect put towards WSL here. I wonder if CFO will just look to ban 3 AP junglers or something and just make his life very difficult, right?
Yeah,
Ziggs is the ban.
Yeah, that's interesting. We saw Doish team play those two champs yesterday to not really any success, honestly. So interesting way to go about this draft, but we'll see if they have a plan. Maybe their draft they're trying to go for doesn't do so well against those champions.
Yeah, it's kind of, it is interesting. I think probably just the fact that one real nice thing, I guess, is that because Elise and Maokai are no longer required bans, it does free up a lot of target bans, and that kind of means that if you're decided Duish team that likes to play a lot of unorthodox stuff, a lot of it can just be banned away from CFO to kind of make the game a bit simpler. But with both Ashe and Heimer banned, you know, I guess really respecting the early game power that can come out of the CFO's bot lane. Last ban is the Gragas, so a lot of AP options restricted here, but some still remain, right? The Elise and Maokai are still up. Gragas is also a triple flex, it's not just as a jungler.
Yeah, absolutely, and WSL had his best games on that Nidalee, on that Elise so far, so maybe they'll look to sort of secure that as a first pick, but you are giving up things like the strength of that Zeri and potentially the Draven, which we are still yet to see.
Lee Sin first pick, I think, would be wild. Okay, so that kind of suggests they're going towards more early game, something with the Rise, perhaps, but I think it's crazy. I think with stuff like Wukong and Sedge still up to do well into the Lee Sin, you've even got the Elise if that's something they want to go forward, and perhaps the Maokai as well.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of priority on this Lee Sin over the past 2 days, and starting, yes, our last game was the first sort of Maokai we've seen since the new patch, but we might be seeing another one here. Have to wait and find out, but the Jace, possibly more likely, and it is locked in.
Interesting. So the Jace obviously is a flex, but I feel like it does tend to go mid lane a bit more often. Do you just pick up your AP jungler with it? You obviously can wait if you need to. You don't have to take jungler really until third. Yeah, perhaps instead want to pick up this priority AD. Varus picked up so early with both Heimer and Ashe banned. I feel like is a bit interesting. But it is locked in.
Yeah, I don't really understand, especially with that Ziggs ban. I feel like the Ziggs ban is kind of was trying to not give an equalizer bot lane chance, because that's sort of what Ziggs tends to do, right? But with the Varus picked in, I guess you are looking to abuse that bottom lane, but you do miss out on potentially taking this Elise away from WSL, which has looked like probably his best champ so far.
Okay, so if this is locked in, it'll be solo lane Lee Sin, presumably mid. Okay, it is. Okay, so this is actually Lee Sin mid. We've seen one Lee Sin mid in the PCS before. I can't actually remember who it was. But now with the Elise and the Lee Sin, I feel like this is very abusable from the side of CFO. Pretty much any mage does very well into Lee Sin at the moment, as long as you've got the mobility in order to avoid the Elise ganks.
Yeah, maybe putting that Jace up into the top lane and having a mage mid, but there is a lot of kill potential onto that Jace if he does go mid between the Elise and the Lee Sin. Huge damage, nice cocoon, like CC, and yeah, it'll be a hard matchup, but it's interesting to see. Diana possibly looking here for the jungle pick.
Ooh, Gemini perhaps wants to give WSL a taste of his own medicine with the Nidalee. There's not a lot of guaranteed CC for him. Here's the hover as well. Definitely should be an AP jungler. Okay, so this is the Nidalee locked in. So it's interesting. I feel like does one to the Elise, has a lot of poke synergy with Jace and Varus, but currently no hard CC on the lineup, which does make it kind of risky to pick early. I feel like you definitely want now some CC from your support and perhaps your mid or top to kind of make this pick just a little bit more consistent.
Absolutely, as we're looking towards the bans now, first by CFO, we'll see what they sort of tend towards, maybe mid bans. Renekton?
Yeah, denying the Renekton Elise, I think, is smart. Most likely it will be Lee Sin mid rather than top, so can just ban out those tops, maybe even supports, but a lot of the supports that synergize well with Varus and Jhin are gone. It'll actually be interesting because I think Karma is maybe the last remaining good range support, I feel like here, at least as a poke one.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Annie banned against Varus's bot lane. Possibly also mid is worth mentioning. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you could even look for something, as I've brought up before, possibly something like the Thresh. It's really nice for repositioning that Varus, particularly if he is on hit. Not necessarily having to go with that sort of poke synergy. And we do see a Pyke ban. Very interesting decision, maybe taking away a bit more of that sort of early game roaming potential, seeing that we do already have the Elise and the Lee Sin locked in.
Now, last banning for Duish team, I think should be the Karma or the Nautilus, perhaps even the Leona. Okay, so it is the Karma. So I think definitely Leona or Nautilus here, some CC to work with the Nidalee. And I think hold this Jace flex still. You can wait to see who their mid and top are. Yeah, so will be the Leona most likely. I think Leona or Nautilus are both good here. Yeah, guarantees the CC, works well with Varus. So it should be one of those. Is the Nautilus locked in?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Scion here. Bit of a front line for, you know, these damage dealers they already have. Obviously, Lee Sin can sort of tend to build a little bit of resistance, but Scion has showed a lot of success here in the PCS. I don't believe we've seen Lacune play it yet. Lacune?
Yeah, I don't think he's played the Scion. Most likely will be locked in. Now, when we've seen the Scion locked in before, it has been countered by the likes of Gwen. We might just see Jace go mid and pick Gwen top. That would mean they were lacking a little bit in CC, but it's such a good matchup that I'd honestly still be down for it. And Leona most likely will be the match. The only other thing you could really consider is something like a Braum, but doesn't really work well with the Jhin at all.
No, absolutely. It's very hard to sort of synergize those champions with Jin's slow attack speed, but Leona just a good all-around support. Offers a lot of frontline ability, huge amount of CC, and engage for your team with that Solar Flare.
Okay, 3 seconds left. Should be locked in, I'd imagine, unless something weird comes out. Okay, now what is the last pick? I think you probably want to counter the Scion. I feel like just giving Scion free scaling probably isn't worth it. If you have a really good pick mid, I'd be down, but I think Rest has shown that he uses counter pick really well, and it looks like it will be the Gwen. It's kind of been the go-to answer to the Scion. Could be the Fiora as well. I feel like solo AP Nidalee kind of sucks, honestly, but I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Gwen, so a bit of extra Banjic damage there as well as true damage. Great matchup into the Scion. It's almost impossible to play this lane as Scion. You just sort of have to farm and join those team fights where he will see a bit more success than the Gwen. But yeah, we do see our drafts here. Who are you sort of favouring? Where do you think we're going to prioritise from each team? I think personally it looks like bot lane is looking like a bit of a kill fest, but then having the solo lane Lee Sin really shakes it up quite a bit.
I think there's a lot of volatility across the board. Pretty much the mid jungles and the bot lanes of both teams should be fighting quite a lot. I think top lane might be a bit more of a farm fest, at least for the first 6 levels. But yeah, mid jungle as well as the bot duos are going to be a lot of fighting. I think I favor CFO. My reasoning is that both teams have kind of drafted a very early game comp, and I think we've seen the CFO one of the best early game teams, if not the best in the league. So certainly no slouch there. On the side of Duish team, perhaps you're thinking, you know, if we don't show enough strength in the early game, we're just going to get rolled by CFO like what happened last time, right? So they've picked for early game, but at the same time, can you get enough done up against the side of CFO who are known for their early game? I'm not sure they'll be able to, so I think my bet's on CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. And also seeing that there is a Jace Nidalee on the team of Varus, almost certainly going to be that poke Varus. So it does sort of lower down their DPS a little bit, but they do have Gwen as almost a backup for that.
Yeah.
But I do think the Varus early game, Varus Nautilus will have priority in that bottom lane. We might see another on-spawn dragon taken by CFO, which we've seen quite a lot. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It is an extremely volatile game, so I feel like if someone gets a lead, it's probably just going to snowball extremely fast with these champions we see.
It sure will. Now we're on to the Rift, and my eyes are going to be on that Varus rune, because I think both on hit, maybe for killing the Scion, could make sense. Also poke against a no lifesteal AD could be good, but here we are, game 2 of the day. Duish team taking on CFO. Will they be able to survive longer than 24 minutes and 13 seconds, which was how long they lasted last time? Or will CFO set a new record?
Yeah, absolutely. As we're panning out, we're going to see where everyone's setting up for their level 1, see if we're trying to get some early vision. Very volatile jungle matchup. Last time we saw this jungle matchup, I believe Elise got killed level 2 and then got her blue buff stolen and then killed again level 3. So hopefully we're not going to see that. As we do take a look at runes, it is going to most likely be that poke Varus as we see Hail of Blades. Jhin opting for the fleet footwork, a bit more sustainability, a bit more mobility, lower on the damage. And yeah.
A little interesting, maybe by Jimmy to go for the Conqueror rather than the first strike, but perhaps just thinks that he needs, you know, just more power in this early game, be able to contest Zhao Tu in some of those longer Conqueror trades. It is kind of interesting though, because I think it's a comp that he should be able to proc first strike into pretty consistently. We'll have to see though. No Scion lane swap this time, which was something we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that Conqueror in a team fight, he probably will find it a very easy sort of time ramping that up on a Scion, sort of just brain dead hitting him for those stacks and then going in with a bit more damage. So overall, maybe in a team fight, if you do stack it up, you might have more damage coming from the Conqueror as well as a bit of healing.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a nice pickup, I think. Certainly pros and cons to it, but overall, makes sense in this game. junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map, and I think it's kind of curious by Elise. It looks like she's gone red Raptors, so most likely wants to do 3 camps in the bot gang. If you're ever going to Raptors second, there's always that possibility that you go down to Krugs and then to bot. Obviously can path into that top side after, but at least, you know, is known for some of those early ganks. Perhaps wants to counter gank the bot side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this pathing, if you do choose to sort of gank this bottom lane, you really have to get something out of it, right? Because Nidalee, one of the fastest clearers sort of in the jungle pool, is going to be able to clear that top side and bot side by the time, look, already onto the bot side as Elise is heading into the river, maybe looking for an invade.
Does have a lot of bot priority, but without the mid pro, I feel like it is a little risky. Perhaps can find Gemini very early on here. And WSL has left the game.
Oh, there we go. We have our pause. Yeah, interesting. Gemini is very low there, so if once WSL does get back into this game, if he does go hunting for Gemini, I think Gemini is going to have to just fall back from his jungle, maybe look to that top side of Duish team. You'll probably be able to clear that out. Sion might be able to come harass you, but then lose some waves to the Gwen. Obviously, Gwen having prio in this lane. Interesting to see what will happen after this.
Yeah, I think WSL, he's kind of shown that he's very good, you know, on the likes of the Elise, the Nidalee, stuff like that. So I wonder if here he's just, I don't know, almost like downloaded the path. Like he should know what's happening, right? I feel like maybe can catch Gemini out here and actually end up killing him, but it's hard to say. I think without the mid pro, while having bot pro, I think any play you have to make, he has to be reasonably fast, right? Like he's definitely on a timer. And if this doesn't work out, like you said, can definitely lose a lot of camps on the other side of the map. It's interesting that WSL's on screen here, but just isn't in league. So hopefully we'll be back soon.
Yeah, maybe an issue with the client, who really knows. But it is, last time these champions matched up in the jungle, it was actually WSL on the Nidalee invading the Elise of Sem 9, I believe. And so maybe he just has a really good knack for this matchup. Obviously, we see him here coming into the bot side. If he does take advantage of that, he does look to be in favor of that 1v1. Obviously, bot lanes can collapse quite quickly, as can probably Jace will get there a lot faster. So he is, as you said, on a timer. Does look to be an advantage off the immediate sort of scruffle they might have. But I think this could even dictate sort of how the game plays out.
Yeah, and I think if he manages to pick up some sort of kill or early pressure here, he really is just the king of both sides of the matchup, right? The fact that you can just leave these champions up and be fine opting into either side of it and have WSL pick up a win out of that is really nice. I think he has definitely looked much, much better on the AP junglers compared to the AD junglers, so I do like that they've continued to go for that. And I think coming back to kind of the rest of the map, you know, we see the Jace getting priority in the mid lane, kind of expected up against the Lee Sin. Lee Sin's not kind of as strong as he used to be, where you could just either wave on cooldown and with the W sustain never really be chunked out. They kind of curbed that after, I think it was, I want to say season 11?
I believe so,
yeah. When Lee Sin was very, very strong. But yeah, it's still getting a little bit of play and still team fights pretty well, right?
Yeah, and maybe, I mean, maybe the thought behind sort of Lee Sin mid might be that once you get the Ravenous Hydra, you can do exactly that again, right? Just you'll immediately clear a wave, can look to go top, can look to go bot, sort of giving power to the jungler, power to the lanes, maybe look for objectives as well. But as we said, both very early game sort of focused teams. And yeah, I do like the Lee Sin pick. It is very interesting, but it's going to be hard to execute. I think a lot harder than the Jace, because the Jace eventually will just sit back, use Shock Blast, get a lot of poking done, as well as the Nidalee and whatnot. So Lee Sin a lot harder to execute, I'd say, than the Jace.
I think as a whole, Duish team's comp is a little more difficult to execute, I feel like, and I don't know, it's risky again, you know, coming up against CFO, you kind of have to draft early game just to not get obliterated early on, but, you know, at the same time, snowballing into a team that's just known for their early game is very, very difficult, but perhaps they will actually find that opening they need if Gemini can be taken out here by WSL on that invade. Hopefully we will return to the game in due time. Otherwise, it gives people more time to think about where WSL actually is. Perhaps they'll think about the fact that he could be invading on this buff. It's actually something definitely worth thinking about. But here, okay, back in the game.
Oh, we've skipped a little bit, so WSL did start up that blue buff. Gemini just sitting in the bush. Looks like WSL will back out here. Maybe look for a level 3 mid or come around from the other side of blue. He is doing that. So this is not over yet. Might get seen on that trap, does get seen on the trap, but Gemini quite low on mana as well.
Zhao somehow got mid priority, perhaps with 2 points. Actually, it's 2 points Q, not E.
And WSL secures the Gromp.
Can he get more?
Oh, gets the flash out of Nautilus. Now that's quite big because Nautilus, he does kind of have an escape with his hook, but it makes it a lot more volatile, especially around this Elise and Leona setup in the bottom lane.
Is Xiaotu using his priority to good effect? At the same time, though, it Seesaw's back, and now Jimmy will be the one here. And Xiaotu did give up a fair amount of CS to come to this roam. So I think all things considered, CFO is actually probably ahead after that. But WSL in that jungle matchup finds himself at least staying even in farm for now, as opposed to rapidly falling behind in Italy.
Yeah, definitely. After the end of that, we do see Jimmy in a little bit of hit and farm there, as is the Gwen. Quite a lot of hit up top, which obviously wasn't really impacted by that jungle, other than Gwen knows she can play a bit safer. And here we do see trades going on down in the bottom lane. Not too much to talk about, but we do see Gemini coming down, so the Dooish team have to be very careful here, because landing a Nidalee spear onto either one of them could probably just result in instant death.
Yeah, playing quite respectful. Jimmy and perhaps out of position.
Looking for the Cocoon. Cocoon will miss, as will Resonating Strike.
WSL is in a bit of trouble. Can probably just back out of this, but WSL not finding that initial gank. Perhaps, well, I don't think it would have been a kill, but perhaps could have been a flash if that Cocoon did connect. And topside, Rest is always, you know, consistently building up these leads for himself, and already finds himself at least a little bit ahead in this 1v1.
Dragon just spawned. We won't see CFO doing it immediately. Blue buff being taken by Gemini, as we see on screen.
Yeah, so actually managing to take away WSL's blue. So WSL, he has to look for something either mid and bot here. I think it's probably too much tempo to start up the Dragon. But perhaps can look on a Slaytrue's Nautilus, who still doesn't have the flashback up.
We do see Varus recalling.
Ooh, might be spotted. No, it does not step on the trap. The bot
looks like it will just be.
Ooh, okay, did proc the trap, so is spotted out there. The ping comes down. And Wise, I think, of CFO's bot lane to recall there while Gemini is on the opposite side of the map. Can he stop the base? Ooh, he actually can. I think Lakunai might be dead here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to play here, but you do have to be careful as obviously Flying Oyster, as the Scion passive does do a lot of damage. Let's see how it's played out. Nothing yet. We do see Gemini start tanking. Does try flash away. Lakunai gets him to 1 HP. That is tragic, as Xiaotu also expands the flash. I mean, sorry, the teleport.
Yeah, wow. Very, very close there from CFO. Gemini lives with just a sliver of HP. And like you said, Xiaotu investing the flash as well as Lakunai actually using the flash was kind of disastrous, right? You were kind of expecting it once he was so low under that tower, but I think Rest picking up that kill as well. Probably the best person it could possibly go on.
Yeah, Xiaotu comes and looks for the solo queue and will receive it. So that's massive for Dooish team.
It is a good kill, but it definitely doesn't come at no cost, right? It's really weird to be going for some sort of invade like that, and is now falling extremely far behind in the mid matchup.
Absolutely, as Inho looks, does land a root onto Slaytrue, but he will get away even though he's cocooned on the way out.
Yeah, the buff from the Nautilus Q there, very, very nice. And I think for me, I'm looking now towards the solo laners of CFO to carry this game. Rest has found himself with a kill, and Jimmy and a 20 CS lead from Xiaotu really just giving up this mid wave constantly and looking to make plays. I think Jimmy can scale into this game so well. Looks to put it on his back.
Yeah, as WSL is looking again for Jimmy, but Jimmy will just use that speed boost to run away.
And now a lot of control around this Dragon area, but I think on the side, or honestly both sides, teams that want to snowball early, you're probably better off spending the tempo somewhere else rather than doing it the objective. At the same time, CFO is known for picking up these Dragons early and often. But actually, Gemini just going back to his jungle, so is playing a tempo jungler and wants to still put his camps on cooldown. It's actually funny here, WSL is actually only level 4, with solo laners getting pretty close to level 8 here.
Yeah, both junglers quite sort of low on CS totals, but I guess that's sort of the nature of the jungle matchup and how this early game has sort of developed. As WSL is looking here, bot does have a nice angle here. Slaytrue's flash is back up importantly. Both suns available for Shun. Lands the hook, stunned up for Slaytrue, and it repelled away right next to Nautilus, but might get away. Gemini looks for the spear, will just only land onto Inho.
Does manage to flash out, and WSL very, very low off the back end of that. Perhaps can just throw some spears at them. Jimmy does have priority.
Yeah, WSL has to be really careful here. He's not going to check the bush.
Ooh. Okay, he gets very, very low. Zhao2's here now.
Yeah, Zhao2 roaming down, does get caught by the Nidalee spear. Nidalee is completely out of mana. It looks like Zhao2... Oh, WSL will pick up the kill, sorry. Curtain Call used. One landed onto Jimian get hits again. And down goes Slaytrue. Pepero picking up a massive kill, a double kill even. And a third flash away from Varus, so... Massive trade there for Duish team. You have to like their prospects in this game now.
Wow, Duish team, they managed to equalize the goal lead after that. And something you can't say often, but Duish team actually just out-executed CFO in an early game skirmish. And perhaps the early game comp is looking good. Right, they have managed to farm leads on all of this bot side. That being said, though, top remains at a pretty significant deficit. So let's look how this starts. I mean, Jimmy, he takes a lot of damage to begin with, but still trades back a fair amount of poke. I think the problem is they just didn't disengage early enough, and Zhao2 comes down here, full HP. Gemini really hesitates, ends up getting out so late, just going down for free. The rest of CFO, they try and escape, but once the curtain call comes through, they're kind of hard to get out, right? And they're all so low, Shuni very close to taking people out, but just doesn't quite have the damage this early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And also that first sort of look that WSL had bottom when he almost died, repelled away, they did actually get the Varus cleanse there. So I feel like if he still had the cleanse up, maybe can play a bit more aggressively, possibly get off a bit of damage there, maybe turn it around, but ultimately, Duish team executed that fantastic, as we do see them initiating onto Slaytrue again, does get a nice buffer, but will be knocked up by the decimating smash and goes down to Leona.
Poor Slaytrue, man. He put on probably the best mechanical Nautilus performance there I'd ever seen. Actually managed to get out, but unfortunately went down. And that's the Herald picked up by Duish team, which is very important for this comp. I want us to kind of direct our eyes towards top lane, though. Rest can still carry this game, although the rest of the map is pretty quickly falling apart around him.
Yeah, absolutely. But with a player like Rest, you can never count him out to be able to do so. But this game has huge implications if they do lose, because there are two teams only one sort of win behind them. So losing here and seeing either of those teams who are facing up against each other tonight winning will put them second equal, which you don't want to come third. You don't want to miss out on that playoff bye.
Certainly don't. And I think also it'd be a massive confidence booster for Duish team, right? Most likely can't get into the playoffs at this point. But you definitely have to kind of feel good for the next split if you can take down a CFO who honestly have been looking pretty good recently. Take a look at the player gold. Rest remains 600 gold ahead of actually the second most fed in the game, which is Pepero, and a huge gold lead over his opponent here. Gemini, though, very, very far behind. You don't want to see Nidalee, at the very bottom of the charts here.
Yeah, absolutely. Either one of these junglers getting behind, they sort of don't offer a whole lot. I mean, I'd rather be behind as at least the Nidalee. You still can kind of cocoon, but it's going to be very hard for Gemini to have any real impact, as we do see Solar Flare used. Catches Gemini just on the side, but not the stun, and it will be disengaged from. But good job to stop that dragon by CFO. From CFO, sorry.
Oh, and it's actually picked up by Duish team, so CFO, honestly, just... yeah, falling apart a little bit in this early game. Have now kind of leashed the dragon. He's also forced a flash on Gemini, who has not found himself a camp lead whatsoever. For me, it's really on Rest and perhaps even Shun, who's still managed to farm his way into this game, to put up a carry performance, because so far, CFO mid-jungle is looking not out of the game completely, but certainly at a deficit that you don't want to be on with these champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the Rift Herald, which also got picked up by Duish team, they're probably going to look to use that bottom, I suggest, and inject sort of some extra gold onto the Jhin. I feel like he is probably your late game carry threat. So we'll have to see where that exactly goes. Obviously, it is kind of hard for them to get priority, but bringing a couple members down, Lee Sin likes to roam, Elise loves to gank bot. So I think that's where they're going to head, see some extra gold onto Pepero. So it might end up becoming sort of the Pepero versus Rest show.
Could be. I think it is pretty difficult to play the Jhin. Ooh, Jimin, he's getting low.
Yes, we see Repel used. Nice knockback there. And also the Nautilus ult used as well. Huge shockwave takes WSL extremely low as Nidalee looks for a spear. Threads the needle. That was a beautiful spear onto Enho there.
There is still a lot of poke that can come in from the side of CFO, and really not a lot of sustain from Duish team. Although they do have very good engage to actually poke this, or sorry, to punish the poke comp for trying to do that. And Rest as well definitely has that split push win condition. So both teams can certainly look for stuff. Let's take a look at the replay. So Jimian, I guess he queued forward? Yeah, queued forward and then was immediately engaged on Zhao. Invested the flash. Jimian, wow, actually did not have the flash and just barely sidestepped and managed to get out alive. If he hadn't done that, would have just certainly gone down. It's the Gore Drinker once again on the Jace, and something we haven't seen before, I don't think, is actually the tier on Gwen. You don't often see that, but perhaps thinks it's going to be, you know, very extended kind of fights in the side lane and just wants more mana for dealing with that Scion.
Yeah, it might be, as you said, sort of similar to the Veigar, just grab the tier and sit on it. I don't see her buying the Seraphs, at least early game.
Yeah, would be pretty surprised to see it upgraded before maybe 3rd or 4th item, but could be something. I mean, I haven't seen it before, but perhaps a new meta. And Rest is forced away from this tower, at least for the time being. Is he going to get cancelled again? Ooh, almost.
Zhao2 having a huge impact sort of on these side lanes. Obviously falling a bit behind in the CS department, but has got a lot for his bot lane, for example. So, honestly, I think he's done good usage on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, probably a worthwhile trade, I think. Has fallen behind in CS, like you said, but hasn't snowballed to anything more.
As we see an engaged mid here, the Cocoon is landed on Jimmy and he's getting extremely low. Will he go down? Repel away from WSL, and Gemini coming in doesn't hit the spear, so I don't think anything can become of this.
Slater once again in the right place at the right time is able to save Jimmy from yet another gank, although there was the flash invested. Jimmy has to be careful, I feel like, being on that mid wave.
Yeah, absolutely. There is that ward there as well. Lee Sin going in for the 1v2. Oh, doesn't quite get it, and you do have to question, like, it would have been pretty cool if he had have made it, but is it worth the risk?
Yeah, perhaps not. Does end up going down, and it's picked up by Jimian, and is now just able to reset, kind of set everything back to normal. Now, CFO's game plan definitely has been disrupted a little bit, though, with that first dragon being picked up by Duish team. It's not often that we see CFO be the ones to pick up drags later. Rest.
WSL looking towards Rest. He doesn't have that invulnerable, and a nice flash cocoon shut down onto Elise. That's huge. Maybe look to get this tower as well.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the replay first. This was the mid lane fight initially. So Jimian was engaged on very early, still does not have the, it does have the flash at this point, and is able to flash out. Honestly, just not a lot of damage between Zhao2 and WSL. I mean, both of them aren't particularly strong at this point. Jimmy manages to buy enough time for the boys to come back. And then I think Zhao2, with having this ward already in the lane, he wanted to try to use it for something, but you have to feel that if Jimian's laning on this low health, that there are members nearby, right? Gets the heal from Nidalee. I think the E also cancels the W after, I want to say. Yeah, cancels the W, and Zhao2 ends up going down.
I have to think possibly that first instance, you know, when WSL came in and it was a nice ward jump kick by Lee Sin. If it wasn't the Gore Drinker Jace, if it was that Eclipse that we sometimes see, he probably would have gone down. So that extra tankiness that you do get from the Gore Drinker, I do think saved him there, as we looked for CFO looking towards this Rift Herald.
Gold remains pretty much even. TP comes in from Lacunai, so definitely wants to be a contest. We'll see if I match them for it. Probably want to try find some poke before it if they want to.
Could also look for the dragon here, which I don't think is such a bad idea.
It's going to be a 5v5 contest, I think.
Zhao2 looking, Jimian landing the Q over the wall. Hook is landed onto Lacunai, but he goes down extremely slowly. They've traded him for the Herald. I don't believe they'll get anything else of this, but Rest is headed towards them.
Rest perhaps wants more, but is he going to go for the 1v3? I mean, doesn't have his W.
Does get engaged on, and he's just going down. A really, really risky way to go. You have to question the decision making for that.
That was insanely greedy pathy. What did I just say? Insanely greedy pathing there from Rest, which, you know, with the W down is already risky enough, right? But the fact that you use W, hold on that thought as Jimmy gets engaged on.
This is about the 4th time we've seen it. Gemini with a nice arrow. Oh, going in, Inho is going to go down as well. So we've seen them really try to get a lot onto Jimian. He survives almost every single time and now is constantly turning into kills for the team of CFO.
It's definitely nice there, I think, to trade those couple kills back. And the tower does go over, but it's pretty much all the gold goes to Zhao2. Can he still look for something in the side lane? I'm not sure he wins this down a level and also versus the Conqueror.
Yeah, we do see Jimian use all of his abilities, but Resonating Strike will miss from Zhao2. Ward hops away, looks like he'll be fine.
Very wise there to back away. Dragon is picked up here by CFO, so they find themselves with a slight lead. A lot of that gold is actually just up in the top lane. Rest still find themselves with a very big advantage. But let's take a look at this initial replay. So the curtain call comes out very early. It looks like Enhao and WSL, they're just kind of behind enemy lines, right? Very deep in with Sion dead as well. So there's just nowhere really to go. They try to get out, but I'm honestly not too sure what they were looking for there.
It is questionable that the Jhin ult is used because CFO have priority mid, right? So you've used the Jhin ult to commit to clearing a wave. Meanwhile, even further up in the other side's jungle, you've just gone for an engagement. So it is questionable, maybe not on the same page here.
And Jimmy has found himself with a very big lead, right? Which is, it's got to feel good. You were the kind of target of a lot of this early game pressure here from Duish team, but still finding yourself with a very massive lead. And it's important because Xiaotu did have so much impact on the map early on, but now it's kind of Jimmy's time to shine, right? Is up 50 CS, also a level advantage for him. And now completes the second item, which is really where your damage is going to come from.
And with it being a Jhin 80 carry too, with this poke comp and the Jace's ability to poke, you aren't really going to see the same amount of lifesteal that we've seen to sort of counter that comp. So really, him being able to maintain sort of his foothold in this game, even though he's received so many ganks and so much pressure, is going to have a huge impact, I feel, against Peppero's ability to sort of position in this game and find access to these fights.
It is pretty hard, I think, to be a Jhin in this game. It's kind of surprising that he picked it. I think just wanted probably the lane pressure. But at the same time, playing up against the Nautilus and the Gwen is pretty annoying. It actually is the Seraphs, or rather the Archangel, completed here for Rest. So not something we've seen before on the Gwen.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it sort of pans out. It is interesting. I guess it just, you get a bit more survivability, right? And nice flash shockwave, but shock blast, but it didn't quite hit because of the heal. Well, it did hit, sorry, but didn't quite kill.
It's very, very close. I'm actually surprised that the heal came out in time.
Yeah, good foresight there by Peppero. We are looking to try clear this mid wave as Shun sort of hits away at it.
Kunai is so tanky up against all these kind of...
Yeah, nice initiation here onto Gemini. Gemini does go down. Repel right next to Jimian, who also follows. We see Enho about to go down. Lacune as well. That is just a 4-for-1 trade. Peppero arrives too late.
And Peppero is going to get forced off this tower, I think. Wow. He's just dead.
Nice buffer of the knockback by Jace there.
And Jimmy, he's kind of taking over. I mean, I have to say that initial engage from Duish team was actually good, but the problem is that they end up in a corridor, and you see what happens up against the Gwen and the Jace when that happens, right? Just so much AoE coming out from them. And now Jimmy as well and truly outscaled Xiaotu, right? Just look at the damage difference in that fight, and I think CFO solo lane is starting to put on a bit of a clinic. But let's have a look at this. So I think initial engage looks good. Probably should have looked to focus Jimian, but they landed all the CC on a Gemini. And then after this, watch Rest, right? Just hitting 3 targets with his ult pretty much constantly. Jimian as well just gets a free hit with now all the threat gone. Rest almost goes down. I honestly think if Duish team had coordinated that maybe a little bit better, if the Cocoon is placed just a tiny bit differently and they killed Jimian rather than Gemini, the fight actually could be completely different.
Yeah, and importantly, they did not have Jhin there as well. We saw him get poked out and expend that heal to survive and then back to base. So even if he was able to be in that as well, might have seen a different story. But what's happened, and now we're looking at player gold. Jimian really, really far ahead, closely followed by Rest and Shun. So top 3, all on the side of CFO, and you have to feel like they've kind of just outscaled now. 5k gold lead in total. Solar Flare is used onto Gemini, but missed.
Shun is kind of a surprising one as well, right? Feels like he hasn't had to do a whole lot, but finds himself with a significant lead.
And we do see Unstoppable onto Shun. He is caught. Cleanse flashes away. Chain of Corruption lands onto Enho as Rest just comes in and sort of annihilates him. Needlework used to slow Sion. Does get onto him. Used again. Hook does land and Rest is just eliminating him.
Yeah, Rest does so much damage here. The one that really has to deal with the tanks. I think with these kills, you can honestly turn towards Baron, right? WSL has been chunked out, and CFO, they have quite a bit of Baron DPS. No one's really caring about the Dragon. Will they look for a pick or just start up the Baron? I think they're just going to start it up.
Does look that way. You do have, even though you have this poke Varus, you got a lot of damage out of the Jace and out of the Gwen, so it does help a lot. Xiaotu positioning like he wants to try and stop it. Curtain Call is expended.
Zhao2, I don't think he can really do anything here. Ooh.
Flash hooked, and he'll be not long for this world. WSL also tries to steal, and he'll go down too. I feel like they can just snowball this. They'll probably take the Dragon first, but they could also opt to just try and take some towers.
Yeah, I actually want to see the gold graph because I feel like this is just snowballed out of control out of nowhere. So initially, Shun's pushed up on mid-wave, but has both sums currently, is engaged on by the Scion, actually just space glides out of there, and then is engaged on, burns them both. And that's a lot of the cooldowns already gone, right? So off the back of this, Douche team just kind of have to run. The Kunai without the ult as well is just kind of, you know, left alone. There's not much he can do to actually escape, and Rest here does so much damage with these ultis.
Really, really far ahead here on the side of CFO now. And to what you said before, too, it felt like Douche team really had a good opportunity. They were finding what they needed to find, and then out of nowhere, it's ballooned to a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, it just kind of exploded out of nowhere. I think Douche team really just were competitive until they weren't, and I think a lot of that was just around that mid fight, right, where you had the engage and it just wasn't enough. I mean, yeah, take a look at the gold difference. It was very close for a very long time, but now CFO find themselves with that 10,000 gold lead at only 24 minutes. They don't have the dragons that they normally do, only 2 dragons here at 24 minutes. But it's very difficult, I feel like, to play up against a poke comp when you do fall behind, especially if you don't have any lifesteal, right? You just end up getting forced off your towers eventually. Now, Jimian, he doesn't have flash. Zhao2's not in the bush. Well, is actually showing there.
We've tried for about the 5th time to find a gank onto Jimian, and it has resulted the same way again. WSL does go down, and I don't see really what you can do anymore as Douche team. Like, all of their champions are quite early game focused. You know, Lee Sin, Elise, that's where they really excel. Pepero does have a bit of scaling, but again, against the poke comp, what can he really achieve? Lacuna is just getting absolutely demolished by Rest as the matchup does go. As we do also see Rest has finished the Void Staff, so it's going to be even more problematic. Massive Spear does land here onto Enho, followed by a Shock Blast. He hasn't even had anyone on the screen. He's lost half his health.
Yeah, CFO, they're grouping in one lane. Need someone to go Baron the mid-wave. But I think you're right, Douche team, they just don't have a lot of options here. And it should be at least 2 inhibs falling, and CFO could perhaps push for even more off that.
Yeah, mid inhib tower does go down.
Yeah, can they break bot? I think they should be able to. They still have 30 seconds on this Baron. I think they can just push for more. They have to feel so strong in these fights here. Perhaps respecting the engage. Ooh.
Yeah, botched engage there onto Shun, but Shun does pick up the kill there on Zhao2. As we see Chain of Corruption lands onto Lacune. He does land a massive stun, but it's just too little too late. He will go down to Shun on Varus, knocks away the passive of Scion, and I believe we're going to see the end of the game here.
Yeah, Jimmy, and can he kite out Pepero? I think he can.
Yeah, Pepero trying to get it, just to sort of kill at the end here, but Rest is going to chase him down. Snip, snip, and down goes Jin as well.
Yeah, and despite how close the game was for so long a time, it's actually only 2 minutes later that CFO are going to end up picking this win up over Douche team in only 27 minutes here. And, I mean, it's just crazy because the first time these teams faced, it was like 24-6. It doesn't even look that different here, but honestly, Douche team, I feel like, played the first 10 minutes pretty well. But really just fell apart after that mid-fight. And admittedly, the way the comps are, once a team falls behind, you're really not going to get back into it, right? It's 2 teams that need the snowball early. And so once you fall behind, you just don't have a lot of options back into the game.
Absolutely. And I feel like in terms of who really let them not fall behind was Jimmy. And he received so much pressure. Was able to survive all of it, essentially. There was one sort of fight down bot lane, which was where we first saw Douche team gain a lead. But after that, they poured it all into Jimian. He survived every single gank. Some of them turned around to them getting double kills, and it just snowballed from there. They were getting objectives, Rift Heralds, towers, more kills onto Jimian. I don't know, it just snowballed out of control really, really quickly. From a position, it looked like Douche team were like going to win, if not, you know, take it to a long game.
Yeah, it really is one of those things where once it reaches that point where one team takes a lead, they can just take everything all at once. And it was quite close, I feel like, to Douche team being the ones to do that instead. I think also, you know, obviously credit to Jimian for avoiding a lot of those ganks, but Slay True as well was very consistently around mid lane, right, to kind of diffuse a lot of that pressure. And I think Zhao2, while he found a lot of early pressure on the map, it did come at a cost of just letting Jimian scale. I think had something like 10.4 CS per minute or something, was extremely strong. And once you see that Pocom get ahead, I mean, it really, Duish team, they were not long for this world.
Absolutely. I do like the idea of the draft from Duish team. However, maybe if it was executed a little better, I mean, some of those ganks as well, we saw a Cocoon just miss. Maybe if those were landing, we might have seen a different game. But ultimately, one thing that didn't seem like it would have changed was that top lane. Rest was just demolishing Lacune all game long. And that is how the matchup goes. Possibly it's not supposed to be that one-sided. Maybe Science supposed to have a little bit more impact. But yeah, it was sort of, after that first initial good look down bot lane, it did sort of snowball very, very quickly in only the favor of CFO.
Yeah, and I think a lot of bans were put towards bot lane here, right? Like, we have 4 support bans, the Heimer, Ashe, Annie, and Karma, all from the side of Duish team, just to end up trading Nautilus Leona, right? Like, it feels, I don't know, is that really worth it? That many bans to just go for kind of what is an even support trade? I'm not sure. It feels like some of those could have been, perhaps you target away the Nidalee, perhaps you look for the Gwen in the second phase. I'm not sure. Just felt like nothing really amounted towards putting all that pressure. I guess you avoid versing something like the Varus Karma, but I actually think, you know, could potentially be playable, right? If you have Elise plus a gank set up support, you actually have a lot of threat onto those champions. It can be pretty difficult for them to just push up and play for free. So I'm not surprised by it. Like, I think it made sense in the draft, but I think perhaps in hindsight could change that a little differently, because I think Rest just finding himself with such a massive lead in that top lane really just, it always added that security for the side of CFO here. But let's look at that botched engage. I think if they find Jimmy with his Cocoon instead, the fight could be completely different, because now with everything gone, Rest obviously deals the damage, but Jimmy as well, just completely untouched and can just auto attack QE for free. And yeah, look at the damage there. It is really those CFO solo laners who come up big, and the damage graph, or sorry, the gold graph is one of the more extreme ones I feel like we've seen.
Yeah, very, very even for the majority of the game, and then just balloons completely. And it was probably around that fight we just saw, right? Jhin gets poked out, and then we've gone for the engage and didn't land that on the correct person, hitting it on Gemini. It was over very quickly. From that, they got Baron, more dragons, more towers, and that's how we see this gold graph. I don't think I've seen one like this in a long time.
It is crazy how it was so close for, I want to say, the first 17 or 18 minutes here. You know, maybe 1k at most, and then suddenly just balloons out of control. It really shows how much gold can be taken in such a short amount of time once you actually get ahead, right? There's just so much gold on the map in terms of the towers, the dragons, the camps, that once you get access to them, you do pick them all up. It is the MVP going over to Rest, who did find himself, you know, a massive lead all in the 1v1, and I feel like Rest, one of the best players at actually using his counter pick, right? I think sometimes we see the counter picks end up a little lackluster, but certainly not for Rest. Has picked stuff like the Udyr before, and now comes out on the Gwen. And I think you can't really blind pick Sion against Rest again unless you take away this pick.
Not after seeing that game anyway. He really, really exploited the weaknesses of Sion. He got the lead that he's supposed to off getting this counter pick, and it ended up extremely well for them, right? Like, they had so many ways to win eventually. Jimmy obviously having a massive performance. We saw the damage that he did during that game. And then Rest up the top, another amazing amount of damage. Varus behind on the poke. And just honestly, Slaytrue's engages, his ability to peel for that Varus, really allowed a lot more damage to be coming through.
Yeah, I mean, just credit to the side of CFO. Obviously, they were coming in as a heavy favorite, right? One of those top 3 teams. But they do take out Duish team in relatively easy fashion. I do think from the side of Duish team, though, honestly, not an awful game, right? They did make a big mistake, but they were competitive up against what is, you know, a pretty strong top 3 team. But we will be going to a break in just a moment. After this, we do have DCG taking on S9W for our 3rd game of the day.
seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. We're in week 5, day 2, now up to the 3rd game. If you're just joining us, we just saw Douche Team and CFO go at it in what was a 26-minute game, but there must have been, I don't know how many kills, I think 28 total. I mean, they were really going at it. But now, DCG up against Sem9. I think it's hard to bet against DCG, right? They look like the much stronger team, and also last time these teams faced, it was literally 20 kills to 0 in DCG's favors. So S9, I feel like honestly they have improved since then, but I kind of doubt they'll be DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do pretty consistently see YJY get these good score lines on his AD carry, but nothing ever really comes from it. And I just don't know really what S9 can do. They've tried a lot of different things and nothing really has come out very successful for them. So it's very hard for me to say anything other than DCG probably going to look to win here. Maybe we will see sort of focus from Nesty not be on those assassins. We saw him play Akali yesterday. Wasn't the greatest showing he's had. He's had a fantastic game on Lissandra, for example. Likes those control mages more than anything. So maybe I think we're going to see more of that from him today.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I think it's kind of weird from Deep Cross, because I think that of all the teams in the league, they might have the most defined identity in terms of just like, okay, we get Nesty, a counter pick that can move around the map, something like the Talia, the Lissandra, the Ryze, and they really go from there. Speaking of DCG, Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskada, and Char. So actually, Orca subbed out here in the support, and they've got someone new. I think it's interesting, right? I feel like Deep Cross's bot lane has been pretty inconsistent. This could be something that they're looking to get him experience before playoffs, or perhaps just saying, okay, S9, they're not a free win, but they're certainly one of the weaker teams, right? If you want to try out a new player, this could certainly be the place to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And with it coming down sort of to crunch time for them, they really need a win here to sort of escape the tie that they're currently facing. They did try something new yesterday in their bot lane with the Ashe Heimerdinger, I believe, and a very interesting sort of Ashe build, more focused on utility than whatnot. And Kriskada, honestly, having some fantastic Ashe ults. Maybe we could see that again. I kind of liked it. Didn't really pan out all that well, but it'll be interesting to see as we do look at Sem9 team here with Relia, Fia, Calumnia, YJY, and Kiddes.
Yeah, so on the side of Sem9, I think that they've had a lot of difficulty getting kind of all members to perform at the same time, right? Like you said, YJY tends to find himself with leads. I think Rel here, very inconsistent, has some, honestly has had some great carry performances, but is just as likely to get solo killed and fall very far behind. So I think a lot of that kind of focus should be on getting Rel here a good top matchup, getting him just into a kind of situation where he's comfortable. Because I think if you can get multiple members here on the side of Sem9 in a good spot, honestly can look to carry the game. But let's take a look at the stats comparison between these two ADCs. And YJY finds himself at 10th with a 1.8 KDA, but honestly, I think has had pretty good games, and I think this is more just like, he's on a bottom tier team, you're going to die a lot. 30% of his team's damage, though, is Kriskada, and I think a lot of that is because Nesty doesn't play the traditional, hard carry DPS mids, right? I haven't seen him play the likes of the Azir, the Victor, or something like that, and so a lot of that kind of consistent, sustained DPS in the team fights does come from Kriskada, and yeah, has been certainly putting up the numbers.
That's right, and YJY, for I think it was a 5-game streak, he played only the Varus. We have seen him go off the Varus recently. He's tried the Callista. Yesterday had a pretty good performance on Xayah. He struggled to get through Long's Jax, which, that is a very hard sort of champion for an AD carry to take out, as his camera is very unfocused in this current screen. But I think, yeah, bot lane might be somewhere to watch as we do head into Champion Select. We see an Aurelia ban, interesting enough, and a Sejuani ban, also Caitlyn banned by S9.
Aurelia, definitely a target ban towards S9. They flex it in both mid and top. So taking that away as well as the Sejuani to kind of get rid of a lot of these kind of weirder AD mids, neutralize some of the AD options. I think I like it because S9 has shown they kind of prefer, AD mids or just a lot of melees, right? It's definitely been something they've gone up with a few times. Now, what is the last ban here? We haven't seen Asol picked at all. Okay, Elise is the ban.
Yeah, Elise is banned, and I don't see Calumnia playing the Asol if we're going to get it this game. He has sort of performed better on these AD sort of mid laners. Maybe Nesty, we could look to pick it up. Again, it is a control mage, and it scales extremely well. I guess it's more about the matchup, as we've touched on the previous broadcast. It's pretty hard to blind pick that champion, as Jax is the final ban here.
Okay, so Ashe is open. A few of the junglers remain open as well. Even the Zeri is up. The Zeri is kind of interesting because I feel like for the teams that play it, you can just first pick it and be completely fine. But it is the Gragas locked in, so it is that triple flex. And I think Nesty will probably be one of the best mid Gragases, right? It's definitely a champ that is in his wheelhouse. And having more of those types of champs in the meta is definitely good for him.
That's right, and with the Gragas, we saw it yesterday a lot, the first pick for blue Gragas is just so powerful because it doesn't tell you anything about the draft. It can go any three of these lanes. As you touched on, maybe it's something Nesty would like to look to pick up, but we do see Vi here picked by S9 for Fear, and Xayah picked up for YJY. So going back to yesterday, we do see the Xayah, we might see the Rakan again, that's what we saw yesterday, but now looking for Deep Cross Gaming's pick for their second pick.
Feel like you probably want to pick up some bot lane options here, right? You want to be able to punish this Xayah. You can always afford to drop jungler or mid if you have Gragas, right? Can always end up flexing it. So at the same time, could take a jungle option. All right, looks like it will be the Ashe and perhaps a Varus to be paired with it. You know, something that is kind of strong in the lane. Caitlyn could be an option too. Actually, it's banned away. Never mind. I'd be looking towards the Varus here.
Right, and we did see Cascada play it as AD carry yesterday, but with the Heimerdinger ban, I think it's a lot less likely. Wukong is picked up as the jungler against the Vi, and you do like that Wukong. It is a very strong sort of jungler, especially once you have taken out that Sejuani. It's kind of the next in line since we've seen Elise and Marcos kind of fall in priority. Looking at Calumnia, they are looking like they're going to pick a mid laner, and I don't hate that.
The Victor will be interesting. It does scale very well into the Gragas, but it's extremely immobile, right? When you're looking at the enemy comp, you got Wukong. Okay, yeah, actually swapping towards the Veigar, I like that a lot more. I think it does punish a bit of this shorter range better. It's still suffering from the same problems as Victor of just being immobile up against, you know, Wukong, Ashe, Gragas. But it's the second time we've seen the Veigar today. We're going to have to see, does it get the opportunity to scale a bit better than the last one did?
Right, and we're looking for the bans here for the second phase. Just before they come in, do you think ASOL is pickable into Veigar?
It's pickable, but it probably doesn't make a lot of sense here. I think you've got a lot of stuff that can make your job difficult as ASOL, right? The Veigar cage, the Vild, as well as just the feathers from Xayah make stuff difficult. I think when you see a blind Veigar, you can just look to hard punish it in lane, or just put the Gragas mid and be like, okay, you know, I can play whatever I want up against this. Nesty, not the kind of guy that normally picks for lane, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see him on the Gragas.
And we do see the Varus Zeri banned against DCG, and Rakan taken away from that infamous bot lane of Rakan, Xayah, and then Nautilus banned as well, which we've seen huge impact on him, especially since those support item changes. Fourth pick coming in for S9 now. Maybe looking for that support. Pyke is hovered.
Keres does prefer his melee support, so wouldn't be too surprised to see some form of engage picked up from that support role. Will it be the Pyke locked in? Okay, so we've seen Pyke do very well into Ashe before. To see if it is repeatable again here. Ezreal was the hover. I would be pretty surprised to see that. Would give you some mobility, but doesn't feel like it's particularly strong in the meta.
Yeah, hovering a lot of AD carries, but then going over to the Karma.
Can still be Ashe ADC, like yesterday as well. Lots of options here. Okay, the Ezreal is locked in. I think the Ezreals we've seen have actually done pretty good damage, but have never really managed to convert it into the win. Perhaps just feeling there's so much threat on him here that you just don't really have any choice. Nara's a hover, one of the better top lines, but I would honestly prefer to see... I almost want to see Veigar countered, but at the same time, Hanami on the Gragas, or sorry, Nesty should be very good on the Gragas.
Absolutely, and getting that sort of Gnar blind, although Gragas, a good blind as well, obviously. And what we see into it, the Scion does make some sense. Give you that front line, someone that you can sort of work on initiating. Relia does tend also to go towards carries. We've seen him, I think his best game was on the Fiora. I would love to see a Yorick, but I highly doubt that's going to be locked in.
Yeah, Camille makes sense. He's played it before. Also works very well with the Vi. Pretty much gives you a guaranteed kill at level 6 onto the Gnar. And I think that is perhaps the risk there of blinding Gnar, right? I think in an ideal world, you do counter the Veigar and just put Gragas top. But I think for this team, Nesty doesn't really make sense to just have him play that like hard counter mid matchup. So instead, I feel like they draft more for like their players as opposed to what's, you know, perfectly optimal on paper. And I actually think I prefer that. I think DCG have a comp that they should be very happy with. On the side of S9, definitely have a lot of win conditions, right? The Camille is potentially one, the Pyke is well accelerating, and Calumnia is scaling. So I think both teams honestly kind of got what they wanted, and I'm pretty excited to see what S9 have to show us.
Yeah, and I do favour sort of the early game here. I feel like, especially from the bot lane position, the bot lane of DCG is going to have a good time into this Xayah Pyke. The Pyke is going to, like, unless he can land some good hooks, and even then, Ashe's trading level 1, especially if she does have that Halo Blades, which I think is most likely, is really, really hard to look past. You know, you get that sort of, the W comes out, and then you follow up with the Halo Blades auto attacks, and you lose so much health so quickly. But Pyke a little bit of sustain, so maybe that's a little benefit there, but I do prefer the bot lane here, at least for DCG. What about you?
Yeah, I'm not honestly too sure who I'd prefer overall. Like, I guess in terms of bot lane, I do feel like DCG is a bit more solid, but I'd really be looking at those early levels, because I remember we had one game, it might have even been Keriz's Pyke that was picked into Ashe, where the Ashe support just got farmed by Pyke. I mean, it was like 0-3, 0-4, and was really looking, you know, in a very, very rough spot. So we'll have to see how that does fare in that bot lane, but I'd be looking a lot towards this top matchup, especially around level 6, right? It's just very gankable, so it's up to Hanabi to really like dodge those windows, make sure he doesn't fall down to them. But admittedly, you know, dodging Camille Vials is pretty difficult. You have to be quite well prepared, but have vision in the right place and also be respecting at the right time. Calumnia on the Veigar, it's an interesting one, right? I think he's actually had pretty good performances on scaling mages before, but there's always the risk of like what happened earlier on in the day where you pick the Veigar and PSG, they just ran all over Hellpigs in the early game, right? So you definitely don't want that to happen. I think it's not as bad with the Gragas, but certainly in the back of your mind.
And I think we learned from game 1 as well, looking at that Veigar build. Serif's not looking so optimal as a second item. You lose a lot of damage, maybe gain a bit of sustainability, but is that really worth it? Like, are you really there as Veigar to tank up the damage? You're primarily there as to just eliminate someone, right? You get that primordial burst, really can take someone down really quickly. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. Pyke as well, I feel like can pair well with the Vi, make some plays, especially up in that volatile top lane. Maybe get a bit of sort of volatility up there, look for some heralds. Yeah, I'm interested to see with this Pyke. Maybe it's tending towards the lane, but I do feel like with the Vi pick, it might follow it around.
You have options with the Pyke, right? You can either gank for the Pyke lane or bring Pyke to other lanes. So it's always kind of interesting, I guess, to see which kind of way teams prefer, and also just based on the game. But here we are, Day 2, Game 3, DCG up against S9W. I think DCG, they really want this win to remain kind of high in the playoff standings. S9 as well, they're on a pretty significant loss streak here, so would love to finally put a stop to that.
Absolutely, as we see DCG going for a 5-man in the bottom lane. In the contrary, we see Keriz up top there with Camille.
Some kind of interesting runes in the mid lane here. We've seen a variety of things from the Gragas, right? The Comet, the Phase Rush, the First Strike. It's going Comet just for more of that lane pressure. And I think also very, very strange Comet out of Veigar. So you can go Comet on Veigar in some matchups, right, to kind of be a bit stronger early. Doesn't really make sense up against the Gragas, who has so much sustain. Would much prefer a Spellbook or a First Strike here. And Hana, he's looking like he's going to start topside, and on the opposite side, Fear starting bot. So going to be mirrored, or sorry, opposite pass again. Rally's looking for something.
Does definitely leave the bot lane a lot more vulnerable with Wukong pathing down there. Is Rally going to come and spot out the start? It doesn't look like it. He is just going to return to that lane. Fear starting leashless on this blue.
Yeah, so a little bit of vision placed by both sides in the top side, but I don't think we'll get confirmation that the teams will know where the junglers are, at least for a little bit, until their paths are kind of revealed as they move around the map. And I wonder, you know, Fear, he is playing away from this Pyke lane. Maybe feels that he needs to go top. Hold on, big trade.
Yeah, Cascada does get hooked. He's low. Igniter's used. Heal's used. He's 1 HP. Kyrus has looked in. He will have that hook up in a moment, but he does survive. Ashe on the backside, off screen, does pick up the kill onto Xayah. This looks terrible here for S9.
Yeah,
Kyrus should be able to get away.
think he's out, but yeah, I mean, disaster there for S9, right? They were so close to getting that kill, but it doesn't quite go over, and that's, I mean, yeah, it can't be understated how big a deal that is. Let's take a look at the replays. So I'm assuming it was just a random pike hook that hits onto Cruscata. Is that what happened? Yeah, okay, so they get a lot of damage onto Cruscata early, but just a lot of damage coming out of the Hail of Blades Ash, right, early on in this lane. And I think YGY, he gets very low, doesn't quite back out in time. The flash is matched. Yeah, YGY just gets taken out by Ash. Look how much damage she does early. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, big lead there for DCG's bot lane.
Yeah, and while often you do not, I mean, obviously you don't want to give up first blood in any case, but while you would rather it be on a support in most cases, I feel like Ash has so much control over the lane she's in if she gets ahead that it's going to be really hard for sort of the Xayah, who is quite short range, given she can sort of farm with her feathers. It's going to be hard for her to ever sort of be aggressive in this lane, and that tells me maybe we're going to see Pyke roam out of here a bit more.
Possibly, yeah. Like, there's definitely the point where you get in your bot matchup where it's like, okay, there's no point really being here anymore. And they don't have the best dive, right? Like, Ezreal, Ashe, especially before 6, don't really have a whole lot of pressure at actually diving. But perhaps the sums can still be punished, right? It's 4 flashes down in the bot lane, so both junglers have to be looking at that and be like, okay, potentially a gank or a counter gank opportunity could be on the table.
Absolutely, as Vi finishes her clear up here at the top scuttle. Both top laners happy here just farming away, as we do see sort of some health being traded bot.
Yeah, okay, so pretty much, okay, now we see Fear actually walking directly bot out of base. So it doesn't have any camps to farm and really wants to be here. We actually see another pause coming through. The pause championship series continues. Or doesn't, actually. It does not.
Yeah, the 4th one. Where do you think you look here, though? What do you think the game plan is? You've gotten behind bot lane at this stage. You're 600 gold behind overall. I think that is probably just mainly from the bot lane. Obviously, a kill, first blood, plus assist, 600 gold. Yeah. Do you think you start looking... Because Veigar doesn't have the worst gank setup, given Gragas can kind of just body slam away from it. But where do you think you go from here? Because personally, I think it would be good probably now. Yeah, I mean, Xayah, one of the safer AD carries, sort of to sit under her tower. Even at level 6, you do get that sort of enchanted crystal arrow, but she does have Feather Storm to counter it. Kind of hard to sort of dive the Xayah. I feel like putting some resources into following up in ganks as we do get back into game. But yeah, following the Vi around, maybe getting some pressure that way, I think might help a lot.
It could, but without Relia being level 6, it's difficult to gang. Although Fear is perhaps looking for something bot. Sweeps out. Hana as well is on his way straight bot. So both junglers knowing this is an important window to be aware of, especially with all these flashes down. And I think the window is probably passed. I think Fear might just need to leave, although it's actually snuck into this bush.
Yeah, really good use of vision there. There's no way that DCG can expect this, really. And if Char goes up for an aggressive trade, she does. Gets hit by the knock-up. Will be going down. Hook lands onto Cruscata, but good channeling of that E.
That was a really nice play there from Fear, and I think it was very close to that window being completely closed, right? Hana was on his way, but Char just a bit too aggressive and not respecting the lane gank is punished for it. And it is the Vi that picks up the kill, which is perhaps, again, not the best in terms of the long term, but will help them, you know, obviously be a bit stronger for these early plays that they can make with Vi and Camille. So it's definitely not, it's not a bad pickup by any means.
Absolutely. It makes it a lot harder here for Hanabi to sort of survive that level 6 gank potential from the Vi Camille, as Calumny is very low and out of mana here, so we'll recall and teleport back, but so far mid lane is favouring that Gragas.
Kind of expected. I think Gragas in the early game is a lot stronger with that poke. I have to see, will both mids just go for the Roa or not? Because I think sometimes Veigar, you know, can opt for other stuff, although it might just need the Catalyst to lane up against the Gragas. We'll have to see. Top lane as well. Relia will be 6, I think, after this wave, and that's when it starts to be scary for Hanabi. It's the 6 now, actually. Especially with Fear pathing up top. You have to remember he's very, very gankable.
And they should know that because of that sort of bot gank he did, they should know he's going to probably go up towards top lane. So Hanabi should be playing to suit that, as we do see a disconnect, but an immediate reconnect, so we shouldn't be paused for too long.
I hope not. Looks like we will get back into this game fairly shortly, I would think, but perhaps just want to check that there's no lag or anything coming in before they start it back up. I think, yeah, both mids now, they've TP'd back to the lane. ST, he's a bit sleepy on the Gragas. Probably is pretty boring, just throwing Q on cooldown, honestly. It's not a very interactive lane.
Copping a couple of pauses too.
You get that on the big jobs.
Yeah, and it was good. I think that Vi usage of the vision was incredibly impressive, right? Like how you had to sneak into that bush. If he clicks wrong at all, he's getting seen and that gank doesn't pay out. So very good of him to get that. Maybe would have preferred it on the Xayah as we are heading back into game. And keep an eye on Fear as is headed towards top and this wave is pushing towards Relia. So Nah potentially quite vulnerable here, but Fear does look like he's just going to back.
Yeah, he's going to base again. Riscata, he has the E.
Nice hook landed, a little bit of poke, and forces out that E of Ezreal.
Yeah, I don't think can be punished at least yet. Fear will be pathing back onto bot side. And there's a lot of vision in this bot river here for the side of S9. DCG are going to try to take some of that back. Fear though, he's around. The scuttle's going to be contested. Shows.
A lot of presence here. Nice clone to escape that box. As it looks like it might not be over here. Nesty got a nice flank. Has to be very careful as Fear. Possibly looking for just the flash. Does flash over to that blue wall. And Scuttle Crab will be gained here by Hana.
Yeah, DCG, they have a lot of priority in both mid and bot right now, so it is a bit easier for them to play around. Also starting to lose some of this bot side control is the side of S9, so perhaps the Dragon will end up going over. Same time though, Fear's in the wings. He could maybe gank bot lane. They have sums up this time though.
Yeah, YJW also has lost quite a bit of health. Potion ticking away. He does also have 2 cookies if he chooses to use them. They also should know the dragon has started because of that ward there in the back of the dragon pit.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to go down. I think the mid priority is just a bit too much at the moment. Just want to try and buy a bit more time for your Veigar and Camille to scale. I'm actually surprised that this wasn't just traded away for some sort of top gank, because it feels like if you can accelerate Rel here, that definitely puts the game in a spot that is more favorable. But honestly, 8 minutes in, S9 not doing too bad for themselves, right? The game's even. They give up a drag, but I think that's fine with your scaling comp. So definitely good signs. Now DCG, they haven't really shown us before the strongest early game. I think it's really those mid-game team fights where as a team, they tend to come more online. But at the same time, S9, they've really had some games where they've just lost very early on, but remaining stable, at least for now.
Absolutely, and that's like kind of important with their comp, right? Xayah, very high, good scaler, and I would say like currently scales better than the Ezreal, as well as Veigar obviously infinitely scaling into the game. And as this game continues, I do favour the Camille into the Gnar as well. Obviously in an isolated 1v1, I think Gnar in a team fight will be a lot stronger, but in those side lanes, definitely Relia should be edging out in these 1v1s as the game progresses.
Something kind of interesting here, perhaps going for more of the early game, is Nesty picks up the alternator, so going either towards the Night Harvester or the Proto Belt, which is, yeah, kind of just continues to play towards that narrative, right, of this DCG composition. Wants to play for the stronger early game, perhaps, want to make sure this game ends before the scaling comes in from the side of S9.
We did also see Night Harvester yesterday on the Gragas, however, it was paired with Dark Harvest instead of the Arcane Comet, so we'll see if that has any effect. As Cyclone is used, Relia is extremely low. Double knock up here from Nesty. Relia will escape with his Hanabi flashes forward. So does Relia, flashes away. Hanabi is almost going to get it. Ooh. Massive arrow into the mid lane, but Kira's here trying to protect Calumnia. Looks like a kill, and the Herald will go over to the side of DCG, and very well played by them. That shot them up. They're only 200 gold ahead, and now they are up 1.2k.
I think that's a pretty big win. So let's take a look at the replay. I think the reason this is so important is because the support was brought up by S9, but the initial engage from DCG is just so destructive, and Calumnia, without the mid-prior, is always going to end up with this fight late. Does what he can to get Relia out, but you have to feel when you're bringing 4 people towards that Herald and it's a 4v3 and you end up losing, definitely doesn't feel right. Calumnia is looking bot, but all the sums are up.
Yeah, he is looking bottom. Israel does still have Arcane Shift. He has used it, and Flash is used. Hook will not connect, and Box used more to disengage than anything else.
I'm surprised that Calumnia just didn't keep going for Cruscata. They saw the E and the Flash used, but then decided to move the E towards Ashe instead. I feel like when you're ganking bot, killing the ADC is so much more important than the supports. So while, sure, your Cage ended up getting Char's Flash out as well, I really think they could have picked up a kill onto Cruscata's Ezreal there.
Yeah, and we are looking at top right now. Relia is falling a little bit behind in CS to this Gnar and getting poked under tower as we see. But as Mega Gnar comes in, the ability to do that sort of goes away. Zaya is insta-clearing. We do see 3 people coming up towards this top.
Yeah, has the Camilo and also no flash on Hanabi. It's almost a guaranteed kill if they can get onto him.
Hanabi will respect it though.
Yeah, Camilo isn't quite up actually, so perhaps don't want to make that play just yet. Mid lane does remain fairly even.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow will miss.
I think while Calumnia has managed to stay even in terms of CS, certainly Nesti's priority has turned into, you know, a little bit of an early lead here. But it's not something, it's definitely not at that point where it's insurmountable, right? We've kind of said that before around the 3 or 4k gold lead being hard to come back from. I think this is certainly fine here for the side of S9, having so much scaling.
Absolutely, yeah. They are definitely the better scaling comp, and also with the Pyke on your team, you can kind of like have one team fight win, and that's going to slingshot your gold so much just because of the nature of Pyke ult. As we do see explosive cast land onto Calumnia, Hana does dodge out for the stun and will just go claim that kill. So another kill there onto, well, the first kill onto Calumnia, but another kill for DCG. And now Calumnia is going to lose some waves, and that's going to stunt his ability to scale. As we see Fia coming in, does get the ult, no flash on Cruscata, and he will go down to Fia. So another kill onto Fia. Enchanted Crystal Arrow stopping Fia, but he will get on. Hana coming down as well.
Yeah, okay, nice trade back there from S9. Cruscata just exploded, and I think it's a decent enough trade back, right? Another kill going on to Fia's Vi isn't exactly where you'd want it, but shutting down Cruscata from farming definitely feels good. And on that mid gank, I actually think Calumnia probably could have survived if he'd flashed a little bit earlier, but decides to hold it and does end up going over. He's actually going for the Everfrost, so not going for the likes of, you know, perhaps a Crown or a Rod of Ages. Trying to guarantee the cage, which I feel like kind of makes sense for some of these range champs, but at the same time does leave you a little more vulnerable in this early game.
Absolutely, yeah, and I do like the itemization out of Fia here. With having 4 AD threats on his team, he's gone for the Black Cleaver first. Vi, one of those sort of champions that can opt out of getting a early mythic and get something more team orientated. So I do like this pick. We often see things like the is it the Kimpunk Chainsword, I believe it's called? But going for the Black Cleaver, I do like it.
I think it's good as well, yeah. Makes a lot of sense, especially because there should be a lot of armor coming through, right? Probably the Zhonya's on the Gragas, as well as Wukong naturally has a lot of armor. Now the Herald does go down bot. It's already pretty low on plate, so I don't think this will quite kill it, but it is going to get low. And perhaps the DCG's double range bot lane can look to pick it up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll get it. Maybe just using it to get those tower plates. We saw it come in at about 13:59, so it was a very, very close call, but I believe they did pick up those plates.
Yeah, it looks like they got 4 bot plates actually, so a lot of turret gold here for the side of DCG. And Night Harvester is picked up on Nesti's Gragas.
So it is the Night Harvester, not with Dark Harvest this time instead of the Comet, so won't have as much of a high level of execution, and that Enchanted Crystal Arrow was so close to landing. Actually does land on Fia in the base. A few missing pings go down.
It's always annoying. It's like it's a modern day Hawk shot if you think about it. But now DCG, they know Fia's topside right, so can potentially break this tower. Although at the same time, Nesti's coming down.
They're looking on Nesti here. Does land the ult on him. We see Kyrie's coming across. Nesti flash body slams away. Hook will land. Massive explosive cast. Not an execute range, but will be picked up eventually by Calumnia. And you do love that kill going over to Veigar.
The kill on Veigar is very, very nice. Also, Nesti had to invest quite a lot there, right? Had to flash out as well. The tower is picked up by DCG, which does kind of catapult them to that initial gold lead. But you have to say it was pretty inevitable, right? After the Herald, it was going to go down eventually. So DCG, they do find themselves starting to get ahead, right? They have that 3,000 gold lead. Some of it just in the CS leads, as well as just a lot of that turret and plate gold.
Yeah, and now with Camille finishing that Divine Sunder, you start to really feel a lot more comfortable in that lane. With how the Q interacts with that item, you get quite a lot of healing and a massive amount of true damage done through it. As we do see 3 people headed up towards Hanabi, he has to be very careful here. Does go Mega, will leap away, so that's it. He does have Flash still, so he should be safe. Fear just clearing a ward. Kira's getting some of those stacks in for the gold.
I am very surprised that Hanabi hasn't been ganked a single time. I feel like at this point is much more difficult, but I feel like an early game level 6 Gnar is very vulnerable to the Camille Vi, so kind of strange that no pressure was put up towards there. It is the Herald though that will most likely be picked up here by DCG, although Keres, he's around. He's picked up.
You do have to be careful funneling into areas like that. It's a lot easier for the Ashe to land that stun. A lot of follow-up there on the side of DCG as well, so good for Kyrus to identify. It wasn't the play to go for. As we do see an engage mid, YJY getting low. Actually, Gale forces forward onto Chu. Chu will go down to Vi here. Vi explosive cast and then body slammed under tower, but will get away safely using Flash.
Wow, and I mean, the nice kill there onto Char also burned both of his subs. Fear did invest a flash, but you have to say, is it worth it? Probably is. Keres has to flash away too. I mean, it's a nice kill, right? And getting the sums is good. At the same time, doesn't lead to any more objectives. Hana is going to take a lot of damage. Really nice cage position there from Calumnia.
Yeah, Calumnia getting a lot of damage down, and I do notice a Ruby Crystal in his inventory.
Oh no.
So I have a bad feeling here, Shock.
Not another terrible Veigar build. Can the tower be saved? It cannot. Dragon will be coming up in a minute, and look, I don't want to flame the Veigar builds, but you really need to get this rabbit on. At least this game, though, won't need the Void. But let's take a look at the replays. So Char, he finds the arrow, and they try and take a little bit of damage here. Walks into the cage, though, and then it's just engaged on pretty much across the map. And the fact that he used both sums still dies is pretty bad. At least from the other side, 2 flashes were burned. I think 1 flash, actually, and 1 heal was burned.
And right there, we did see also the power of that Veigar cage, right? Like, they did land that enchanted crystal arrow onto YJY, which is their priority target. You'd want to land it then, but immediately the cage gets put down and sort of stops DCG from being able to do anything there. There was not really a way to follow up, maybe an explosive cast, but even then you do risk getting hit by an Everfrost and bursted down. So yeah, great usage of the cage there to save YJY, and fantastic kill on the Char afterwards.
Dragon here, though, in 15 seconds. And top matchup, it's been pretty quiet, right? But perhaps can look for a trade. They've got 3 members up here on S9. Looks like they're actually going to give up the Dragon and try break top instead, which I kind of like, right? I think when you're starting to fall behind, the Dragons here, the drag win condition is still a long time away. You can perhaps look to get that gold injection by taking down Hanabi, who hasn't walked super far away from the tower and could actually be in danger here. Looks like he's going to get his reset off, though. Ooh, he actually cancels it. Nesty has TP, but this is a little risky here from Hanabi.
So we have Kyrus here blocking off the escape. Fear is right there, and we want to look. Relia has gone for it. A teleport comes in from Nesty. Relia's in a lot of trouble. A cross-map arrow hits. Kyrus explosive cast into tower, but will escape with his life for now. But Relia in a curious position will go down. Actually solo killed there by the Gnar.
I think S9 took way too long to make that play, and also just the globals coming out, right? The TP from Gragas as well as the ult from Char's Ashe actually just ended up making the difference, and it always feels really bad if not only do you not get the objective, but you also can't get a successful cross map.
Yeah, and I guess we're seeing like one of Camille's biggest weaknesses, sort of the wave clear, right? And all they were doing, they were sitting there with their 3 members waiting for that wave to hit, and it just took Relia too long to be able to clear that. As we do see Kyrus staying here behind, we might be seeing a bit of an initiation here. Fear has gone in, lands the knockup, will ult. Black Cleaver's procced. He hits the 3rd. Nice flash body slam. Low health bars. Flash from Calumnia was definitely not necessary, but Fear picks up his 4th kill of the game. A lot of gold going on to this Vi.
He has got a lot of gold, but also doing just a lot of damage. YJY is engaged on, but has all the sums.
Yeah, Cyclone used, but Featherstorm in return. YJY will escape with his life, but very nice trade onto the health, and we might just see the mid inner go down here.
YJY, I think, kind of crazy to stay here on low HP. I guess wants to grab the wave, but certainly can't do anything for now. And once again, members up towards Hanabi on the top side, but has found himself, you know, once again with that lead, right? Despite the fact that there have been members in his lane several times, has a bit of a CS lead here. Now we'll sweep out some of this vision in the river. Calumnia, he's still looking for something. Has the Everfrost and the cage. So a lot of CC, but it doesn't look like Hanabi's going to fall for the bait.
Importantly, he also doesn't have Flash. He did try Flash to secure that last kill they got onto Nesty, but unfortunately, it was already picked up by Fia.
And it's the Kindle Gem coming through from Vega, so definitely confirming the Seraph second. Now, Calumnia has been up here for a very long time. I mean, hasn't farmed, I feel like, in the last couple minutes, which I think is normally pretty bad for Vega. Oh, Char.
Yeah, well, look, Cascada is hit by the hook. Fia is there, and that's who you want to look to. That's all the damage. It will be Cascada going down. 400 more gold onto Fia as Keres is eliminated. Hana takes that kill as well. Both junglers getting quite fed in this game.
Yeah, Fia sitting at 5-1. I mean, has been a pretty destructive force across on the Rift. I feel like you kind of would prefer if the kills were going elsewhere. At the same time, he has done a pretty good job with it, and Char trying to solo defend this tower. Could be in trouble here.
Yeah, Char looks like he's in a lot of trouble. He does have the flash barrier, will escape. Fia obviously not having that ult to follow up as Hana gets a nice flank, and in come Nesty as well. Does not quite hit, and the explosive barrel does kind of hit them away. Fia getting targeted down. That's a massive shutdown if they can get it. Slowed, will Q out, and Calumnia here. Oh, uses the Primordial Burst, I believe, on the clone, but will pick up the kill anyway, and that's great to get onto YJY.
Yeah, I think actually pretty good outcome for S9 considering how far up in the lane they were, right? We're very far up and then just got TP flanked. I feel like the combo coming out of Nesty perhaps wasn't the best. Didn't have that flash available though, which made it a little more difficult. And the gold lead, I mean, it remains relatively stable. I actually think S9 have a fairly good shot at this game. You know, have a lot of scaling. Have gotten through what is a fairly troublesome early game. And I think, honestly, it's up to Hanabi, I feel like, to continue to put this game in a good spot for DCG, because otherwise, I think S9, they actually have a real shot here.
Absolutely, and I feel like S9, though, really are forced to only be able to fight where Fia is. A lot of their gold that's keeping them in this is on him, and he has picked up the Radiant Virtue, and with his lead, I'm not sure that I mean, obviously it's a very strong item and it helps his team a lot, but with his lead, you could have gone something more damaging. Potentially the Divine Sunderer does opt to help the team here. We'll see how it pans out, but with a lot of that gold going to that, he has become a little bit weaker than you'd perhaps suspect.
Looks like Hanabi will finally be forced off this top tier 1. Dragon's in only 40 more seconds, and I think the side of S9 probably should feel scaled enough now that they want to contest this. At the same time, it looks like they're still looking towards top side, so perhaps want to give over that third drag for a kill onto Hanabi and collect that shutdown.
Yeah, we do see the ult used here. Teleport will come in from Nesty. Stunned up, and Pyke, no, Pyke does not get it. Instead, it goes towards that Veigar, sorry, and Nesty follows up. Massive explosive cast there landed onto the Pyke and does pick up that kill.
It's a 1-for-1, but I think it way advantages S9, right? Was a 2k gold deficit, now only down 1k. Perhaps most importantly, you know, it's the shutdown picked up by Calumnia on the Veigar, as well as I believe the Pyke ult gold actually went through as well. So just so much gold there picked up. Can they contest the Dragon? I feel like probably not. There's just too much control here for DCG. But if you are giving up the third drag, I feel like that was about as worth it as you could get.
Absolutely, and with the Cloud Drake being this, being the soul, it's not sort of as powerful as a lot of other dragons, given you do get a lot of sort of value out of it being Na, being Wukong. But potentially just wanting to focus, get these carries ahead, maybe focus trying to get that Baron and getting some towers down before this fourth dragon, where they might look to fight. Because you do have a lot of scaling, so something to fall back on, even though you are down to that third dragon. So I don't mind the decision as long as they use this sort of time to gain an advantage, gain some items on that Veigar. It does look like the next item will be that Rabadon's, which is a huge power spike.
Once he hits that Rabadon's, it will be, you know, hitting that 1v9 potential. And I think probably, I'm not sure if he can get it in this time for the next drag, but definitely is already strong, right? It has got a fairly sizable amount of AP here. And getting that shutdown really accelerated him so much. And you kind of see a lot of pressure put towards Hanabi, and honestly really nice from S9 to look for those trades rather than continue to go for those team fights where they were perhaps a bit weaker. But now I think have to feel like they can team fight, and honestly are probably favored. Members are moving up here on the side of DCG. They're looking for Calumnia, who has the flash.
Yeah, Calumnia possibly caught a bit out of position. He does have that tower, although it's very low. Does flash away from that enchanted crystal arrows. Fia is coming to the rescue. Wukong is going to be hit by the Vial, followed by the hook. Hana flashes away, and massive execute there by Keres. Fia back in the middle of 4 members. Great ult by the, the Camille. Na landing a one-man, YJY on the back end. Kira's looking here to get another 2 kills potentially.
Well, they're very, very low. Baron's actually doing a lot of damage here too.
And look out for this Camille. Can close a lot of distance. Does get onto Char, and another kill picked up here by Kira's on the pike. So Baron will be going down to S9.
It will, and I would honestly say S9 are massively favored now to win this game. They have the outscaling comp. They secure the Baron, and should now also perhaps even complete the Rabadons on the Veigar. Oh, doesn't quite have it, but probably will have it in time for this next Dragon. And I think S9, it's in their hands, right? They have to kind of throw it. So let's take a look at the replay. I think Calumnia, you know, nice flash actually. If it died here, would have been very bad. But then the kind of counter engage comes through, and Hana is caught way out of position. I also want you to kind of direct your eyes towards Calumnia, right? Because he deals a lot of damage over this wall, and then finds a really nice cage which zones out the DCG backline, and they can't actually follow up on the engage out of Hanabi. Kriskada just gets killed by Calumnia, and there's no damage to follow the frontline engage. And from then on, S9 they just kind of sweep through. End up cleaning up everyone else. So Calumnia, I think, you know, played the initial part of that fight, you know, very, very well.
He certainly did.
Now, 2 minutes. I mean, yeah, look at the damage. Honestly, just the side of S9, they look like they're kind of outscaled, right? They're just in a really, really good spot here. Veigar has 652 AP before even picking up the Rabadons, which is a pretty nice spot to be in. And only 2 minutes on the next drag. How much can they get done with the Baron? Ooh,
no flash on Veigar. He will be hit by the arrow and then the cask. He is going to go down. That's a massive shutdown. 350 gold over to the Ezreal.
Okay, so it's obviously a nice pickup. Can they get more?
Oh, good sort of buffer there. And Hana doesn't make the clone over the wall, unfortunately. Nesty is still trying to follow. Obviously, Keres looks a little bit out of position, although is very fast. Might just be able to do pike things and get away. Looks like he will.
I think he does get out. Okay, so Calumnia going down means that the Baron from S9 will be pretty neutralized. That being said, I still think they're in the winning position. While they didn't get as much there as they'd like, they should still be favored at this 4th drag. They have Rabadons on the Veigar now, and are definitely in control to win this game. Calumnia as well probably won't have flash for this fight. Have a look at the gold difference. You know, was that kind of 2k lead there that we had for DCG, but it's now starting to go back the other way.
That's right, and importantly, YJY picking up that Bloodthirster. So going to give him, you know, Ashe has a little bit of poke, Ezreal a little bit of poke, so a lot more survivability against those. As well as in a team fight, you sort of accidentally catch the cask from Gragas. You'll be able to heal back up off that, and yeah, I like this. 3rd item Bloodthirster here for YJY.
There's a lot of people grouping mid. Calumnia still does not have the flash. Ooh, almost connects the cage. 20 more seconds, arrow comes through.
Will land here onto YJY, does get the massive explosive cast, gets the Featherstorm out, but you have to feel like he is just dead to Ezreal. Rallier now in the middle of 5, will go down as well, and it just has to be Dragon Soul given over to DCG.
It really is, and S9, we said it's their game to win, but they are doing a great job of throwing it right now. I feel like there were so many ways for YJY not to die there. I think one of his other teammates could have blocked it for him. I feel like if Fear gets hit by it, it's completely fine. Alternatively, could even flash the Ashol. I mean, this is 2 times in a row now where Char has found the engage just by throwing out the Ashol, and nothing is done about it. Game paused once again. I mean, S9, I don't see how you can lose this game, but just being caught out over and over.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. YJY has the Featherstorm up at that time. And honestly, it is a huge summoner to lose. But it's better than dying. You don't really... Although it is just a Cloud Dragon, I mean, Cloud Dragon is, you know, it is an important thing, and it does help your team a lot. But even though, I mean, you just lost it because you didn't use your ult. And I feel like even without his ult, they have so much power, they can possibly win regardless. So it's better to just not die.
I think you're right. Even if he ults, I think the Vega cage can honestly keep him safe from what is really just going to be the Gnar after that, right? So I think a lot of greed from S9, and I think those two carries dying back-to-back there of Calumnia dying, that means your Baron's gone. YGY dying, now the Soul is gone. It's really... The game is so won here for S9, but they're just not quite able to execute as well as they'd like. And this will be DCG clawing themselves back into this game.
Absolutely. We do see the Baron timer coming up in 2.5 minutes, so I suspect we're just going to see Gnar sort of whittle away at the bot. He might recall here, but get some pressure in that side lane, set up around the Baron, because DCG, honestly, they have... I mean... I don't even know who's favored at this stage of the game, right? Xayah is extremely strong right now. Vega just picked up his Rabadon, so he is massive. But from how we've seen the team fighting, it just looks like DCG are probably going to find a way to win this one, even though I don't feel like they should.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the S9, as long as they play even reasonably well, should just pick up the win. But honestly... they have made some very big mistakes back-to-back. 910 AP here on the Vega. I mean, it's so strong and has the flash. I feel, yeah, you're right. It's still S9's game to win, but DCG, they are, like, especially Char, right, with the Ash arrows, it's finding the angle over and over. If they can find, you know, one more of those and end up picking up the Elder, DCG could perhaps, you know, sneak away this win.
Does look towards Relia, but it won't hit, so that's very lucky.
Okay, now, no Elder for a while. The Dragon will be spawning in a minute. I think there's a lot of DPS here, especially from the side of S9. Can end up blowing up that Baron in pretty much no time at all.
And you have to feel as long as the Baron is used correctly, it's going to make it very hard for whatever team does not get that Baron to fight at the Elder Dragon.
I think you're right. Now, a lot of members grouping around mid. Will there be anything done from here? I think kind of maybe just want to set up for some of that Baron vision and perhaps also just want to be grouped to make sure no engage can come out, right? There are a lot of members. All 10 members will be grouped up around mid. There is no flash on YJY.
Oh my, they just comboed their ults to look the same. It does land, and they do get the pick on Fear, who a lot of the gold is on. Relia now knocked up as well, will get killed also. Hanabi flashes forward, lands a massive Gnar onto YJY, who yet again didn't feather storm. And now we're going to see Keres go down, and I think this could just be the game.
I think it might be over. I think once Keres showed on the side, not grouped up with the team, DCG just immediately pulled the trigger. Char once again finds the Ash ult for the engage. I think just not enough respect, right? S9 too far up with their support showing somewhere else. And DCG, I don't think they should have won this game. But they are going to pick up, I would say, honestly, a much-needed win over S9W. It looks like the Nexus will finally fall, so credit to Char, especially on the Ash, who found those arrows over and over. But S9, I mean, they really just, well, they clutched defeat from the jaws of victory. They really should have won that game.
Yeah, no, they looked in such a commanding position. Everything seemed to be going so well. Honestly, Calumnia had some amazing sort of cages in those fights. And then it just all went pear-shaped. Like we saw YJY die twice in a row there without... Well, he did use his ult before the second last one, but it's too little too late. He didn't use it at all in that last fight there. So just a lot of mechanical misplays that led to the defeat there, I think.
It's a combination, right? I think sure, you can play those situations mechanically better, but also it feels like consistently too far up without the members to really back them up, right? The first initial death for Calumnia, you know, pushing that bot wave alone, no members around, is caught out by the Ash. Then YJY, you know, perhaps a mechanical misplay there, I can give that to you for sure. But on that last one, I feel like as soon as Keres shows on the side, you need to back off really far. Instead, try and contest that mid wave and just get engaged on. So S9W honestly just sort of lacking in the fundamentals, and I think in terms of, you know, just being able to close out that game, really should have been able to. I think they had multiple chances and unfortunately just fumbled it multiple times in a row.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and I want to say for the MVP, I think it has to be given to Char.
Yeah.
He found pretty much the only way back in was from those arrows. He found everyone he needed to, and it was always on a priority target, right? Like, it constantly landed on the YJY. I mean, Fia was a massive target because he had so much of their gold as well, and so I think Char really deserving of the MVP for this one.
For sure. I really think you hit the nail on the head. The comeback would not be possible without finding the angle with that Ash Arrow time and time again. And that's pretty big for him, right? I think Char, he comes in as a substitute support. He gets a first blood at, 2 minutes in the game? And then pretty much single-handedly brings his team back into the game. So what a performance. I'm not sure if he was subbed in, as a more permanent thing or they just wanted him to get experience. But, I mean, he certainly showed how good he is.
Absolutely. I think you're completely right there. And just want to touch on as well, Nah up in the top lane was really, really solid and did allow, he really held his own against the Camille, which can get out of hand really quickly if you're not careful. So I think shout out there to the top laner, really holding his own there against it's a counter pick, right? He had 5th pick on the Camille and nothing really became of that.
And that's something that I think we kind of have to think about with Rel here, right? Once again, very inconsistent. Never really found his way into that game. I think he is a guy that prefers to play those carry tops, but if you're not consistently carrying, you can very easily just be sort of useless, right? I think at no point in that game did Camille really feel threatening, either in the side lane or in the team fight. So perhaps at some point need to be like, okay, perhaps Rel here needs to play some of these tanks, and if he can't, think about how can we somehow enable him to do better, because it just really hasn't been working in recent times.
No, absolutely. And at the very beginning of that game, though, I have to say, Sem9 did a massive, a really, really good job of playing around Fia, where all their lead was. And as things sort of started to fall apart was when they stopped doing that, right? Calumnia called out bot, YJY called out mid. When they were playing around Fia, they had a lot of success. So I wonder if that's something they could look towards for these last couple of games that are coming up here in the following weeks to find some more success.
Let's take a look at this final fight. So just caught out on the mid wave is Fia. Very, very squishy on this Vi with the Virtue build. And yeah, Kerr is so far away from this fight. Really is no follow-up. I think S9 just had no business being that far up in the lane. And also perhaps, the Vi build, like you said, a bit questionable given how far you were ahead. So looking at the gold difference, I mean, it wasn't mostly in DCG's favor. Really lost it around the Baron, but then managed to just find pick after pick after pick and claw themselves back in that game. Look at the damage. I mean, Calumnia, he did what he could, but perhaps a bit of an uncharacteristic performance from YJY, who has been, I would say, the most consistent part of S9, but really failed to find impact in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And really noting on what I touched on before is look at the damage difference of the top laners, right? You've got Camille, who is more your carry type top laner. You really want her to be going in for these trades on the Nah, getting a lot of damage done, but we didn't see that at all. In fact, Nah really taking over, one of the highest damages in the game. So yeah, I don't know, I don't like when you get the counter pick and make nothing of it.
It does feel bad, right? That red side last pick is your chance to both win your lane and counter their comp, and just when you're the one having so little impact on the game after that, it does feel really, really rough. Also, just, yeah, across the board from DCG, mostly solid in the actual team fights. There was a lot of kills given over just kind of randomly, but in terms of the team fighting, I feel like they definitely showed they were just a bit better. MVP does go over to Char, who, stats don't really tell you anything here. It was really the eye test, right? He found over and over those Ashe ults that were just so important. Did have 79% KP, kind of expected from the Ashe, who, again, just has so much impact across the map. But it was really those 3 crucial arrows that kind of turned the game from being, well, I would say it was almost a guaranteed S9 win into somehow DCG take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the 15% damage on a support, it's quite high. Ashe kind of does this invisible damage where you don't really notice it, but it builds up a lot over the course of a team fight. And he was obviously starting that Imperial Mandate, helping with that as well. But yeah, fantastic performance by Char. I really, very impressed by that performance. Very, very impressed.
It is really, I think, a big confidence builder for him specifically, right? I feel like the rest of the team perhaps not feeling so good about that game. But for him, I mean, just subbing in and getting an MVP performance, I mean, you can't really complain about that at all. I think really lucky as well for DCG to manage to pick up that win, because they were tied in the standings right before that. So managing to pick up that one, it's big. Now, we will be going to a break, but after this, we will have Frank Esports taking on Impunity for our game of the day, so don't go anywhere.
was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, they keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm not chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it.
And welcome back to the PCS Spring Split. We are at our Game 4, our game of the day. Frank Esports taking on Impunity, which is bound to be a banger matchup. And what's interesting is though Impunity have looked like the stronger team as of late, it was actually Frank Esports who took out Impunity in the first matchup they played against each other. And it was a really interesting comp as well. I think Frank Esports, they put together a very strong team fight composition, and they had actually the Cassiopeia mid from Pretender, which is not something, I think we've seen them play it twice. I believe 1 win, 1 loss, but did beat Impunity. And I mean, Impunity, since that last time, they look like a different team, right? Back then, it was just the mission show. But now, I mean, Driver, Atlan, also showing really good performances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like we're going to have a lot of volatility sort of in this top lane. Both top laners tend to be very aggressive, to want to find a lead by themselves. And also the mid laners, kind of like a mirror matchup in many ways. Both of them tend to go for these mage picks more than anything else. So we might see a bit of sort of parity in this sort of middle lane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that the mid matchup will be real interesting because I think Mission really excels in like control mage matchups, and that's a lot of what Pretender's played. He's also played the Jace as well. Admittedly, he has played a fair amount of champions, but I think has looked the best on those control mages, which I feel sort of plays into kind of, you know, what Mission wants. We'll see though, because I feel like recently Mission has sort of taken a back seat, right? Has played a lot of stuff that I feel like hasn't been as good on, you know, stuff like the Silas, the Jace as well. Perhaps we'll be back on the majors. Taking a look at Frank Esports' roster though, Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing, a team that definitely is, I feel like, also pretty well-rounded, right? Solo Kill's had great performances, Pretender, kind of like the backbone of the team in a way, and Kaiwing, you know, definitely considered to be one of the top supports within the region. Something I think is also pretty interesting is that between these two teams, I feel like if we're going to see an Aurelion Sol, these two are probably the most likely. I certainly hope we do, because there's been a lot of play of it overseas. But here we have Impunity's lineup looking pretty fierce. Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. But whilst the Mission show has become kind of the Mission, Driver, and sometimes Atlan show, and it's a good show.
It certainly is. Yesterday we saw Atlan on the Draven, and he got an early double kill, I believe, and just took over the game completely. So I wonder if we see a bit of targeting towards that. It's very hard to sort of know where to focus when you're in this draft against the Impunity team. I mean, we've seen sort of everyone carry. Alex traditionally does seem to just be there to sort of support, set up the team for success. But coming from the bot lane, mid lane, top lane, we've seen all of them really have standout and carry performances. So it's going to be hard here for Frank Esports to choose who to pick. And importantly, this game will separate who is third place in the standings, which has huge implications as we are nearing the end of the split. Obviously, whoever wins this here, even closer to possibly getting second, as we will look at the stats here between the top laners. Both tend to be very, very forward. Oh, actually, sorry. Solo Kill very forward, while Driver not so much.
Interesting, right? I think that Driver, despite the lower forward percentage, you know, showing that top damage out of the top laners, and has been, I want to say Solo Kill has been more consistently playing the carry champions, where Driver can kind of do it all, right? Can play the Scion, can also play plenty of the carries. Looked great on Cassante as well. So I feel like overall, Driver's a bit more flexible and probably the stronger player. But in terms of just like picking those carry champions, Solo Kill definitely more likely to do so. Yeah, it's a very volatile top matchup, but I think it will go the way of Driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see there that Driver is actually first in damage percentage out of all top laners, which is a pretty impressive stat, really, when considering some of the other teams you're up against, like Long, for example, another formidable top laner. But yeah, definitely a matchup to look out for. Although, depending on the draft that we are now jumping into, could change how things are. Azir and Victor both banned by Frank Esports, targeting those sort of control mages. On the other side, however, we do see a Sejuani ban, which we have seen pretty consistently tonight, and LeBlanc, which I guess is sort of respect towards Pretender's performance yesterday.
The LeBlanc ban is interesting. I feel like Pretender just picked it as a counter pick into Akali. Wouldn't expect him just to go for the blind, but is taken away. And on the side of Frank Esports, they do unfortunately have to pay the mission tax and ban away Azir and Victor from him. Ashe is gone as well. What will our last ban be here? It is the Elise. Okay, so Zeri is still up and available. Eminem has definitely played it before, although I think Kaiwing prefers the melee support, so we might not see it picked. But certainly still remains very strong. And I think the meta has definitely opened up a bit to where, you know, it's still strong, but you don't actually have to take it anymore. Could be the Jace first picked here. Gragas up as well.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit more J sort of priority today, and it is locked in there. So again, it is a double flex. However, it does tend to go to that mid lane more often than not. Greg is hovered here by the second time, Impunity, which I really do like. I really do like this triple flex pick as your first pick, and it will be locked in there. So we don't know exactly where that's going. We have seen it. I think we've seen it more jungle and mid than we have top, but definitely can go there. And Nautilus is locked in, so probably less likely we do see that Zeri on the side of Impunity.
Nautilus taken so early is kind of surprising. I think it's more of a denial pick from Kaiwing, and potentially sets up for an interesting ADC on 3, right? If you pick the Nautilus like that, on 3 you can go something like the Draven, you can go the Kai'Sa, something like that. Could be kind of interesting to see that come through. Leona will be the match, which is, I feel like, becoming the new norm, right? It's kind of a throwback to previous seasons where we saw Nautilus and Leona traded time and time again. And do pick up your ADC here, because I feel like if you don't, you're going to have trouble. At the same time, not picking up your jungler here would mean you kind of get banned out as well. So an interesting choice that Frank Esports have to make. Looks like it will actually be the Xayah. So that definitely raises questions in the jungle, right? There can be a lot of champs banned away. Perhaps the Wukong and the Vi could be targeted.
Absolutely, and if you do sort of target that jungle pool, you can then, just as Impunity, send Gragas into the jungle. Xayah is locked in there for the bot lane, so we do know the bot lane duo for Frank Esports already, Xayah, Leona, and we're looking for our third pick here for Impunity. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see a AD carry picked up here. Perhaps the Draven again, I would love to see, although Orianna is hovered.
Ooh, Orianna being picked so early would be interesting. It synergizes pretty well. But yeah, I do expect the ADC pick to come through. It feels like dropping your ADC here would be very risky. I think on the side of Impunity, you do just ban out junglers. I think dropping your jungler in this meta can be very troublesome, especially with the Gragas already gone, right? Because that often ends up as like, okay, the junglers are banned, we'll just play Gragas jungle. But now, without that flexibility, I think Impunity, if you ban Wukong and Vi, I'd be interested to see what Frank Esports go for after that.
It will be interesting to see as we're waiting for the first ban. It will be Wukong banned. I do definitely like that. Obviously, one of these more prioritized jungle picks. Sejuani's out. We do still have Maokai, which we have seen a couple times today already. We do have that up and available as we look towards Frank Esports' ban.
Yeah, well, what did they ban? Did they ban out missions champs? Because I think it's unlikely that Gragas goes mid for mission. Doesn't really seem like a champ he would play. So perhaps mission bans could be good. It will be the Talia, which is a good counter into the Jace. At the same time, though, if so many mid bans come through, you can, as a last resort, always put Gragas mid, right? And I think that's just kind of... I feel like giving over Gragas to red side is... It's bad, right? I feel like Impunity just outmaneuvering Frank Esports in the draft. Lee Sin is the ban, so Vi is still up. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, Lee Sin not having that much success today, but has had a lot of sort of priority, and it has been seen in, I think, all but one of our drafts. So yeah, very interesting to see the sort of change that I guess the latest patch has had on the priority of the Lee Sin. As I assume here we are going to see another ban towards mission, perhaps the Orianna that he did previously higher, but no, they choose to ban out the Vi instead.
Interesting. So Impunity now, you do have to reveal your flex. Yeah, I think taking mid's probably the safer blind. They take the Ori. It works well with both the Nautilus and the Gragas. And worst case, it ends up as a fairly decent blind. And it does find into Jace as well. Jace used to actually be quite good into Ori. But since Jace has shifted towards more of a scaling pick, it's no longer super good.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll see the Malphite, but it would be pretty hard for Mission to ever play Adeline to play this game against. Nidalee we have seen quite a bit, and she does have a lot of strength, especially when you pair that up with the AD solo lane. And it is locked in here, so now possibly looking something to set her up, but nah, doesn't really do that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Nidalee. A Sion, though, I would be a pretty big fan of. Obviously a pretty good tank. Although it can be killed pretty easily by the likes of Orianna and Aphelios. I think maybe Nara's the better blind. It's kind of choosing between them. Gangplank, though, solo kill special. Will it be locked in? No, okay, so it actually goes towards the side. So can't go Gwen here. You definitely don't want to be triple AP topside. Gangplank could actually be the option from Driver. The Jax always is an option.
Fiora as well. Fiora traditionally having a good lane matchup into the Sion, but it will be the Gangplank, and I do really like that. Again, we saw it yesterday, right? Obviously, there was a bit of shenanigans with the lane swap, and we might see it again too, because I do believe it was Frank that set that up yesterday. However, the Gangplank does usually have a good matchup into the Scion. I imagine level 1, we're going to see quite a bit of priority, getting vision, spotting out where the Scion's going. You don't want to sort of lose out because of this lane swap as we saw yesterday. But yeah, I think here I do prefer the Impunity team comp.
I'll go ahead and say I think Impunity massively outdrafted them. I feel like solo AP Nidalee sucks. And I also think that Nidalee kind of struggles to do stuff in a GP because you can always W any sort of lockdown that comes through, right? I think it would have made a lot more sense to just play an AP mid and then just put Jace top and go for something else in the jungle. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like just on the side of Impunity, it's a much easier comp to play out, much better scaling in my opinion as well. And I really think it all stems from that Gragas, right? I feel like that Gragas picked so early kind of put Frank Esports in a tough spot, and I do think that Gragas is a better pickup early than Jace, because Jace only goes into 2 lanes, whereas Gragas having the additional option of going into the jungle, and potentially even the support if you really were stretching it, looks a lot better. So overall, I definitely favor Impunity in this game, and they do, I think, look like the slightly stronger team as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do head on into the Rift now, getting our nice little cinematic, and I really want to look out for this level 1. I feel like Impunity are going to have to find where this Scion goes, because as we saw yesterday, a game can become really, really difficult if you don't sort of get that correct lane sort of matchups. And Scion, as we touched on yesterday, has a really, really good 2v1 in comparison to almost any other champ.
Doesn't look like there'll be any lane swaps. I think probably just fine with how the matchups are going to go. You know, yesterday it was playing against, I think it was a double range bot lane. Wanted to try avoid that. It's actually first strike taken on Mission, which I guess is saying, you know, doesn't want the Airy for lane and perhaps doesn't want the phase rush for the movement speed. Instead, just confident enough to go for the first strike. And Orianna, after all the buffs, is a bit weaker in lane, but certainly scales extremely well. Actually, Doran's shield on Pretender after the nerf, feel like is a bit, I'm gonna say insecure on the Jace.
Yeah, and you don't feel all that pressured a lot of the time against Orianna, I feel. It's not like she does have good range, but it's not that amazing, and her damage early game is quite low. And once you see the first strike as well, you're probably not expecting to receive as much poke as you would with the Airy. But here we do see Hollow starting down on the red side, while Alex is starting his Raptors up top.
Yeah, okay, so different paths once again. Will anything actually happen in the lanes early? I'm kind of not thinking so. I feel like it's up to Hollow to make something happen. And if nothing happens, I feel like Impunity, you know, scale extremely well. I mean, you got Ori, Aphelios, GP as your carries, and even Gragas honestly scales quite well. On the side of Frank Esports, right, you've got the Xayah, Jace poke if it connects. And Scion honestly won't be that tanky this game, I don't think. There's really just a lot of tank killers on the other side. But will be interesting to see kind of where he goes.
There's a fantastic trade there onto Mission in the mid lane by Pretender. Edging out early, getting that level 2 and really making use of it.
Mission, though, does have the Corrupting Potion, so can kind of sustain through it. Definitely not going to be the end of stuff there. But the Phase Rush, I think, yeah, allowed him to get a lot of extra autos with the Jace, which is certainly nice.
Right, and we do have Dark Harvest again on the Gragas. We saw Comet earlier today and Dark Harvest yesterday, so I imagine we will see the Night Harvester. Although I kind of am curious about the the green jungle pet. I feel like maybe with the damage, the red one offers, you know, just a little bit more damage, a bit more oomph. But yeah, choosing to go for that more tanky, more survivability with the green pet.
I think perhaps just wants to act as the front line for his team, right? You've got such a strong backline here with Ori, Aphelios, Gangplank that if you can just keep them alive, they'll certainly deal the damage necessary. And Mission as well, always such a stable AP threat that you probably don't feel the need to bring AP damage to the team. Obviously, we'll bring some anyway, but perhaps not required.
Absolutely, and we do so far see Driver taking a bit of a CS loss early, and Solo Kill getting a lot of damage onto him, actually. So very well done here by Solo in the top lane.
It is a nice start, but I feel like Gangplank always pulls ahead in gold, right? Ooh, although...
As Hollow comes in, looking for first blood, Driver does escape on a little bit, has oranges to get a little bit of the health back, also has a cookie. He does seem like he's going to opt to stay, I guess not wanting to lose those minions, although he is recalling now.
I think forced in the reset here. The wave is pushing out, so if he tries to contest this so low on HP, we'll probably end up dying and actually might need some jungle help for pushing out that wave. Although if Hollow shows mid, which he will, Driver should be able to push out now.
Absolutely, and nice dodge there by Mission, although he is very low on mana. Does get hit by the spear, and Hollow hasn't got any kills, but has gone both top and mid and really chunked out those laners.
It's nice pressure applied, for sure. It's a good start, but probably still needs to find more, right? The scaling there is just too strong, but if he can kind of swing those lanes just a little bit in Frank Esports' favor, can perhaps convert that into a larger lead somewhere else.
He is hitting bot. I imagine he was spotted out by that vision. Gragas up the top side, so we do have pretty much this whole game junglers on opposite sides of the map. Atlan has been engaged on by Kaiwing, however, does get extremely low. Ignite is used. Nature's stunned up, does get away, but that's a fantastic trade by Frank Esports, and you got to think it's set them up now. Probably going to get this dragon.
Hollow might actually be able to come over the wall and get more. I think really nice trades here from Frank Esports bot lane. Alan has the cleanse, but no flash.
Oh, flash is a little bit too late there on Nature, and he is stunned up. Will go down there. First blood to Hollow.
It's a very good pickup by the side of Frank Esports, and I have to say, Impunity's bot lane, Atlan and Nature, just misplayed, right? We kind of saw this earlier in the day. Too heavy trading when your jungler is too far away, and ultimately are just punished for it, and perhaps give Frank Esports the way that they kind of need to get into this game.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I feel like if you're going to commit the flash, you may as well just commit it early there, because obviously he does it a little bit too long. The Zenith Blade locks in, and then you're just dead.
Was a little bit too late. Now, it isn't anything more than the kill picked up, but it is a very important kill, right? Let's take a look at the replay. So I think initially, the wave is pushing to Impunity. They don't need to contest this wave super hard. The Atlan, he gets engaged on, loses the cleanse, and loses his entire health bar for it. I really think Gragas is on top side here. You can just not trade. You know, you can just position a bit further back, right? The wave's pushing to you. But because of that trade, it just sets up Frank Esports to just come through here and end up taking out Nature as well as force Atlan away from the wave. And in the live game, Driver might be getting dived too.
Yeah, looking like a three-man dive up here. Looking for Sion, does start tanking. Flash away from Driver, but it looks like he's going to get stunned up here under the tower. It is a bit messy, but we do have... Oh my goodness, it's taking forever. He does eventually go down. Good work by Solo Kill there, just tanking the tower, but... And we're going to see it repeated on the bot side. Stunned up by Eminem. Atlan will receive that kill, so just a trade on either side. Alex only just living...
Wow, okay, again, big trades across the board. I actually think this is slightly better for Impunity. I really hope we get to see a replay on that top dive, because I think the way Driver played it was actually very, very smart. Mission, he's getting chunked a little low here. Probably is going to be forced to reset. Doesn't have TP, so actually it's going to end up missing a wave, probably. Which doesn't feel too good. Oh, actually stays, okay.
And on the back of those dives, we do see one plate going to both Sion and Aphelios there, and you do have to preference the plate onto your Aphelios, right? That champ scales so incredibly hard. We'll be able to take on the Sion as the game progresses.
I think as well, like, take a look at the ADCS, right? Despite the fact that Alan got denied a wave on that initial dive, actually manages to deny one back onto Eminem and puts himself in a pretty good spot. I feel like we might not end up seeing a replay of this top dive, but I just want to bring it up. The Driver, you know, throughout that whole dive, he was playing for that level 6, right? He flashed initially, just got the minion XP, and then just barely hit 6 at the end. And that allowed him to actually clear out the wave with his ult, which means while, yeah, you die, you pick up the wave.
Flash Initiate here lands onto Atlan. Atlan does flash away as well. He does have the correct guns for fighting here, but ultimately Ignite is burned onto him. He does get chunked out very high. Red gun sort of allows him to sustain back up as Honeyfruit's taken here by Frank Esports.
I'm not sure if Alan needed to flash, and I think that's another cooldown now that can look to be punished. You're right, I think can just lifesteal back up, so probably won't be anything else coming of that. But it is a flash down, which feels bad. Now, Herald is up, and I think with the plates already taken topside, if you can get this Herald, it does definitely help Frank Esports accelerate to the lead that they need. There will be a trade, though.
Yeah, Impunity looking bot again. So every time we see this Nidalee on top side, Alex is on bottom side ready to answer with something. In this case, not the Dragon, looking to just deny the Xayah more and more farm. Pretender is running on. I feel like he missed a few auto attacks there, but Phase Rush keeps him up, and Mission has lost a lot of his health again. Hollow coming in behind.
I think he was trying to get that knockback onto Mission. Mission actually in trouble. And perhaps walk this one out. Ooh, steps on a trap. Might have to flash. Ooh, okay, actually just gets out. I think Hollow perhaps scared to chase into the fog there. Mission dodges another spear. Very, very nice.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to give up his tempo, and also he has a shutdown, so I think it's smart by him. There is a chance he would have killed him, but also Alex being in such close proximity, probably not worth the risk.
Looks like Dragon will be started up here from Hollow. Has secured the first Herald already and is perhaps now going to pick up the first Dragon as well. Where will this Herald end up going? I'm thinking probably bot. Just try and get some gold on Desire, because while you can get the plates top, is Sion going to be the most impactful in this game? Feels like perhaps not.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with you. There's also maybe you give it to mid and get Pretender. Pretender obviously, he hasn't gained that much of a lead, which I'm kind of surprised by considering how much he's chunked out Mission over and over again. But maybe some gold on this Jace. We've seen Jace earlier today really take over.
And Solikill finds himself with a pretty nice CS lead here. Obviously did get counterpicked, but has had a lot of pressure put towards him. You know, did kind of receive ganks from both his jungler and support, which has put him in a nice spot here. I still think overall, while Frank Esports are starting to build up the lead they need, I think Impunity still kind of remain within touching distance, right? They're still definitely, I would say, in the better spot, right? You've got the scaling on Atlan already, and Xayah, which is kind of your guaranteed scaling here for Frank Esports, is the one actually falling behind. So I still sort of favor Impunity in this game right now, but it can, especially with the Herald, you know, snowball to a pretty big lead pretty fast. And Hollow, top of the gold charts, definitely where you want to see your Nidalee, compared to earlier today where we saw it, you know, almost at the bottom.
Absolutely, and we do see an initiation. Massive solar flare lands on both Atlan and Nature as Sion is coming in. Atlan will escape with one. No, he will not. The flash shield explode from Solikill does secure the double kill there. One for Eminem and one for Solikill. So massive trade, and you really like that for the Xayah.
I think that's insane play there from Solikill, right? Just goes from base and then ults, flashes bot. Mission should be fine here. I think if he just flashes over the wall, yep, will most likely get out. But yeah, big play from Solikill. Gets that lead top and actually plays it, or pays it back to bot. So Impunity's bot lane, once again, just kind of losing the 2v2, right? Obviously, Driver cleans it up, but I think here was, what, just engaged on by Kaiwing? He's one of the best melee support players in the region for, you know, a reason. Just so much damage traded over. Allen is already dead before this basically even starts. Driver does come through and last hit him. But I think even before that, the damage is already done.
Absolutely, yeah. That's crazy way for that bot lane to have gone. And Kaiwing's initiation there was phenomenal. He really, he got two people locked up, which allowed for the Featherstorm to then lock them up again. And just so much damage came down onto Atlan, he never even had a chance to even auto once.
It looks like during that time as well, the Herald was dropped on mid lane, so a bit of gold going over to Pretender, and also trying to get rid of that mid tower, at least in the future, especially if they can pick up the second drag here. And Mission, while he is scaling nicely, hasn't had a lot of priority in this lane, and not something you normally see out of Mission. Obviously, he's got the very scaling build, right, with the first strike, but it's kind of known for winning a lot of these range versus range matchups, so certainly not something we normally see.
Yeah, both solo laners here for Frank Esports really doing what they need to do, and especially for Solikill being able to turn this massive lead he's sort of accumulated himself top, although there was a 3-man dive. He's really turned that into more pressure around the map, and yeah, as you said earlier, he's paid back, you know, when he went for the 3-man dive, Eminem got 3-man dive, and he's paid that back, if not, you know, with interest.
Certainly has. Now Eminem finding himself at the Mythic advantage over his opponent. Mission's getting very low, does not have flash, can definitely die here to the roam from Kaiwing.
Kaiwing looking, but Alex will spot it out, so good job by him. Body slams away from that spear.
Now Mission, they should be able to keep this tower up, and most likely will be able to complete the Ludens in time for this next drag. Also hasn't gone for the tier build, which is kind of interesting. I think most Orianas do tend to prefer the Seraphs, at least on this patch, but perhaps wants to go for something like the Luden Shadowflame. I also think Ludens is a little weird up against the Sion and the Leona. So kind of curious itemization, but obviously will do a lot of damage to these three squishies in the Nidalee, Jace, and Xayah. And 1 minute on the drag, right? Mythic not yet completed for Mission or Atlan. I feel like if you can't complete those in time, probably just don't want to contest. You can give over another one and still be very happy just to scale.
We do see a serrated Dirk on Jay, so I imagine that will be the Eclipse build this game instead of that Gore Drinker. And I don't know exactly what the thoughts are behind it. Obviously, the Gore Drinker has looked extremely strong in the last 2 Jace appearances we've seen. What do you reckon is his thoughts behind it? Do you think he just sees quite a few squishy targets like Gangplank, Gragas is building AP, you know, Orianna, and the Aphelios all being quite squishy, so he just wants that lethality?
Yeah, I think it's just the amount of squishies, and also probably feels that there isn't a whole lot of threat onto him as long as he avoids the Orianna ult. Although is spotted out nice and early. Mythic is now completed for mission, so can perhaps look to fight.
Yeah, trying to clear out some wars here on the bot side, but it does look like Frank Esports have just complete control over here.
Yeah, Alex actually getting aggressive. I feel like, okay,
oh my goodness, good flash engage. Gets the Nautilus ult and the explosive cast onto Hollow, who is then hooked. He's just been stun locked the entire time, and that's a shutdown onto Mission. Huge person to get that shutdown. He's going to be really able to delay this game if need be and get a lot of power into these team fights.
I think that was an insane play from Alex. Like you said, now it delays the game a lot, which is certainly good for them as well as getting the kill onto Mission. I thought that was a dragon that Impunity were going to have to give up with Outland not having the Mythic, but Alex just comes out, absolutely smurfs it, and just picks out Hollow for free.
Yeah, looking for an engage onto Kaiwing, but Hook misses, so I don't suspect they'll go for it. Pretender is coming down, possibly to look at some sort of poke, as Nidalee is coming, one of the faster champs to sort of run from base to anything. Shock Blast goes wide.
Oh, they're still wanting to fight.
And Aphelios does have the fun guns. Initiation lands onto Atlan, however, and he is just deleted by the Feather Storm. Pretender really up there, phase rushing in, flash onto Alex. Bit of a weird interaction with that wall there, but Alex does go down, as well as Nature down on the bottom outside of our screens.
The wall does actually disappear due to the Infernal Dragon, and I mean, off the back of that, I think Frank Esports is actually pretty happy, right? You don't really care too much about the dragon being given over if you can get that much gold. Mission did ult, but honestly just didn't have enough damage, so I think Impunity, once they got out of here, or once they got the drag, perhaps could have just disengaged a little cleaner. Perhaps we just sent Alex to kind of block this. Instead, they're actually just all locked up. And despite the Oriole going on to 3 people here, it just isn't enough. And also the Infernal Dragon kind of means Alex dies, right? The wall disappears. So yeah, while the Dragon did go over Impunity, which buys him time for scaling, a massive lead there for Frank Esports. Now 4,000 gold up.
Right, and although Impunity do have scaling, I'm starting to really favour this Frank Esports teams. Dragons are 1-to-1, so there's still a lot of time before that sort of win condition. But Baron not too far away, 3 minutes until that will be spawning. There's also the Rift Herald here to be claimed. It looks like Hollow is on that side of the map as well. It can very quickly get out of hand.
Yeah, I think this is definitely getting to the point where the gold lead could end up being too much, right? Like, I still think Impunity can certainly scale into this game, especially with their double first strike users, but this is kind of the tipping point that Frank Esports have reached, right? Can they snowball this into even more? Or is giving over that dragon just going to allow Impunity too much time to scale up into those kind of core items that they need?
Yes, Herald does go down here for the side of Frank Esports.
The mid-wave will be pushed in here by Frank Esports. Top tower as well, going to go down pretty soon. So, I mean, Frank Esports doing a good job, at least for now, of snowballing this lead. I think with having the Herald, could get a little more on one of these side lanes. The bot tier 1 remains alive.
3 people are headed down there though, as we do see trades going on in the top lane. Good dodge out by Driver, but it looks like Mission might just die here. Hex Flash over for Kai. Oh, no, Hex Flash is that way. Solar Flare does miss. Scion ult hits. Devastating Slash won't make it. 3-man knockup, but I'm not sure exactly what his thoughts were there, because he was never killing all 3 of them.
I kind of respect the play, but unfortunately just does not have the damage to do it. Now, will be a mid-tower potentially traded over. It looks like they can't quite get it. The wave is cleared out. So yeah, Frank Esports, they are one of the best early game teams in the league, I think in terms of stats at least, and are finding themselves with a pretty significant gold lead over Impunity, but you can't count Impunity out, right? Not only do they have the scaling, but they're also just a team that's very good at team fighting, just as players. I do think the itemization from Mission is very weird. I feel like no Leandries, no Void Staff is questionable here, to say the least, right? There's a lot of health stacking, as well as a lot of MR coming in very, very early.
Yeah, and as that Orianna against the Scion with Jaksho, you can't really see him really having any effect whatsoever against it.
Driver, can he clear this? Does not have the ult because he burned it bot. Looks like the tower will just go down. Frank Esports find themselves with that 6k gold lead, and we haven't seen many teams come back from this sort of deficit. It has happened a couple times with just like mega outscaling. But I think Frank Esports, they're probably a good enough team that they're not going to let this lead just go to waste.
Yeah, and on the side of Impunity, you do have a very good amount of sort of wave clear, right? Like, Gangplank wave clear is amazing, Orianna's is very good, and even Gragas offers a lot. As well as Aphelios, if he has that blue gun, does do a lot for wave clear too. As it looks like Aphelios is getting awfully close to Kaiwing, but will just walk away. Nice tower picked up here by Mission.
Yeah, so a little bit of gold traded back. And I think if you're Impunity, you give up at least the next drag and probably the one after it too. Really just try and buy some time to scale. With Mission bot though, the mid tier 2 is left undefended. Actually think it might die. GPO comes through.
Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Nature is walking forward. Does go for the hook but won't land. Alex on a flank here onto Kaiwing. He is stunned up. Flashes away. We have Scion right next to the tower, but with Jaksho procced, he doesn't do any damage against him. Driver rooted up by the feathers. Orianna off the solo kill is taking absolutely every ability they have and losing no health whatsoever. And now it's just going to be the inner tower going down.
It is, and I think solo kill just way too strong in this fight. The carries don't have the necessary items to deal with it, right? I think the Orianna build certainly not built for killing Scion. Natlan as well, just too weak at the moment to really offer anything damage-wise onto the Scion. So this should be the second drag now picked up by Frank Esports. And Impunity, you can potentially give over one more dragon after this. But time is sort of running out, right? You've got to hit your spikes, especially if Baron ends up getting looked at.
Yeah, this gold lead looks to be quite like 6k gold until that last fight, and now it's 8k gold. You're really sort of having to find... Oh no, sorry, it is still 6k gold, but you're really having to find something... You have to find an in. Because I feel like Aphelios isn't really going to be online until he finishes his Bloodthirster to avoid some of that poke, and then he's going to need the IE on top of that to really have an impact on this game.
There's even potentially the LDR beyond that, right? So much armor coming in from solo kill on the side, and I think there's just a lot of questions being asked of the Impunity itemization here that it's going to be tough to answer them all, you know, in time for what is most likely a 4th dragon fight or even a Baron that could be looked at by Frank Esports. I mean, you've got the Scion, so you can just tank it up forever.
Certainly can. There is one sort of massive saving grace as we see Kaiwing go and Solar Flare land on Alex. Alex is just immediately killed here. Nature does have to hook away. And now there's pressure over this Baron. I imagine they'll start it up. See what Impunity can do to stop it. Gangplank is bot. I'll see if he does channel teleport. Gangplank is one of the best champions at sort of stopping these Barons.
Have Oriol as well.
Eminem getting quite low from the cannon barrage.
Solo kill though, taking no damage whatsoever.
Atlan ult does not hit, but it is traded for Featherstorm. Flash initiation here from Kaiwing. Orianna does secure the Baron for Impunity as Pretender runs away. Now your job as Impunity is to get away. All you need to do is run away from this. Nature trying. Atlan does turn around. He doesn't get slowed up, so it looks like 3 members will survive, and Mission does steal the Baron.
That is insane for Impunity. I think if that Baron goes over, the game is almost certainly done. I think Frank Esports would just be able to snowball so far ahead off that. A Driver actually just finds Hollow.
Driver just finds Hollow trying to take the Raptors.
Okay, so what was once a 6k gold lead is now only 4k. Can he get out? He does. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, massive there from both the Impunity solo laners. Mission steals the Baron, and then Driver just somehow yoinks a kill off the back end. So let's take a look at the replay. Like we said, Orianna and GP, 2 of the best champs in stopping Baron. The GP ult comes out early, which forces Eminem to stop DPS. But solo kill is so tanky, right? Can tank it up forever. And I think eyes on Mission, how did he steal the Baron? I think just somehow walked in and like QW'd it or something, right? Yeah, okay. Actually just straight up QW. It fell immediately after, but you'd have to say it's certainly worth it, and that's the end that we're talking about, right? That's the way back into this game that Impunity need. And I think especially off the back end, your Driver finding that kill onto Hollow, it's a big deal.
Driver certainly will continue to get more and more menacing on this Gangplank. He's one of those champions that just at any stage you land one massive barrel combo and you've won your team the game. He's a very, very scary champion, someone you don't want to give gold to. And with this Baron steal, you've realistically you've delayed the game a whole lot longer. We do see Driver even getting some free time down in the bot lane. It is completely unanswered yet.
Now, do you give over this next dragon as impunity? I think you do. I think you want to buy time for probably 3 items to come through on your mid and AD if possible. You might not actually get the time though, as Mission is looked at in this top side.
Yeah, a lot of presence towards this top side. There is nothing really to gain for either team up here. I mean, maybe
Pretender,
you can get the outer. Yeah, Pretender is getting awfully close, but he will get away with his movement speed.
I think there's probably nothing that can really be done with this Baron, but they have managed to close up a lot of the lead. I think perhaps if you can look to trade maybe even just mid-tower for the Dragon, it could be good for the side of Impunity. Any gold injection you can get kind of closes that gap, and I think once they hit 3 items, are potentially at that point where they can look for fights. I think though, the Orianna itemization is really, I mean, I brought it up again, but it's really bad, to be honest. There's just so much MR and so much HP, and just doesn't have the kind of required items against it. We'll now be going to the Void, but that then delays Rabadons even further. Admittedly, we'll be very strong against the squishy champions. If we can ever catch Eminem, we'll almost certainly one-shot him.
And more importantly, arguably, very strong against the 26 HP Baron. We do see Subjugate here used on Hollow. He is a very fast champion, does manage to get away on that Nidalee.
Gage comes out.
Yeah, we see Sion going in. Alex goes over the wall. Galeforce used by Atlan. And we see Nature is just going to go down in the middle of the team. Solar Flare finds Alex on the back end, but nothing will become of that. And it looks like we will see Dragon going over to Frank Esports. They're now on Soul Point. Very scary for Imperial.
I am really surprised that Impunity felt the need to contest that, right? I think you're just buying time. Also as well, the fact they used what I guess is Nature's stopwatch. I don't think he had the Zhonya's completed. It feels really weird because I think this is just something you should be giving up and not worrying too much about it. But instead, try and make some half-hearted attempt to contest it, lose the stopwatch on Nature, and just give it over anyway. So it feels very strange.
Perhaps, and 2 minutes now until the Baron's up. It does look like Atlan will be going for that 3rd item LDR, so a bit more damage onto Sion. And I suppose, ultimately, he is probably hitting that Leona and that Sion more than anyone else. So I don't hate the decision. Driver, as we just see there, is doing an immense amount of damage, so maybe look to him to sort of be this main person stopping the Baron. Potentially Mission, although, as you've pointed out previously, more going to be doing damage towards that Jace, Xayah, and Nidalee.
The Driver is just out here making money on bot lane. I mean, he is just farming up a storm. It's actually still down a little bit of CS, and it's kind of impressive how well Solo kills CS, right? It's actually 10 CS above the clock as a Sion, which a lot of Sions just end up grouping too much and never actually farming, but has managed to stay very strong here and is almost unkillable still, I feel. Even with the carries getting items, I still don't think it's enough, right? I don't know how much health Solo Kill has, but he certainly has resistances to back up whatever health he has.
We do see now Gangplank has picked up, I believe it is 90% crit chance, so if the barrel does land, it is going to almost certainly crit, which if it lands on a squishy, you're probably just out of the fight at that point.
3 items here though for the Jace as well as for Eminem on the Xayah. Feeling pretty good about that. I think Mission needs to try complete this Void before the next fight would be pretty big deal. Dragon's up in 30 seconds, and I think Impunity just want to kind of delay this if Mission can steal it again. I'm sure that would be good, but most likely going to be playing for this 4th Dragon fight in 3 more minutes. All 5 members around mid, though.
Yeah, looking for a lot of grouping. Here comes the Sion engage. Sion won't hit anyone, but Driver is in a very, very bad position. Does get the shielding here from Mission and actually gets away. Oh, he has been eliminated, sorry. And we see there, Atlan gets eliminated on the backside by the Xayah Solo, actually. Solo Kill walking forward towards Mission. And I have to wonder, I didn't see exactly what happened to Eminem, but he is dead, and we will see probably some, maybe Baron pressure, but if not, definitely Sion will be taking down some turrets.
I think it's crazy. Both top laners actually play that fight really, really well, right? I think Driver on the side, despite getting engaged on, managed to trade 1-for-1 and deal so much damage to the backline. On the other side, Solo Kill, I think, tanked up the entire enemy backline for pretty much the whole time and didn't lose any health whatsoever. And take a look especially at the damage coming out from Eminem and Driver in that team fight. So let's take a look at this. Initial engage on a Driver is great. Driver can't really do a whole lot and is just zoned out on the side, does what he can. But then take a look at the rest of Impunity. It really just is Eminem and Solo Kill. Wow, actually, aggressive flash forward does get him killed. But look at Solo Kill. He takes no damage at all. Literally none. It's just full HP the whole time. And I think Frank Esports, despite the gold lead not being, as big as it was earlier in the game, I still don't think that Impunity are going to be able to kill Solo Kill before this 4th Dragon. And I think Frank Esports should just be able to pick up the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, I don't really know how Driver came away with how much he did there. He really got initiated on so hard and did, what was it, like 5,000 damage, the most in the team fight anywhere. I will say maybe a little bit too far forward for Eminem. If he didn't go down there, possibly can find more than they did. So a bit of a chance given there, a bit of a thank you from Impunity.
Sonya's being built here by Mission, so apparently does not want damage. Just wants a bit extra safety. I mean, maybe he just thinks Driver can do it all because, I mean, he did deal 6,000 damage in that previous team fight. But this is 3 items completed for the carries, right? Mission and Atlan both have it. Baron has started up, though, and it's pretty difficult, I think, for Impunity to get in this, although always have the GPR to kind of force them off it.
Yeah,
it's getting very low.
Solo Kill raid boss. Yeah, GPR is used here. Solo Kill goes on to Driver again, and Driver is just absolutely eliminated. Here's Nature in the middle. Atlan and Eminem sort of fighting against each other. Solo Kill staying full health despite tanking that Orianna are. They are just chasing them off. Do they fall back here and possibly look for the Baron? I think that's probably the best play.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports should be able to do both the Baron and the Dragon here. Really, again, mis-executed from Impunity. Driver, once again, caught out, and this time is unable to trade anything back. And Mission has built pretty much to deal damage to squishies, but only finds the Oriole onto Solo Kill. And say what you want, I feel like Frank Esports are actually just outplaying Impunity. I'm not even sure it has anything to do with draft or anything else at that point. It just feels like straight up better macro and better team fighting.
I completely agree, and it's kind of concerning that you've just seen Driver kind of get caught out twice in a row. Just almost the same way, really. Just Sion initiating onto him, followed by the Leona here. And we do see a lot of positioning towards this Dragon. It is, of course, Soul for the team of Frank. Mission loses most of his health to the Shockwave. So the Shock Blast.
He does not have TP either, so he's just going to be forced to play out this fight on half HP.
Atlan does have some good guns to be able to do damage from far away, and Bloodthirster, importantly. Dragon does go to the side of Impunity as the fight starts off. Kaiwing is onto Atlan, but Atlan is shredding him right now. Solo Kill also getting very low. 2-man Shockwave onto Pretender and Solo Kill, and that is a 3-for-0.
Just as I compliment Frank Esports' gameplay, it goes completely the other way. The Dragon is stolen again by Alex this time. And that buys them more time into this game. And the fact that they managed to win a fight from this deficit, as well as Mission starting the fight on half HP, it's a miracle for Impunity and perhaps the one they need.
Yeah, I think Kaiwing was kind of a bit ambitious going from the back line. I know he's been doing it for a bit of this game, but now that the LDR is finished on Aphelios, does die a lot quicker. But yeah, we really saw, I mean, Impunity playing that well, but maybe Frank playing it not as well as they should.
I'd really like to see a replay, because I definitely think that Frank Esports, right, we've talked about the scaling, but I think still should be strong enough to win these fights. And they also had the necessary poke land. So I'm not sure where it went so wrong for them. I'd perhaps wait to see what happened to Eminem, but Hollow...
Yeah, Hollow engaged on, and he is just completely caught out. That's a fantastic pick, and more gold, importantly, over to Atlan.
Wow, Impunity, the gold lead is now completely closed up. And I feel like it's back in their hands completely now. Although the Baron, it's still on the side of Frank Esports for 1 more minute. I want to see how much gold does Driver have. He's going to recall and spend a ton of gold. Sion actually goes out on top.
Yeah, Sion looking again for Driver, but nothing to become of it. And yeah, we do see a lot of shutdowns now on the side of Impunity. So as well as the scaling, and Infinity Edge, very importantly, just picked up by Aphelios. And you have to think that he is now in the position to really take over this game.
Yeah, for those just core items all picked up on Aphelios, right? The IE, the BT, and the LDR, as well as LDR now completed by Driver. It's starting to get away from Frank Esports, right? The carries have finally got the items they need to deal with solo kill. And I feel like when you get very tanky on something like the Scion, you're very tanky until you're not, right? Like, you're completely unkillable. But once these tank buster items come through, you actually start to melt pretty quick.
Yeah, and it is important to note that Frank Esports will, for at least the next 2 Dragons, have that sort of Dragon Soul win condition where their damage will improve so much by getting that. But they do really, I feel like at this point, they really have to try find that. I feel like that is now almost their main win condition. Although finding some of these engages they did earlier on in the game can also really net them a win. Obviously, killing off Driver early, potentially Atlan. We'll have to see.
Poke coming out from Pretender is good, but now with Atlan, you know, being this fed, and obviously had the BT a long time ago, it's going to be very hard to take out. I mean, you'll see the overheal shield in fights is just so big, combined with the BT. Just has so much lifesteal, and it's pretty much never going to get poked out. Really, you have to try land poke onto Mission, I feel like, is the only person it's really going to stick to. Maybe if you can take out Nature before he finds an engage, could be good.
Yeah, and while he will still be able to obviously lifesteal it up, Serpent's Fang has been picked up by Jace, possibly just meaning that when you go into the team fight, Aphelios won't have this like 600 health shield. So I do kind of like that itemization.
Okay, now 1 minute 30, right? I think this is Frank Esports' chance to kind of close out this game. If they don't get this Dragon, I think it might almost be unwinnable for them, right? Like, they're really starting to fall far behind compositionally. Hexdrinker on Eminem. It's kind of interesting. I feel like you shouldn't get hit by Oreo Gragas if you use your ult correctly, but, you know, perhaps a little bit of respect paid over. And this should be both teams looking to group up and control vision. We see on the mid wave already. I mean, Atlan's overheal shield is going to be crazy. I think watch for that in the team fight because I'd be surprised to see it fall low. Oh, barrel connects.
Yeah, barrel does. 2 barrels connect, and Kaiwing's chunked to half just as, you know, just as everyone's setting up for this Dragon in 50 seconds time. We'll recall, we'll be able to get back out on the map in time. But we're seeing really the impact these barrels can now have.
Yeah, 5 members on the midway for Impunity. It looks like they're the ones actually getting control. Alex has chunked out a bit, but has a bit of sustain. Nature not going to face check that bush, wisely so.
Yeah, and we have Solo Kill just repeatedly sort of charging up that Q in that bush in case someone comes toward. Will still take a while to go down, especially with the Jack show. And if he finds a good engage, I definitely feel like that's Frank's win condition. Nice bit of poke out onto Driver and Nature here.
Watch for the Ori ult as well. Could be big at this stage of the game. Is obviously very, very scaled up. And Dragon, I think, can be started. Really, they have the better position.
Yeah, Alex body slamming into a bit of poke. Definitely not what you want just as this Dragon spawns. And the initiation does come through, but immediately flashed out by Solo Kill. Does use the shield. And Atlan is currently untouched. Dragon is still being pressured.
Gameplay ult comes out.
Yeah, Hollow flashes in, and it does go down. Very important to Frank as we see the team fight erupt. Eminem kind of in the back line. Driver can't get him. Alex picks off the Nidalee in behind. Solo Kill looking. Massive ult there by Aphelios.
Yeah, he has so many chakras.
Oh my goodness, Solo Kill might just live, but that Moonlight Vigil onto Eminem in the backline was massive.
Wow, I think that... Oh, I feel it's good for Frank, sort of. They managed to get the Dragon Soul, right? At the same time, look, 10,000 damage dealt by Atlan in that team fight. I mean, he had such an insane team fight. And also, with the Ori shield, with all the overheal BT shielding, I don't think he ever really dropped below maybe 80% HP. And completely puts the team on his back. I mean, look at the damage graphs there. Insane performance from him in that team fight. You know, 10,000 damage compared to Eminem's only 3k. Is going to back off here.
Yeah, 7 seconds was the time until Kaiwing spawns. So it does back off. Probably going to head towards that Baron. And honestly, I do kind of favor the trade for Frank because they did get this Infernal Drake. And that's a huge amount of power gain, especially for this poke, right? Well, obviously, not so much onto Atlan. He can heal it up. But landing it onto Alex, onto Driver, and onto Mission will stick a lot more than it did.
Yeah, so they managed to kind of survive the initial engage. And then I think everything is actually used to kill Driver on the side. Like, I think right now, if you kind of look, Driver, I think gets kind of caught out a bit over here, but during this whole kind of time, you actually notice that Atlan, he just never lost health, right? He's still full HP, has the Ori shield, and after that, like, all the cooldown's gone, and the fact that he's still alive, also really nice ulti. I didn't even notice that in the fight. I mean, really, really well played by him. So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think you're right. It might be slightly better for Frank Esports because they get the soul. Also, Atlan does not have flash for this team fight. But this, I think, is perhaps your last chance to win a fight here as Frank before this Elder.
Yeah, Atlan, like everyone else on the Rift, all don't have flash. He does have the cleanse, which could be an important factor. This is going to be a lot harder now, actually, for Impunity, considering they have lost this Dragon Soul. Have to see if they can get enough pressure, maybe find a pick to start up this Baron.
Yeah, or perhaps want to just delay until the Elder. Although they have a lot of control over the Baron already, Mission is starting to build towards the Rabadon's last item.
Yeah, and Driver finishes off his GA, so that's really good. If they can't really focus him anymore because he will just respawn afterwards.
The poke from Pretender lands on the Atlan, but is instantly healed back up. Has so much life steal at this point in the game. Both teams once again kind of positioning for that team fight. Dragon's up for another 3 minutes, but Baron, goes down in just a few moments for either team here.
Yeah, and we see there the Jace Shock Blast really is hitting onto Nature now. He is still like slowly regenning up, but if that does land onto Nature, he loses a lot of health as the Baron is started up here. But again, we've seen this. Gangplank and Orianna is so hard to do this against.
Ooh, it's getting pretty low though. Frank Esports, they seem to be pretty hard committing to it, down to 5k.
As we see Sign go and Solar Flare used, only hits Nature, Explosive Class completely misses. Atlan is not really able to get off any damage here, not the perfect guns as Alex is going down on the side to Kaiwing. Stopwatch is used. Driver 1 HP, he will go down, as will Atlan, and I feel like the game is just won here.
Might be over, Driver's dead.
Mission trying to do what he can. Atlan responds and is... Can he do it? Eminem comes back and finds one more. I don't think they can end, but heroics there out of Atlan to sort of save this game.
Oh, Eminem. I think, yeah, Mission has to TP. Okay, so it's going to be a 1v1 in the base, and I think Mission should be fine to keep this game alive. But it's very, very close. Yeah, Eminem, he was looking for Mission's base, but can't quite find him. Did TP out. The inhib does go down. The Baron remains alive. I mean, so much damage once again coming out. Actually pretty impressive that Sion managed to even deal 6,000 damage, being that tanky. But take a look at the replay. So I think initial engage is actually not too bad. Nature did manage to stop it, so the carries are still alive. But like you said, not the perfect guns for Aphelios, and the Oriole goes wide as well. And Atlan, once again, kind of saves the game. Deals so much damage here in this team fight. Oh my god, actually did so much to the backline as well, just with the flamethrower. But 2 GAs lost there for Frank Esports, or sorry, for Impunity. And I believe Frank managed to pick up the Baron off the back of that as well. Also really nice barrel by Driver at the very end to kind of save that team fight.
A lot of heroics there, and we will see Summoners kind of coming back up now. Flash is available for pretty much everyone, Eminem very shortly, as is Atlan.
1 minute left on this drag, and the GA is actually sold for Atlan, so does not need it at all. Obviously, it's going to be on CD, so it wasn't going to be useful anyway. Rabadon's is still not completed for Mission, so not going to be quite as strong as he'd like. I think he's buying elixirs, probably thinking that every fight is going to be the last, and then it just turns out not to be. But yeah, I mean, this is it, right? This really is the last fight of the game. I think whoever picks up this Elder probably just picks up the win not too long after.
Yeah, and Atlan importantly does pick up the QSS for this fight, so doesn't have cleanse but has replaced it with that, and honestly will do a bit more damage if he is able to hit. But I feel like he wants to look to get rid of these guns, although maybe he's purposely chosen these, as it does offer some initiation and follow-up.
Ooh, engage goes wide.
Yeah, Flash Zenith Blade misses, but some nice poke onto Nature here by Pretender.
And Dragon's in only 5 more seconds. The mid-wave has been pushed in. Driver's going to go answer it, but has TP and ult to get into this team fight. As soon as Driver shows, though...
Massive shock blast onto Atlan. He is now 1 HP, and he can't really heal it up as well. Solo kill does go forward. They're really pushing Impunity out of their jungle, and it feels like they're just going to go back and start on this Dragon. Atlan really needs to find a way to heal up here.
Yeah, I don't think he can get access to a minion wave. A lot of engage tools have been committed though. Atlan, he has to find someone, perhaps even the Scion, to heal off of.
Yeah, Pretender getting a lot of poke down on the side.
I think Elder's just going to get picked up.
Yeah, Elder's just gone. You definitely do not want to fight now.
They're going to try back away. Just try and live into this Elder. If anything connects, someone will die on the side of Impunity. TP comes in the base as well. I think from Scion?
Yeah, Scion just trying to get this over and done with. And it looks like it's a very smart decision. Doesn't quite hit the knockup, but it's just flashed onto Driver. Atlan has gone down to that Elder Dragon. Driver will be following. Double kill there for Eminem. And this will be the game. Frank Esports really pulling it out, and they get sole position of third now.
Wow, Frank Esports, they do take the game after 44 minutes of gameplay and 40 kills as well. It does go their way, and I think, honestly, very nice by them. I think they got pretty hard draft gap by Impunity, but for the most part, just played the team fights better. And I think, across the board, had a really solid performance. I also think, question for me around mission. I think the setup in this game, perhaps not the best, right? I think the first strike could be greedy. I think no Leandry's an early void kind of meant that he did very little damage for a long amount of time. And yeah, I mean, Driver as well, obviously had a pretty good performance, but was caught out, crucially, a couple times, right? So Frank Esports walk away with the win. But man, if this is what is this like a preview of playoffs? Because if we see a best of 5 between these teams, I mean, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, it's certainly very exciting for this game. And I want to point out at the end there, Pretender really set them up for success. And a large part because of that Dragon Steel that we did see come through by Hollow. Really landing those Jays sort of shock blast, even hitting Nautilus would chunk him down to half HP and made that Elder almost completely uncontestable.
Yeah, it was a game that kind of came down to the wire multiple times, right? So many of those fights were so close, where if one thing had gone slightly different, it could have been either team walking away with the win. So it is ultimately Frank Esports who just execute that little bit better. And I think, credit to them again. I mean, they have what is a pretty high execution comp with the Jason and the Nidalee. They found that lead. It started to fall back, but they got the Dragon. And they managed to pick up the win. Also, perhaps would have been a lot cleaner if they just got that Baron, right? The Baron was stolen away, which allowed Impunity kind of scale back into this. And I think Impunity definitely mismanaged their early game, right? I think despite the fact that you have a lot of scaling, fell further behind early game than they really should have. So yeah, I mean, Impunity, they still put up a reasonable performance, but I don't think that's as good as the Impunity we saw that took on PSG and CFO. At the same time though, Frank Esports, they're hit and miss, right? They lost to Hellpigs twice, but here they are in like a 44-minute slugfest, outperforming Impunity at the very end.
Yeah, and I have to say, they definitely outperformed the entire early game as well, right? And that heroic steal by Mission really kept Impunity in this game and sort of allowed them to catch back up with the better scaling comp. But eventually, Hollow steals that Dragon. The poke comp just does that much more, and then they sort of took over from there. Solo Kill was starting to be killed by those sort of tank shredders, but it just wasn't enough that he was dying, because Pretender was putting out so much damage before any fight would happen that eventually they just ended up winning, just snowballing and winning.
They did, and I wonder who the MVP will go to, because I think Solo Kill or Pretender definitely should be looked at, right? Like you said, Pretender really turned a lot of those late game fights into their favor, and Solo Kill, for so long of that game, was just incredibly tanky, and nothing could be done about him until, ultra late game. I mean, even in some of those late game fights, right? It's always crazy that Scion, probably the tankiest person on the map, still deals 6k damage in a team fight. Like, right, I don't know why you haven't fixed that yet, but something needs to be done, I think, about the tank Scion. It's probably the best tank on the patch, maybe Cassante, but it's a lot more blindable than something like the Cassante. Let's take a look at the replay. So this was, I think that, I want to say third to last fight. It was the one where Atlan, he kind of saved the game with dealing a lot of the damage in this team fight, and also Driver's barrel at the very end just barely saved Impunity from losing the game right now, right? At this point, the game kind of looks over, but this barrel from Driver deals so much damage at the end, it actually kind of keeps them in the game. And also Mission just barely dealing enough damage to Soloku, who, if he didn't kill, would have just base TP'd and ended the game, right? So just inches over and over was so close. But have a look at the damage put out by Pretender on the Jace. Obviously a lot of poke, and a lot of it is life stealed up. But at the very end, when Atlan didn't have a wave to have access to, the poke actually began to stick.
Yeah, and look at that gold graph. It is just entirely in the favor of Frank Esports up until about the 37-minute mark, where for 5 minutes it looks like Impunity is certainly going to win. And then it just goes back the other way again. And yeah, it's a pretty incredible game we just watched, really. We knew Impunity were going to scale, as we do see MVP was Kaiwing. And I do understand that. He really started a lot of those important sort of team fights, landed some crucial two-man stuns, especially in the early game in bot lane, followed up on some of those Scion initiations extremely well. And Kaiwing, I think, very deserving of this.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a lot of MVP candidates on the side of Frank Esports, and Kaiwing for sure one of them. Like you said, I think if you can find like more than one target with your Leona, obviously extremely high value. And it's been a while since we've seen supports picking up the MVP, since we've kind of had the Lulu Yumi meta. But now with some of those melee supports coming back, players like Kaiwing, who are kind of known for being very strong on these engaged supports, are kind of able to show how good they are once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was probably my favorite game of the day so far.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if maybe the next one can bring it out, but I just really, really liked, like, we knew the scaling was going to come in. It did, but then it was sort of countered. It was just crazy back and forth, and it's what you really want to see when there's tied for third place teams come up against each other. We have now broken that, of course. Frank Esports solely third. I believe Impunity is second. Maybe they're tied with someone. I can't exactly remember. But yeah. That's awesome to see.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that I want to say just nail biting, right? The whole game through. We said it was our game of the day for a reason. And I mean, man, I like what I'm saying. If we get 5 games of those in playoffs, like I'm so down for that, because that was an insane game where, despite the fact that, you know, like Frank Esports had a big lead, could you really call it in their favor? Probably not, because of the scaling, right? And then fight after fight, just if they were a little bit better executed, could go either way. And I think also really cool to see kind of some of the players really, you know, flexing their skill in that game, right? Like Driver, time and time again, despite being caught out, managed to salvage a lot off the back of those situations. So a really intense game all around. But now, after this break, we will be going to our final game of the day, which will be between J-Team and Beyond Gaming.
Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm stunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a guy. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the S
cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek god. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship, you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you, oh, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Take stock, lean back, take a view of the city.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 5 Day 2, brought to you by Riot Games and Carried Live. If you're just joining us, you just missed out on Frank Esports up against Impunity, which was 44 minutes long, and I honestly want to say one of the closest games of the season, just in terms of so back and forth for so long, especially in those later game team fights. So definitely go back and watch that one. But now we have J-Team up against Beyond Gaming for our final game of the day, and I think it's a pretty important match for both teams, right? Both of them want to kind of sneak into playoffs, and I feel like whoever wins might cement their spot there.
Yeah, well, I think currently both of them are sitting just outside of playoffs. However, whoever wins here kind of becomes the only contender for that sort of 6th, 5th spot in the playoffs. And importantly to note, Beyond Gaming's jungler Kongwei. Oh, sorry, we'll go to the team here for Taipei J team. We have Long, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, Enso. Now, Lauva last year was actually the substitute for Kongwei on J team. So that's something important. Maybe we'll see here. Maybe can Kongwei's sort of veteranacy and knowledge of the team pull them through here? Or will we see some, Lauva's new take on maybe the meta and what's going on here give him an advantage?
Possibly, yeah. I think being a sub for someone as well, you probably learn a lot about their playstyle and stuff they kind of want to do. So that'll be definitely something that we have to kind of look at between these two junglers. And I could definitely see the jungle matchup being a pretty big part of this, right? I feel like whenever you're playing against BYG, jungle is always something you need to think about, right? Kongyue, I'm not sure if he still does, but at least before, led the entire league in KP, so just a huge part of that team. And I feel like the rest of BYG, they have their moments, but certainly it's always Kongyue that's kind of the catalyst for a lot of those plays, if you will. And J-Team, they did pick up a win yesterday up against Hellpigs, but let's go across the other side to Beyond Gaming. Li Kai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino. I think that this team has been very up and down, right? I think it definitely shows in their record, and not just in terms of the win-loss, but just in terms of their form, right? Sometimes Beyond Gaming, come out and they just have an almost perfect game up against CFO. They've had some other very solid games, but then they come and lose to some of the bottom teams as well. So not really sure what to make of them. But yeah, it's obviously a very storied team in the PCS, right? And so you'd have to hope that they do make their way into playoffs. But like you said, currently sitting just outside.
That's right, and I think a bot lane in this matchup is something to consider. Feng having an absolute pop-off game yesterday, and Bruce traditionally being kind of the carry on J-Team. So I think that's sort of where I want to look. 1116 traditionally sort of more of a... He doesn't generally tend to be the carry, although he has had some fantastic performances. And Lakai yesterday, if I am correct, I believe he was on Cassante, and he had a good game. I might be incorrect there, though.
I can't really remember, honestly. I just know it was a fairly good game for them. But let's take a look at the stats comparison between the two mid laners. So here we have probably the biggest difference is the jungle proximity, right? I think 1116 on champs like the Rise has shown pretty good play with the mid jungle, right? I want to say almost similar to PSG in that manner. Not quite as good, but similar for sure in the way they use the Rise. Also has very high damage percentage for both of these mids. So they've certainly been big part of their teams in terms of the team fighting, but both of them as well, pretty low KDA, have given over quite a lot of kills in a lot of the games. So we're going to see what they have to show to us this game.
Who do you tend to favor when it comes up to this matchup? Who do you think is more likely to pull ahead? I tend to think BYG, but we are heading now into the Champion Select. We see J-Team banning out the Jace and the Elise, and BYG taking away that Sejuani again. I believe that's the 5th game in a row Sejuani has been banned.
Sedge kind of moves into the permaban tier, I think, now, especially with Maokai kind of falling off a bit. Gragas, I think it's a smart ban. I feel like normally blue side should just first pick the Gragas and then kind of have that flex on you the entire way down. Zeri is actually banned by blue side, which is sort of curious because some of the other first picks are gone. But Ashe remains available, which could always be something we consider. We've seen Jace first pick, but is banned away. So we're kind of running out of the OP first picks here. I'd actually be kind of surprised, or kind of interested, I guess, to see. Okay, Ashe is available, which is sort of a common one. I guess Varus, ooh, just a Jax blind, straight up.
Yeah, just going into there feels like he did play Jax yesterday, and if you do remember, he had a fantastic performance. And yesterday was when they came off their loss streak, so maybe really liking the Jax, thinking it had a big impact. Wouldn't be surprised to see Varus here. Feng playing it yesterday, had an amazing game on that. At one stage, I believe, flashing in like 1v4, picking up a quadra kill, so wouldn't be surprised at all to see this.
Okay, so perhaps could even take the Varus and the Ashe. It's always a possibility, right? It would mean that you can't pick up your priority jungler until third pick, but I think Ashe is such a good pairing with Varus. At the same time, I think, you know, has kind of like some of the melee supports as well, right? So we might see something like the Varus Nautilus or just the Varus Leona come through. And Lee Sin is looking like the priority jungler over Wukong and Vi, which is always interesting, right? I'm surprised the Lee Sin priority is so high.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much success on it, but it remains one of these priority picks for the teams here, and it is locked in here for Kyungwei. One thing I will say, it does have a lot of early pressure, and Kyungwei really the facilitator of the team. He's really who gets them going. We see that in sort of the cool participation percentages, as J-Team are looking to lock in that Ashe. Kind of a takeaway from the Varus. Again, could potentially be a flex, but more likely to be that support, as we do see Sivir hovered and locked in.
Ashe Sivir is kind of an interesting one. Ooh, ASO is the hover. Will we finally see it? I feel like you could pick it here into two bans. At the same time, though, I think we might just be getting messed with.
I certainly would like to see it.
It has been a long time coming. I've been asking for it for a while. Looks like it will be the Cassante taken, or perhaps the Fiora into the Jax. I think this is a matchup that's gone both ways quite a lot. So really interested to see how this goes. And I think we even had a game yesterday where Cassante solo killed Jax and then Jax solo killed him back, right?
Yeah, I do believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of potential for big plays in that matchup, and it's one we'll have to keep our eye on. Now, second phase bans for BYG. I think you can definitely target junglers here. Vi is the first ban. Probably just going to go for the Vi Wukong. I feel like that is probably the play. On the side of J-Team, banning out supports seems like the play, right? Take away some of these melee engaged supports. Perhaps ban the Nautilus Leona.
Yeah, that does seem pretty good. I feel like those sort of champs do well into these poke champs. If you ever find that engaged, you really have a good time. But Ryze is the ban, so maybe prioritizing more the mid lane pull rather than the supports.
I think that makes sense too. Again, we've seen the kind of strength of Ryze Lee Sin earlier in the day. If you go for the double bans mid here, I'm not sure what the next one would be. Something like LeBlanc pairs well with Lee, but it's not often blinded. What else is 116 played? I mean, he likes the mages, and there's certainly a lot of them up and available still.
Potentially the Silas, but it will be the Leona.
Okay, so I think you want to pick your support here, unless it's a priority mid that you really want to take. Yep, so most likely will be the Nautilus.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised by the Nautilus, him being sort of the primary tank support left. Lux would be a bit surprising. Would love to see Bard.
I think most likely will be the Nautilus. I think having that gank set up with the Lee is very, very nice. Okay, now J-Team, what do you blind? I feel like safe mid blinds, like Azir is always an option. It kind of depends what your jungler wants to play though. Jarvan is interesting. You see the Varus, but you don't see what mid laners come out. I feel like normally you pick Jarvan after you see two mobile carries, but after seeing one is honestly still decent. And pairing with that could be pretty much any teamfight mage, right? The likes of the Ori, the Azir, Victor even, lots of setup with that. Akali would be an interesting one. I feel like it's honestly not the best in this game, but it's still a solid, it's an okay blind. I think it does kind of open up the LeBlanc last pick. Silas?
Yeah, we did see the blind Akali yesterday, which ended up not that good. But we do see the Annie. I believe we've seen Minji play the Annie before, so nothing too surprising. And it has received quite a few bans. So yeah, it's something of comfort and something that all round is quite a good pick at the moment.
And over in NA, we've actually seen the Annie versus ASOL matchup, I think 3 or 4 times. So it could be something they go for. Silas is the hover instead. Does have the Ashe ult, which is always a great takeaway. I think I prefer something else, but if they go for it, I can respect it. It does give them gank setup, also gives them great mid-jungle 2v2, and obviously has some pretty good ults. Minji so far seems the only person who really seems to prioritize Annie highly, in the mid lane at least, which is kind of surprising, because I feel like internationally, Annie started to kind of rise up as one of the premier picks, right? Sometimes even getting first picked. But yeah, in the PCS, hasn't really caught on yet.
Yeah, and I think having that sort of Ashe there with the Ashe ult, the Sivir ult, really sort of facilitates Minji on the Annie a little bit more too. You really get a bit more range out of that, has stun lock up followed by the Tibbers, and sometimes you might even be able to find an initiation without your flash, which tends to be how Annies usually do it.
And I'm not even sure whose draft I favor here. I feel like it's honestly pretty close, and it's just going to come down to whichever team plays it better, which, in some ways it always does, but at the same time, draft can have a massive impact. I will say that I feel like J-Team have a lot of options for picks, right? You've got, the Sivir ult for running forward, you've got the Ashe ult as well as the Tibbers, even the Jack stun. There's just lots of ways to engage fights here, so it'll be interesting. And also the Jarvan, a champ that received some buffs, but hasn't... in fact, this might be the first Jarvan game, the PCS, not too sure about that, but did get the mobile Varus carry, so that's definitely nice. And they have tons of engage, right? They can just press all their buttons and kind of group up and come away with the team-5 win.
Yeah, but on the other side, though, we do have the Sylas who could theoretically steal that Cataclysm against what is 3 immobile carries. So, I mean, positives and negatives to it, and also the Cassante, I don't know if you know this, the extra damage comes through on the all-out if he goes through a wall. With Jarvan ults there, that allows that a lot easier without sort of separating yourself too far from the team fight, which of course you sometimes want to. But anyway, we are heading onto the Rift here. Let's see if we have anything going on level 1. We haven't tended to for the rest of tonight. But with Lee Sin, Jarvan, both junglers really can get in level 2, get in some ganks early with just the right setup. Sylas obviously can facilitate that. Annie as well if she starts with that stun.
Okay, Doran's shield for the Sylas makes a lot of sense. Has gone for the first strike, which is a little greedy maybe, but no, I mean, I dig it.
I am surprised not to see the Conqueror on him. I feel like it's going to be really hard for him to proc that first strike, maybe just relying on landing a Q to proc it, get a little bit of extra gold, but I would have thought Conqueror might have been the better choice here.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, especially because if you go Precision, you can get extra Tenacity, which obviously is pretty nice up against all the CC that can come out from J-Team. But for me, in the early game, I think I'm looking a lot towards mid-jungles from both teams, right? Strong 2v2s as well as gank set up on both sides. Have to feel like there will be a lot of pressure. And seeing something like a Jarvan Lee Sin matchup, it feels like we've gone back in time a couple years because this is something we haven't seen in a while. It's been those kind of Vi Wukong trades. Ooh.
Yeah, as we do see this fight starting down bot, Enso does have to use that barrier and loses more health actually. So a better trade for BYG, although getting pushed onto J-Team might allow for a level 2 sort of more pressure going towards BYG.
They do secure the push. At the same time, losing the level 1 trade as a Hail of Blades range support is not very common. And we kind of see the old triple lane setup here. I feel like there won't be too much action in mid and top, at least in the 1v1 early game. Perhaps some ganks, though, could look towards mid lane. But I think bot lane in the 2v2 is probably the place to watch.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that, although we have seen yesterday quite a lot of trading be done between the Cassante and the Jax, and it has led to kills typically in favor of the Cassante, but right now we do see Jax at an early lead.
Both junglers here are pathing towards bot, and there is kind of reason to, right? On the side of J-Team, you have to protect your double range lane, allow them to keep pushing. On Kongyue's side, he gets a lot of KP, and what better place to get it than ganking the Nautilus lane, right? Probably the best gank setup on his team, at least at the moment.
Yeah, and they do know that barrier's down, so the Ashe is just a little bit more vulnerable as Kongyue is looking down here, as is Lauva. We are going in, flash forward, it is spell shielded, fantastic spell shield out of Bruce, and that just thoughts it, oh no, we do see him take the Q. Enso's lost almost all of his health at this point.
Yeah, I think Lauva might need to stay around and just help fix the wave. They might actually re-engage, the hook is almost up.
Yeah, Ward jumps forward, does look to back away, has to be a bit careful, he's getting quite low.
And lots of damage traded off the back though. Is Hook going to be up again? I don't think so.
Yeah, well, we lost both summoners here on the Sivir. We did also use both of Kino's summoners as well, but Feng, both summoners up. Enso does have that flash, but extremely low as Kongyue has come in, I suppose just to help push this wave a little bit faster.
Yeah, probably just need to at least guarantee that it's going to crash, and it looks like it will, and so it's pretty low, so unable to kind of hold this wave anymore, but a lot of sums traded out from J-Team's bot lane, right? They've used 3 sums already. Feng managed to keep both of his, which is definitely nice.
Yeah, and we see here Minji winning out against that melee Sylas, which is to be kind of expected early, but Minji, 1116 has really done a good job of last hitting at least, of trading, I guess, some of that mana, some of that health to receive those minions. 1116 has to be careful here. Jarvan just over the wall at his Raptors.
Yeah, there's a lot of gank set up from both sides, although 116 is getting pretty tanky, right? We'll be itemizing towards the Catalyst very early into the game, which makes it kind of hard for them to deal with. And Minji, it'll be interesting to see what item he goes for. There's lots of options on the Annie, the Roa, the Liandry, the Ludens.
Yeah, Lakai getting some pressure up here by Lalva. It is spotted out on a ward, but the ward will be clear, so I imagine Lakai probably just going to try push this in and recall.
Minji hasn't yet bait, so perhaps trying to wait for either a Catalyst or a Lost Chapter buy. Is getting a bit greedy though, and has Enso nearby to help him if need be. Long's going to clean up this wave, equalize up that top lane CS.
Yeah, and Lakai has picked up a Sheen now that does really sort of impact how these trades go in top. Landing that Q, if you are able to then follow up with that passive auto attack, it really does put out a lot of damage, especially if you get a grass proc as well. It's so much like unexpected damage can come out, so got to be more careful in these trades now that the Sheen has appeared.
Bot lane, can they look to punish Bruce's sums? They're perhaps looking to get aggressive in the 2v2. They have Kongyue in the wings once again. It's the Catalyst picked up by Minji, so we'll be going towards that Rod of Ages. And now with the Dirk on Feng, they have a lot of aggression here in the early game, right? And Kongyue is actually looking for a lane gank bot.
Yeah, and Long getting low, but we have it gone on. Kino has landed the hook on Enso. Flash used, barrier used. He has gone down for first blood to Feng.
Oh.
1116 getting real lippy. He does get in there. Will he survive? I don't think so. And they're traded, but 2 for 1.
He does end up going down. I wonder if that 1 for 1 at the end is actually slightly better for BYG, right? Because look at how much is going to be denied onto Bruce, who is, again, you know, one of the main carries of this roster. So really big win, I think, overall for BYG. Minji manages to trade some gold back mid, but perhaps not enough. So let's look at this. Enso is the one actually with sums, right? It's Bruce the one who does not have them. And the hook is found onto Enso very early, who rather than flashing over the wall, flashes down, and I think then is just cleaned up by double flashes from BYG. 1116, he invests flash and ult to clean up Bruce. Does end up going down. The sum usage is perhaps not worth it, but I think in terms of gold, it certainly is, right? Bruce gets denied pretty heavily. Now Feng finds himself with a pretty significant lead in bot lane.
Yeah, and as we've consistently seen, you want this Varus to get ahead because it's kind of, there's no point in using it otherwise. Obviously the poke Varus this game. So yeah, really putting some focus down there, and a lot of sort of deaths and summoner usage has been seen already down in this bot lane. So I feel like BYG are doing what they need to get ahead. Dragon does go towards J-Team though, but it is a 1k gold lead at the moment.
Yeah, the gold lead, it's not the biggest, but I think importantly it is kills on the right people, right? A kill on the Varus and kill on the Sylas. Probably your 2 hardest snowballers on this matchup, or on this... Ooh, actually,
yeah,
Hook connects, is spell shielded.
Really good usage of spell shield so far from Bruce.
Okay, he's going to walk into Lava, both level 5.
Yeah, Lava does want to do this. We do see a collapse from Minji. Does have flash tippers available with that stun. Might not be able to get into range.
Yeah, can't quite close the gap. Does not have any movement speed. No boots or anything picked up. So very close. Hook comes out again. Spell shielded once more. Looks like Kongyue will just ensure that once again a good wave state for his bot lane. Although Lava is looking bot and Feng does not have flash. And Kongyue might even be too low to stay. I think BYG could be in trouble here.
Yeah, this is worrying. There it is caught out on a ward, so BYG will just back off. And at level 6, once these bot laners are level 6, the spell shield is no longer be as reliable to like get you out of trouble, right? If you get hit by that hook and spell shield it, Chain of Corruption can very easily follow up and you'll just be trapped there. So gotta watch out at level 6, maybe the dynamic of bot lane changes a little bit.
Yeah, definitely could. Herald is up now, and with Dragon already been picked up by J-Team, there's not going to be a trade, at least in terms of the actual objective. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see BYG go for some sort of dive, but it actually looks like both bot lanes will path mid out of base. So potentially could see a 5v5 Herald contest, or more likely, I feel like J-Team, once they see that BYG's bot lane is here, should probably just go back bot. I think want to avoid a fight into this Dirk Varus. Although, I mean, they have good team fight. And they have mid-priority as well.
Yeah, and both bot laners are headed up towards this Herald, so it looks like it is matched. See what we're looking for here. Kino going in first, clearing out some of that vision. Herald is still aggroed. We do have Dragon's Rage on Lee Sin. Flashing 3-man stun by Minji. Chain of Corruption does come out. And Piercing Arrow kills the Jarvan real quick. All out from Cassante and a follow-up kill onto Long. So that's 2 going down for 0.
And I think perhaps off the back of that, the Herald might even be able to pick up. I mean, the initial engage from J-Team looked good, but I think they just lack a little bit of damage, right? Kongye lives on 1 HP, and Varus picks up, what, another 2 kills in that fight? I think it's kind of weird to so heavily contest that when your Annie is still scaling, right? I don't even think had the blasting wand by that time. And Bruce as well, you know, very weak in that fight compared to Varus. I'm surprised they're so heavily contested and now find themselves at a 3k gold deficit.
Yeah, Larva also importantly was only level 5, so didn't have the best sort of follow-up on that Tibbers. Imagine if he had Cataclysm at that stage, might have been a whole different fight, but just hitting level 6 now. Rift Herald does go over to BYG. We'll see where they tend to use it.
Pretty significant gold lead, I think, now, as well as, like, you still have the Herald, right, so can do even more. And I noticed 1116 already picked up the Rod of Ages, so again, kills going on the right people. And definitely can start to snowball even further here. Perhaps we'll see another fight on the Dragon in just a minute and a half now.
And what do you think J-Team sort of have to do to find themselves a little bit of room in this game? Obviously, not the end of the world, a 3k gold lead, but they do need to find something, find a place where they can look to be that facilitator for this team. What do you think is sort of the area to look for?
I think their engage is still really, really good, as well as their snowball potential. I think if you can either engage on Feng before any of the poke hits, that can definitely be good. Perhaps can pick up a teamfight win just off the back of killing him. Alternatively, I think try and let your mid and AD scale up to 2 items. I think you probably still have the scaling advantage in this game. But, you know, if we look back at that fight, right, still didn't have the items needed and also engaged onto, I think, 1116 and Kongyue instead of Feng, right? So even though damage was done to them, Feng went unopposed in the backline and picked up 2 more kills.
Yeah, he did, and he does have the Yomus, so maybe a little bit less damage than usual than if you get the Mythic first, but definitely a lot more sort of survivability and room to breathe in these team fights.
Herald will be dropped bot. There are members around, but Feng has all sums. And perhaps they can play, yeah, perhaps not for anything more than a few more plates. Kongyue's still in the area. I don't think there can be any dive, though. There's a lot of members nearby. I am a little surprised that Minji ended up going for the Roar. We've kind of talked about this before, but it feels like several games have been perhaps not decided, but could have been heavily impacted by a stronger early game build. And I think this game of all, right, Liandry's would be so valuable. Something you sometimes see Annie's go for is the Liandry's Rylai's combination. It gives you a lot of dot damage, as well as the Bear just providing that AoE slow. And here, I mean, look at all the health stackers, right? The Nautilus, Silas, Lee, and Cassante. I feel like it's the Dream Liandry's and perhaps have had a bit more damage in that fight, although...
Yeah, Chain of Corruption does land, followed by the Subjugate, and Bruce will be going down. That is a 4th kill picked up by Feng. He's having another amazing Varus game.
Certainly is. Now 4-0. Pulling very far ahead, and they get a Dragon as well. Perhaps can even drop this bot tower. Kongyue probably doesn't even need to be here, but just, you know, wants some gold of his own and can perhaps speed this up just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe trying to look to actually get that tower before the 14-minute mark. It is going to be hard, but another wave will be coming soon.
I think it will go down on the next wave for sure, or maybe even on this one.
Yeah, Kongyue just taking up the last 2, and that's massive. More gold funneled into this Varus, as we do look to try and answer it on the top side. Lakai will be extremely tanky, though. Trying to get away, and he will.
I think Cassante almost up there in Scion tier in terms of one of the most difficult champs to trade against, right? Just a player's made bot. It makes sense J-Team want to make a play top, but Cassante is just so difficult to trade against. And it's only 13 minutes in, and BYG have, what, 5,000 gold lead here? So much of that is on Feng, who finds himself, you know, more than 2k gold ahead of his opponent already. And I think Beyond Gaming, they should feel that they want to contest everything at this point. There's no way J-Team can stand up to them in fights.
Yeah, interesting enough, Laova is the one on his team with the kill and no KP anywhere else, but he is the lowest gold on his team besides that, Ash.
A lot of pings around mid. Can they look to pressure this tower? I feel like if you can actually take this tower down before Sivir gets... Well, I guess she's got the Kraken. She's already hit the wave clear she needs. Maybe looking for a play on long.
Yeah, looks like it might work out. Nice Dragon's Rage kick. Doesn't land the lockout, but K'Sante does go all out. With that extra true damage, he just needs to find one more leap.
Long actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, Long trading back. Maybe gets his 1v2 kill. He's looking for the second, but he doesn't quite get it. But an amazing trade there by Long.
Fight comes out mid and Fang picks up another one.
Yeah, we see them continue on the hunt towards 1116. He does manage to flash out of range of that Tibbers. But good trading on the map here by J-Team, and Long with some heroics up top managing to pick up a kill in a 2v1.
Yeah, really well played by Long. Ultimately, it still ends up being a 1-for-2, which sucks, right? Because if you're Long there, you trade 1-for-1 on that 1v2, you're expecting your team to be able to do something elsewhere on the map, but instead, you know, the tower ends up going down all the same, and you lose that mid fight as well. So definitely rough here for J-Team, falling further and further behind. Now 6.5k gold down.
They certainly are. And if you're Long in solo queue at that moment, you're certainly typing in chat to your team. You really just... He played very impressively, although maybe a little bit too high on the gun with Lakai. We did see a similar thing yesterday, but here's the replay.
Yeah, so initially it starts off very well. I think Lakai tried to predict perhaps a flash, so I actually kind of like that. Long flashes away, and I think here, as Lakai, you probably just, after you hit or miss that, you probably just need to back away, kind of like what Kongyue does. Instead tries to fully commit, and Long does importantly trade one over. And looking at the mid fight, I'm not even sure what happened. I think Lava was trying to find a flank and was just caught out on the side. Immediately one shot. Also really nice flash from 1116 to avoid that there. And Long must be frustrated, right? Manages to trade evenly in that 1v2, but it's not looking like enough.
We'll see if that does impact the sort of 1v1 matchup up there. Obviously, him getting more gold than K'Sante for that exchange.
Dragon only in a minute here, and I think, Dragon is obviously important win condition, but Beyond Gaming's so ahead that I think they can just look to end the game before it becomes relevant, right? Can perhaps look to, look for Barons, perhaps even dives. Can they even Rift Herald this mid tower and stop Sivir from delaying the game further? It's always hard to actually end the game versus Sivir, but if you ever can get off a successful dive, it can definitely speed it up.
Yeah, and if Lakai ever does get to that Sivir, it's very hard for her to sort of survive, and as you say, there is a lot of dive coming out here for BYG, as well as sort of, if she does miss position, could get hit by that hook, subjugate, maybe Chain of Corruption, so a lot to watch out for, but certainly has a lot of wave clear to continue clearing these waves, at least until the Baron comes through.
Yeah, the Baron is definitely going to be, I think, the tipping point. If Beyond Gaming can manage to pick that up, they're really going to be able to snowball, stop Bruce from just wave clearing until 3 items. At the same time, Bruce obviously doesn't have any lifesteal early, and Feng is very fed on this poke Varus, right? So if he hits the right poke, can force him off just like that. At the same time though, Bruce does have the red buff, also has spell shield, so it's going to take a lot to actually get him down. And look at that wave clear coming out of Bruce on the Sivir. It's pretty insane, despite the fact that Beyond Gaming are much stronger on the mid wave. The wave just dies so fast. Dragon is started up.
Yeah, they're starting up Dragon, and we do see a lot of vision getting placed in the bot side quadrant, so I don't suspect there'll be any contest. But we do, however, see J-Team sort of posturing towards that top lane, maybe looking for something onto Lakai to answer.
Can they look to trade anything? Feels like it's pretty tough. Dragon will end up going over to Kongyue and still has the Rift Herald. I have to think it will go mid.
Looks like Lakai's winning out on a trade here up top.
Yeah, even after the solo kill, is managing to still win the trade. Just does feel good. Herald goes down mid, and this should be the mid tier 1 going down. Could maybe even play for more if they can get members around. Looks like it will just be the 1 though, and actually doesn't even end up going down.
We do have Ashe ult taken by 1116, so do have to be extra careful here.
The mid tower staying alive is really important for J-Team, right? Although it's not super healthy, you can keep it alive at least for a little bit longer. And that really slows down Beyond Gaming from snowballing their lead, even further. And it's kind of just steadily increased, right? You can see on the gold difference, hasn't been one play that's just massively elevated them ahead. Instead, it's just been consistently, slowly winning fights, taking more objectives. And they find themselves, 7,000 gold ahead now.
Yeah, kind of methodically growing that lead, right?
Has been good play out of them. 116, he has the Ashe ult. Can he look to use it on anyone? I feel like not the Sivir, but can perhaps just throw it down mid and see what happens.
Yeah, and if it does hit on that, obviously she will just die unless, of course, she spell shields, but here we do see posturing again towards this mid tower. It is just so incredibly hard to take away from J-Team just with that Sivir. We saw it earlier again tonight as well with the Sivir. Getting this mid tower especially is just the hardest part, but once you break that, you really do start to gain things elsewhere, so... But again, minion wave just disappears.
It really does. It's just so hard at Siege into the Sivir. I feel like you kind of have to be able to bring both side lanes at the same time to just really force her off the tower. Alternatively, could maybe bring her out. And I think this is what they're doing, right? Both side laners are around mid right now. If they can't break it here, they can't break it anytime.
Yeah, and it does look like it is given. So that's huge for Beyond Gaming, opening up the map a lot. Lakai will just go back to his top lane.
Okay, so things do go back to normal, but yeah, that mid tower being down, it allows Beyond Gaming to start to snowball this lead even further, start looking at those tier 2 side lane turrets, and also take away some of the jungle camps.
Long looking for something here, but Lakai will just back off, play it safe.
Lakai already has 200 armor. It's going to be extremely tanky in those team fights.
Yeah, he will lose a lot of it when he goes all out, but obviously that does turn into damage, so he goes from being a huge tank to a huge damage threat. Just one of the fun things of Season 2023.
Can he be dived here? I mean, Bruce is up here. Perhaps just wants to hit the top lane tower, grab some gold for himself. Looks like he will get some.
Top is taken down, so that's an objective bounty over towards both the 80 cap and the Jax, which is massive for them to try and get back into this game, but ultimately is still sitting at almost a 7k gold lead.
It is a nice little bit of gold just to pick up, but it does come at a cost, right? Bruce will end up missing this mid wave. It is picked up by Enzo, who can use the gold, but certainly not as well as Bruce on the Sivir would. 2 minutes on the third dragon here, and I think that is most likely going to be the next place we look. Obviously, Beyond Gaming's Baron DPS is extremely low. Silas not particularly known for his Baron DPS, and the Poke Varus as well. Means you're going to really have to win a fight pretty handily to even look at the Baron, but still have plenty of other win conditions.
Yeah, it feels like with comps like this, you're not even really looking towards that Baron as a win condition, right? You're more trying to poke away. The Dragon is more the win condition in these sort of environments. However, obviously a big teamfight win could lead to the Baron, and they are ahead enough to just claim one of those, given the right engage. And what is J-Team up to here?
They could maybe look at the Baron, but I feel like starting Baron up against the Poke Varus is always risky, right? It's kind of in the Gangplank tier of just being one of those champs that you just don't start Barons up against. BYG though, using the fact they get a lot of this mid priority and they have that tier 2 tower down to actually break this tier 2. So this is what happens when that mid tower breaks.
Watch out for the Ash Arrow. It does land onto 1116. He will be stunned up by Anne, but does receive the Mikhails.
Mikhails on the
Nautilus.
Yeah, that's not often picked up, I feel like. But it makes sense in this game, right? There's a lot of CC coming out.
And maybe saw the game earlier where it kind of turned on its head due to those Ash Arrows and thinking maybe this is a way to prevent it, and I don't hate it at all.
Dragon now only 20 seconds away, and I think J-Team most likely will just give this one up. You can probably afford to give this one more and just keep scaling. I think at least try and hit 2 items on your carries before you contest something. If they try and contest this, I would be very surprised. Yeah, it looks like it just will be Recall coming out from Love, and it should just be Beyond Gaming picking up this third dragon.
Yeah, now heading in after this, assuming they do pick it up, which they are walking towards now, so I imagine they will. But after this, you've pretty much got 5 minutes on the clock to try and, get Sivir her second item there, which will be massive. Find Annie possibly her second, which I believe is going to be Shadow Flame. Jax already does have 2, so maybe looking at him join the fight to be a big influence.
He's very, very strong at this point. J-Team do have pretty good Baron DPS, but again, it just feels so hard to start it up. If they get an opportunity, though, could do it in a reasonable amount of time. And I think you're right, Minji going towards the Shadow Flame second. I think kind of makes sense, right? It's the solo AP. Maybe if you count Ashe as half, but yeah, we'll be able to pick that up before that 4th dragon fight. And that's what it's going to come down to. Obviously, J-Team, they are at a pretty significant deficit. Perhaps can get strong enough by 4th drag to contest it, but I'd say they still need at least a couple fights to kind of turn the game back in their favor. Baron, though, always something they can look at.
Definitely agree. It is, as you said before, it is a slow Baron, but with K'Sante, you can really tank it up for a while, and maybe you can just start it to sort of bait out that Jax to join or something, make him, you know, get his teleport, so maybe it won't be ready for this dragon that's coming up. There are many things that Beyond can look to do here.
I actually look for some sort of engage. Recall just comes out. Finally, BYG can manage to regain control of this area. Perhaps want to look towards that top lane tier 2. Feels like that could be the next step, at least before this dragon. And I think this is a kind of a point in the game where a team like PSG continues to snowball at this point, but perhaps some of the lesser teams can't really find it, right? I think there's just kind of trading waves, waiting for drag. Would like to see pressure put on towards this top tier 2, especially with all the control they have around this top jungle. Baron is actually being hit here.
It is started off by Beyond. Now keep in mind it will be very slow, but J-Team yet to react entirely. They are headed towards this top river.
They know the DPS is slow. They have a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of threats to get through though. This Sylas is 3 levels up on the AD carry, and initially it has started onto the, well, just annihilates Larva and back onto the Baron. We do see Jax teleport in after taking bot tower. Lakai finding Minji by himself off on the side. Cataclysm also used on Bruce.
Still tanking this up, and it's getting very low. There's no smite for J-Team.
Yeah, Beyond does get it, and a fight is started onto Long. Long going into on Lakai, flashes away, stunned up by Nautilus, and we see Lakai going all out. This is where he starts to get a lot of that damage. Counter-strike and leap away, but will be taken out by Kongwei.
Just as I was saying, that Beyond Gaming weren't really doing enough with their lead. They managed to start up the Baron, and just the fact that they were able to tank it so long means that despite not having the DPS, they can actually just stay on it forever and find that engage on a Larva, take him out very early. Yeah. Also, electing not to base at all, right? They're just coming straight on the map, looking to just abandon recalls at all. Perhaps take this tower and then reset, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, after that Baron did go down, we did see Bruce take that middle tower, so perhaps that's why. But here's the replay of that fight around Baron.
I feel bad for Larva. Someone has to face check, and it kind of has to be him, but unfortunately misses the flag and drag out. Just gets taken out, and after that, you know, that's a lot of your engage gone from J-Team as well as your smite, which makes it quite hard to actually force the issue, right? 1116 actually keeps Bruce out just with the wall for a long time. And I think J-Team, honestly, they did what they could to kind of salvage the situation, but you really need your jungler alive to be able to contest this. And there were a lot of flashes burned in this team fight. I think both frontliners kind of traded. But ultimately, you know, it is the side of BYG to pick up the Dragon, and Long on the Jax is taken out at the very end of that fight.
Now we got to see, there is 1 minute till this Dragon, and you got to feel with the Baron on the side of Beyond, they're just going to have so much pressure over these side lanes and have permanent presence around this bottom quadrant of blue team's jungle. Minji looking for something here though. Jax coming in behind. Massive Cataclysm, but flashed away by Feng. Huge Q onto Larva. Larva will go down. Minji 1 HP. Kongwei, 1116 finds it. As Kongwei is now following Bruce. No ult does have flash on Bruce, so I suspect he will get away. But perhaps delaying him is enough for, you know, BYG to find something.
Yeah, they have 116 on the flank. Kongwei can just play this slow and most likely will pick up the kill. Although Bruce is, you know, wasting kind of a lot of their time. Even flashes.
Yeah, finding a lot of damage here actually, and they do have to be careful. Man, that was almost incredibly well played by Bruce, getting Sylas down to just the 1 HP. But meanwhile, Lakai is pushing down mid. Does get the bottom inhib, and now mid inhib will also fall, as well as Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, and that will also go over to Beyond, although they are recalling first.
They should definitely get to the Dragon in time, and I think that'll be pretty much it. Honestly, I'd be very surprised to see J-Team come back from a deficit, right? This is a 14k goal, or sorry, yeah, 14? 13. Never math in public, as I say. Significant gold lead, you might say, for BYG, and they're going to get the Dragon as well, which is... You have to feel nail in the coffin, right? It's just so hard from the side of J-Team to come back to that. They can't even really contest this contest this Dragon, or the gold lead for that matter.
Yeah, not even looking for a steal, so this just will cleanly go over to Beyond, and I mean, they're pushing out top because obviously you don't want to lose that third inhib, but I kind of feel like Beyond can probably just end it through the other lanes that are already opened up.
Yeah, you don't have any time left on this Baron, although you can either end through the lanes you have, like you said, or you could just send 5 people top and probably siege it down. Right, Sivir has all the wave clear, which is something we kind of saw earlier in the day. But if you can force enough members into the lane, it can be difficult for her to be everywhere at once. And then once she splits off, just engage on the rest of her team.
Yeah, and look at how massive the item difference is down in this bot lane. 4 completed items for Feng on this Varus versus just 2 and some components for Bruce on Sivir. And you really just... Sivir is, again, one of these champs that want to scale, and she just never is going to have the opportunity, as she does use Thrill of the Hunt, and Jarvan does go in. Lava literally 1 HP now. Long teleports in, double Cataclysm, but will go down. Long getting a massive trade there in the middle of the fight, but he will eventually go down. Not yet. Anyway, this is really, really messy. Kick away. Minji gets kicked away. Enso uses the barrier. Massive piercing arrow comes through, and I feel like this will be the game. I don't believe Minji and Enso can really hold off this push.
Probably not. I don't think there's enough wave clear between them to actually do anything. So most likely, this will be BYG picking up the win in what is a very decisive game. They're still trying.
Yeah, it is close. They do have to be careful. You don't really want to give away all this, but once this tower goes down, Lakai does find a stun onto Minji, goes all out, finds another kill as Enso's just kind of tickling Kongwei. Lakai lands a nice knock up there on Lalva, and the game does end in favor there of Beyond Gaming. And now they're looking to contend for these playoff positions.
Yeah, Beyond Gaming, a much needed win for them and J-Team. You have to feel it's kind of a deal breaker for them, right? It's definitely at the point where you can't afford to lose these games if you still want to somehow sneak your way into the playoffs. And for BYG, I mean, very controlled game, I want to say. There was a lot of chaos towards the end, but I think, like you said, kind of methodically building up that lead. Also want to say, probably the best Varus performance, for Poke Varus at least, that we've seen. From what I remember?
Yeah, I'd say the same. Although yesterday's Feng wasn't on hit Varus. Close contender for best Varus performance. I'd say between the two, they were the 2 best Varus performances we've seen, both by the same man.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely looks good on the Varus so far. Hasn't been a super successful pick in the PCS, but certainly came up big here. And I think, honestly, a lot of the game kind of fell apart at that first Herald, right? I was very surprised by the side of J-Team that they wanted to contest that, being so weak early. Perhaps they thought that Annie and Jarvan could carry it, but did not have the ult on the Jarvan, right? Annie was also going for, I think, the Catalyst, so questionable, I feel like, to play for that. And if you're going to play for that, maybe only do it if you've got the early game build on the Annie, the level 6 completed on the Jarvan. I feel like on the side of J-Team, it was closer than it looked, right? There was perhaps moments where they could have got themselves into the game, and obviously once BYG started snowballing, it fell apart quickly. But J-Team were within touching distance at some points in the game, but just weren't quite as clean as BYG.
Yeah, at that Herald, as you touched on, it was an amazing sort of initiation by Minji, but just didn't have any damage to really supplement it. And so we did see the level 6 Varus was through already, and just the damage come through there. He picked up 2 kills, and from that, it never ever really looked again like BYG were going to lose. They kind of took those 2 kills on Varus, turned into 4 very quickly, and then the rest of the map got going. We saw some sparks of genius from Long up in the top lane, did win that 1v2, as well as Bruce at the end there, almost pulling through on a 2v1 of his own. But ultimately, not enough gold, not enough items, couldn't get it done.
Yeah, it's a really tall order, I think, once you fall behind. There's just, a lot of engage, a lot of poke coming through, as well as, again, those kills and gold were really always on the right targets, right? I feel like 116 on the sides, as well as Fang on the Varus, they got very fed very early, and it's just exactly where you want it. And the rest of BYG, more of the supporting cast, but still had their moments, right? There was great Cassante knockups, Nautilus engages were good, as well as Kongwei finding some great kicks in that game. So yeah, that's more the BYG we want to see, right? The team that does have potential to get into playoffs. Will they actually get there? It's hard to say, right? After this, there's only 4 more games left for them, but the standings remain very, very close. I think we'll look at that after kind of all the post-game stuff. But yeah, it remains very close, and it could be anyone's 6th spot at this point.
Yeah, it really could be. There are so many teams so close to that 6th spot, and it's kind of exciting to see, right? Like I mean, we had a 4-way tie for 3rd for the longest time, but now it's kind of getting to the bottom side of the playoff bracket that we're seeing a huge amount of ties. And Beyond, one of the most veteran teams here in the PCS, really want to see them sort of pick it up and play like they did today, ultimately.
Yeah, I think they could be one of those teams that honestly plays better in playoffs, right? Much more experienced and kind of just prefer the best of 5s as opposed to best of 1. So hopefully they do make it. Like you said, it's one of those kind of historical teams that you'd hate to kind of see miss playoffs, and that's perhaps, you know, a negative of having only 6 PCS teams in the playoffs now instead of 8, although we'll be replaced by our friends over in the LCO.
Absolutely. You'll get to see Skimmy again, maybe. But anyway,
maybe.
At least you'll see some of his favourite teams. But yeah, no, great game. I think this has probably been... I mean, yesterday was a good showing, but they were losing early game yesterday. This one, they really just gained a bit of a lead and just methodically got the Dragons, got more Rift Heralds, and they used it really, really well.
Yeah, it was nice from them. It's more what we expect to see from them, I suppose. It's more like kind of the week 1 Beyond Gaming that managed to just take out CFO. It's always a weird one for me because in their very first game of the split, they just annihilated CFO and then kind of fell off since then. But take a look at this replay here. This was the one where Jarvan was kind of forced to face check, was Lava, and then yeah, just like instantly died. It's very different, or very difficult to kind of do something there. And then off the back of this, J-Team, they try salvage what they know is probably a game-losing Baron if they give it over, but just don't really have the tools necessary, right? There's just not really enough damage. Bruce isn't scaled up enough at this point. And Long, honestly, had a pretty good game, I feel like, but just wasn't enough.
No, absolutely. I think Long looked like sort of the main hope on that team. As we do look at the gold and damage graphs here, an amazing amount of damage from that poke Varus. Obviously, some of it wasn't really that, you know, influential, but ultimately, we don't actually often see, though it's the poke Varus, we often see it outshined by other poke champs on its team. So it's great to see it really shine through this one.
I think Minji on the Annie has prioritized it a few times, but always ends up the game kind of ends before he gets his relevant scaling. MVP actually goes over to Kongyue on the Lee Sin. Didn't quite get as much KP as he would like, but did have a 4,000 gold lead over his opponent, although I imagine most of his team had a pretty significant gold lead there. So what do you think of that? Because I wouldn't have said that he was like the main factor, but he found some good bot ganks for sure.
Yeah, and he also importantly found like the cleanup of the 2v1 top, and just he did have a lot of influence, like that level 6 fight around that Herald without him already being 6 and being there to sort of Dragon's Rage some people. I think it's a lot different. Like, he really set up the Varus for success around that Rift Herald. So it is respectable, although I will say that maybe the Varus was deserving of it more. Like, he output and did so much for his team, but I can understand it as well.
Yeah, I think I want to give it to Varus just because we so often see poke Varus just really fail to get any sort of lead, or when they do, it quickly just turns into nothing, right? But here, both as like the team effort and Feng, they really managed to keep the pressure on, and it did remind me a little bit of, you know, some of those higher tier teams, right, that Beyond is perhaps going to be contesting in the playoffs. Being able to close out those leads is so important, because you're not going to get them very often against those top teams, but when you do, you need to be able to take them home. But let's take a look at today's results. We saw PSG beat Hellpigs down, CFO take out Duish Team, Deep Cross Gaming, someone expected, beat Sem 9. Now, the last two matches though, Frank Esports somewhat upset Impunity, right? It's a very close match, and it really went the distance, right? Went all 44 minutes, and then finally we had Megabank Beyond Gaming take out Type AG Team in a much needed win.
Yeah, and I think if you did miss the broadcast, you did miss that fourth game, I think going back and watching it, you'll get a lot out of it. You'll see some amazing sort of gangplank play, as well as some Jace really going to the limits of what that champion can do. But here we do see the standings, and as we get to the tail end, it is very important. We do see PSG really in that top position by 2. Second, we have Flying Oyster, followed by Frank Esports in the second, third place. Deep Cross Gaming and Impunity tied there for 4th. And followed up, we have Megabank, Hellpigs, Taipei, Duish, and Sem9 closing down the low end of the brackets. And it's very important that Megabank has now caught up to those Deep Cross and Impunity teams.
Yeah, I think with only 4 games left, it's looking pretty guaranteed that that'll be our top 6. Obviously, could maybe change if one of those, you know, one of those 8-win teams kind of lose their remaining games. It's pretty unlikely, right? So I think what we are now looking at is our top 6. We will perhaps see in these last 4 games, though, the standings kind of within them change quite a bit, right? Because it's only a couple wins separating them. I think PSG, I'd expect to kind of lock in first place, but the rest of them can certainly change. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups, though. Starting it off will be Frank Esports up against Sem9. DCG up against CFO in Game 2 could be a pretty hype one. And Punity should take out J-Team, but we'll have to see. Megabank Beyond Gaming versus Hellpigs, another fairly important match. And finally, PSG Town versus Doish Team.
Yeah, we got some good games tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see if Impunity can sort of return to form. Deep Cross Gaming versus Flying Oyster, I think, would be looking towards sort of game of the night. Deep Cross coming in there in third, Flying Oyster in second, and there is only 1 win, or maybe it's 2, separating those 2 teams. So another thing that could really, really, you know, fix up the sort of standings going into those playoffs coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially enter playoffs with a ton of tiebreakers as well, right? The team's still remaining so close with only a few games remaining. It'll be pretty insane to see, especially if we end up with something like a 4-way tiebreaker. I mean, it would be very exciting to watch. I always love seeing tiebreakers because they're like, you know, in some ways, it's not the most important thing who actually wins, right? Like, they all make it in the playoffs. But, like, determining that seeding and also kind of seeing what teams come up with when they don't really have the opportunity a lot of the time to prepare for their opponent, right? Like, you know, not so long after. So it will be really interesting to see some of those teams.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like a game 5 in many senses, right? It's like you've gone into your series. This is the do or die one. You obviously, in this case, it's probably just playing for playoff position. But in any case, it's like you win this or you're in the bad seed, essentially. And so it does feel kind of like a game 5 before we get to those best of 5s coming up. But yeah, very exciting to see, and sort of how the standings are playing out. It does look like, I feel like we'll get at least 1 tiebreaker. It'll just be interesting to see who it is and see how these teams perform coming out to the end of the split.
Most likely, yeah. And I think that the kind of point you brought up about the seeding is actually quite important, because I think that being in the double elimination bracket, at least, like, okay, if you can't get the bye, I think that's fine, right? There's top 2 teams get they skip the first round, which is nice. But starting in the losers bracket and being single elims straight away is pretty rough, right? Because it means you don't really have the time to adapt over the course of, like, the playoffs meta. And I think, you know, you've seen many times in the past, at least within leagues I've followed, that teams will initially, you know, perhaps fall down and actually come back up. Like, it's definitely not uncommon at all. So I think having that second life in there is very, very valuable. But I believe that will be it for us for today. We had another banger day, honestly. There was just so many good matches, especially Game 4. Make sure you go back and watch that. So thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow for another 5 games.